go live?
All right, good. Thank you, Nirvana. Good morning, all of you I can see on the screen and those who are present that I can't see. This is a meeting of the Oregon Water Resources Commission. Today is August 25th, 2021. It's 8 o'clock and we're ready to get started. So a couple of preliminaries. I just want to point out that this is our last meeting with Commissioners Corn and Baumgartner. And we are sad not only that it's their last meeting, but sad that we're saying goodbye to them via Zoom instead of in person. And what we're going to be doing is before we adjourn after public comment, we'll take a little time to say our farewells. And so stay tuned for that if you'd like to join in that. And I think those are the only preliminary items, and we can jump right into the agenda. The first agenda item is commissioner comments. And how about if we start with Commissioner Mall? Joe, are you ready to go?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Reeves. Is audio okay?
Mm-hmm. It's good.
First comments maybe set the tone, so I guess I should be careful what I say a little more than normal. That's just a remarkable water year, I guess is a firm grasp of the obvious. I did have the pleasure over the last week of being out in Commissioner Quemp's country and a little higher up in the Eagle Cap Wilderness. Spent a week backpacking in the Lakes District, which was remarkable from the ground up. I mean, the geology up there is really impressive. But the thing it brought home again was this catch-22 that so much of the climatic issues that we're dealing with are a result of my ability to travel all over the world. And yet with that travel, you get an appreciation both for what we have here at home on the west side in terms of water supply. At the same time, you see in traveling through Oregon just how many different climatic regions there are, how people are dealing with it in their own way. And over time, especially with this work and particularly from the mentorship that Commissioners Corn and Baumgartner have given me over the last 2.5, 3 years, you get a lot of humility because it's pretty easy, I think, for all of us to sort of wag a finger and say, why are they doing that? Why are they fill the blank on how they're using water? And then when you do travel and you meet with people and see that everyone, all of us are really struggling with our own approach to life and our own behaviors and our own assumptions about what's normal. And you realize, oh man, none of this is simple. It reinforces for me things that I hope we can continue the momentum in the place-based planning partnerships and that effort, which really is trust building and seeing people around the state making honest efforts to deal with what are not simply challenges of distribution, but recognizing that we've got some real physical limitation problems when it comes to water. And we need to honor each other's attempts to address some of these things together and bring that back home and do our best in our home waters as well. And so it was, a nice chance to have a week to obviously get away from some of the barrage of emails and things like that, but just to experience that directly, not only in the Eagle Cap Wilderness, but they're in the Umatilla Basin, they're on the high plains, they're coming through the Cascades in the gorge down the Willamette Valley. So I feel very fortunate to have been able to do that, and it reaffirmed my commitment to the work that we're doing here together. So thanks all of you for again giving me the support and mentorship, especially Bob and Bruce, as you depart the commission. Onward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Quemps, how about you?
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Reeves. A couple of comments. I also want to say I'm sorry we don't get to say goodbye to Bruce and Bob in person today, and we'll make comments about them later. I really appreciated their work and the opportunity to serve with them. As far as my other comments, I think that builds a little bit on what Joe was talking about, but just looking at the year and the recent years, you know, the changes in water, the having triple digit temperatures in late June and being in mid 70s and mid August. I really think that the old notion of going by the means or the average in basin with water and those kind of things is not going to be that instructive for our future. I think variability is the key. It's something that we need to be able to measure. And so when we think about things like, you know, the new resources that are coming to the department that Tom's going to be talking about later, or hopefully, you know, some version of a 100-year vision, which includes water infrastructure. And I've always thought that that infrastructure should include data collection and monitoring technologies and, you know, hardware for that or whatever it is we need. But I really think that the capacity of the agency to measure variability is going to be important to informing water management decisions in the longer term. And I think we'll have a couple of opportunities to hopefully address that. So that's all I had for today, and thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Kihara?
Morning. Yeah. Well, my nose has been rubbed lately into just the extent and depth of the drought that we are experiencing here in Central Oregon. Wickiup and North Unit has been shut down as of this weekend, and that is the absolute earliest they have ever had to shut down. So driving through Madras even like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was shocked at just how many fields were fallow in the district. I knew it was bad, but until you're in the middle of it, you don't realize how bad it is. The other thing that OPB Plus had an interesting program on the other night called Beyond the Mirage. And it was more about the water infrastructure and plumbing, et cetera, for the Colorado River and all the interties between the upper states, the lower states, and just how do we deal with how many people we've got and how little water we have. I thought it was interesting that they're starting to get this kind of information out to the general public. I mean, this is the sort of thing that Reclamation, you know, us in the water world have been looking at for a very long time. But now it's really starting to get home, and now we're actually starting, you know, whoever is doing these programs or coming up with these things are starting to get it out to the general public so there can be a wider conversation. And I'm hopeful for that, because unless we all play in this together, it's, you know, we're all going to suffer together as well. So that's, you know, my 2 cents on the state of affairs. And yes, I'm really going to miss Bob and Bruce, you know, so I'll save that for later.
Thank you, Kathy. Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair Reeves. Yeah, so the theme seems to be this incredible drought that we're facing this year and subsequent years leading up to it. Our area has definitely seen some significant impacts because of lack of water supply. Our local irrigation districts have had to shut down a month and a half to 2 months early. And most of the irrigation districts are now shut down for the season, which has obviously caused a lot of strain and stress on mainly ag, mainly the folks who rely on those reservoirs that we have for irrigation. And so there's been a lot of scrambling to try to find, other alternatives, other ways for folks to get water. And there's, just again, a lot of concern in our area for illegal uses of water. As the drought and as this topic becomes more prevalent in the public, people are asking questions. People are starting to pay more attention to water and what's going on with our water and how it's being managed and how it's being used. And I think that that's a good thing that people are starting to become more interested. But that also shows us that we have a pretty big challenge on our hands right now and going into the future. I don't think this is not going to be our last year dealing with this. Unfortunately, in our area, we need a good 200% of snowpack, something really good to help build those reservoirs back up. From the municipality perspective, we are very fortunate to have a good water source. And so we've implemented voluntary water curtailment for our area. And there's a lot of people who are following that lead and want to do what they can to help and are reaching out to find out what other measures, what things they can do within their own homes or within their businesses to preserve our resources. So that's been very encouraging to hear people want to help where they can. And we've had, some issues from there was a chlorine shortage over the summer here, just after our last meeting. And so a lot of water utilities across Oregon had to put their heads together and figure out how we were going to get through that. And we reached out to the community and messaged and said, here's the situation. This is what's happening. And we had a lot of our large players, a lot of our big water users say, what can we do? How can we help to preserve our resources? So again, we're trying to create that community perspective, like you said, Commissioner Chiara, that we're all in this together, and we need to work together in order to make changes or to make a plan for the future. And if we work against each other, then we're all going to be in trouble. So really just trying to look at what the issues are and bring it to this body. Continue talking about what's happening in all of our areas. I think really important. And then looking at that regional perspective on water supply and place-based planning and how that can help some of our areas better manage their supply. So, we've all been going through a lot of things have been happening in our world right now. And water now is just another one of those issues. And I think that a lot of people are stretched pretty thin right now. And so, I think, like I said, just working together, continue trying to bring up the issues that are impacting our area, our region, and our communities is the best thing we can do right now. So, I think that we just got a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Julie. Commissioner Baumgartner?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Reeves. As many people noted, my tour of duty with the commission is over. I want to thank you all for your kind words, and I look forward to the goodbyes later on this afternoon. Like everybody else so far, I wanted to touch a little bit on the drought. A couple of points that I wanted to make is this year's the earliest we have released water for our own purposes and for in-stream purposes than ever before. over the last couple of years, it seems that each year is the earliest that we have released water. And that puts a big demand on our supply of water. The earlier we release it, the less we have to work through the entire year. And the heat dome that we suffered early this spring or early summer that was touched on as well, I want to touch on that because what we saw is that had a big impact on not only the amount of flow in some of our tributary streams, but certainly had a big impact on its water quality. Temperatures in many of these streams got warmer than we had ever seen before. We were able to make it through much of that because we were able to release and manage water. A couple of points I wanted to make on that is we're fortunate that we have a very extensive monitoring system in the Tualatin Basin, and we can manage flow. And what we found is that we are more and more managing our water releases and our flow on a day-to-day basis. Because of the data we have, we can do that rather than what we used to do on a much coarser basis for that. And it also points out the importance that we see of being able to have in-stream water rights that we can manage, as well as storage that we can release water for multiple purposes, including irrigation, the industrial uses, municipal uses, and as well for in-stream water quality. As I drove through our basin and drove to the coast a couple times, I was struck though also with how many people I saw going out to the streams to go swimming. We actually have a piece of property where some industrious young people built a dam so that they had a swimming hole, and how frustrated they were when we had to go release the water so that we could provide water for fish downstream. The point I want to kind of beating around is there are lots of beneficial uses that people are searching for that water for. And as we enter this drought, if that's really a harbinger of things to come, these stresses are simply going to get greater. And that's why I looked at place-based planning and other efforts to make sure, as somebody earlier said, we can coordinate, work together to resolve problems that I just think are going to continue or grow in complexity. And I do agree with Commissioner Quimps that we really need to be looking at the extremes as we manage our water resources rather than just the average. These extremes may be very important in the future for how we manage our resources. And with that, that's all I have, Chair Reeves. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Commissioner Corn?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Appreciate that. Appreciate the opportunity to meet again. And it's been a great pleasure to serve with everybody, staff and all the commissioners, all those serving now, as well as those that have served before. Just kind of echoing the things that everyone else has talked about. And Eastern Oregon, it's been hot and dry, long, hot summer. We've seen the results of that of reduced yields in most of the crops because of onset of early heat. Stressed plants when canopies weren't completely complete like they would be. Seen reduced yields and sizes in onion crop that's been harvested so far. Wheat yields have been off. And of course, the dryland farmers, the wheat yield has been disastrous this year. Virtually no production. I think what we've seen is the value of storage systems we have, and the better management that's been progressing over the last few years has made the supplies that we've had go further than they ever would have before, and that we have a crop because of better management, because of more efficient use, because of conservation and all the things that have been done in the last few years. We're seeing the benefits of that in a year like this. The Malheur system, like many others that have been mentioned here today, this week is the last week of deliveries for them. The Waihe system will go full season with a 75% allotment to start with, but both those systems will be completely depleted. So we'll be dependent on a better than normal snowpack to be able to have adequate for next year. And, you know, some of the predictions we're seeing that may be a possibility, but we all know that a few degrees in the storm tracks one way or another can make or break and can be a big difference one way or another in what we have for next year. Conservation has been such a important part of us making it through the year in the East here, as far as an irrigator. Drip systems, sprinkler systems that I've talked about most of the time that I've been on the commission that we see more and more of every year with multiple benefits, but the biggest benefit being that we have enough water to get by, maybe not what we want, but enough to get by these last couple of years. But if you get in multiple year droughts, like we saw in 13, 14, and 15, then it becomes very limited what you can do. In most cases in this area, we're very limited on groundwater, so that supplement is really not a possibility to any significant levels like it may be in some of the other areas. So I think it's been a long time since any significant storage has been built. I think that needs to be on the table as something that we look towards in the future. Those projects are very difficult to bring all the stakeholders together to agree and to find proper places and proper settings that might be done, whether above ground storage, increasing capacity of systems, which we have, or perhaps more exploration of recharge of underground aquifers. Each area is different, each area is unique. That's where the place-based planning, the things that we've been so involved with the last few years, watershed councils, and all those things on a local level, working with partners on a state and national level can bring to pass some of these improvements of systems that we need. I'm grateful for the storage and things that we have throughout the state, especially here in the east, but the infrastructure is getting older. We on the Waihe and Malheur both, there's significant improvements that need to be made on a yearly basis. Most of these systems were built around the same time, 75 to 100 to 125 years old. Concrete structures wear out, pipes wear out, conduits, all those kind of things are wearing out. And perhaps this is an opportunity with the infrastructure focus that's on our national level as well as the state level to improve some of these things before we have catastrophic failures, which at any time, any of these systems, and we've seen them in other parts of the country, do have catastrophic failures because they haven't had the resources or perhaps the focus of maintaining the structures we have and looking at improving on those and building on those. So, as I depart from the commission, I'd hope that as opportunities come up to modernize our systems as well as expand storage, that it be taken very seriously and look at that as an opportunity of money in the bank, so to speak, to be able to keep our systems going in the future. Because as we go through these, it seems like, it's yes, the drought was really bad, but we see such vast variances from we'll go to a flood situation where that opportunity is lost because perhaps we didn't have the right kind of flood control and storage systems to the severe droughts that we have. So the focus on our infrastructure on all levels, I think there's some real opportunities moving forward for the commission to play a role in the grants and things that they're doing to help to improve these systems, to make us more resilient during these rapidly changing times and times of extremes in both directions. So with that, that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. It's striking how, the comments, commissioner comments are sobering, matching the conditions that we're faced with. And I think it seems like it would be easy to be overwhelmed by the size of the challenges. And every one of you talked about the importance of, or not, maybe not every one of you, most of you talked about the importance of community, about working together on this problem and essentially not sticking our heads in the sand and being overwhelmed. Onward, as Joe said, continuing to work on these issues. There is the benefit of increased attention. The size of the department's budget is something that reflects more interest or more focused attention from the Oregon legislature. There's more national attention. So let's resolve to harness this moment and try to move the dial on our water challenges. My only update from OWEB has to do with, I mentioned before that OWEB has a water committee that was kind of a its existence is sort of an outgrowth of the Water Vision, and the agency and the board starting to think about, where does OWEB fit in the Water Vision, and what can this agency do to advance the vision? And the committee has come up with some recommendations for the full board that the board will take up in October. And the recommendations are, I'm just going to read them to you. Providing encouragement to state agencies to consider cross-agency decision-making structures when funding water projects, because there are funders not across the state, there are several funders in the state, and to consider trying to integrate that in some way. Providing examples of what the agency already does or funds that support the Water Vision, the agency being OWEB. Thinking through what OWEB might want to, whether OWEB might want to consider ecological priorities related to water for project proposals based on input from the Water Vision, for grant proposals, basically. And then identifying water investment gaps related to habitat and water quality, and how those gaps could be filled either through OWEB funding or a different approach. I'm personally particularly interested in those last two bullets, whether OWEB might want to consider ecological priorities related to water and factor that in any way with respect to grant proposals as a priority. And then identifying gaps, water quality and water quantity gaps, how they might be filled. So that's all I've got. I think that time to move on to the next item, which is approval of minutes. Let's see. Does anybody have any concerns? Have you all had a chance to review the minutes? I guess is the first question. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
Madam Chairman, I move we approve the minutes.
And a second?
I second the motion.
All right, thank you. Bruce, Commissioner Corn moves and Commissioner Kihara seconds the motion to approve the minutes. We ready for a vote? I think we are. Okay. Commissioner Corn,
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner,
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Klemps,
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves votes yes, and the minutes are approved. So we're on to Director's Report. Tom, you want to take the reins?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Good morning, everyone. Boy, listening to the commissioner comments makes me realize how much I appreciate you all. Really thoughtful observations, and makes me wonder whether we should have more commission meetings, just so I can hear that a little more frequently. But I do appreciate you all, and Bruce and Bob, of course. You guys have been fantastic commissioners, and we'll have more to say at the end of this meeting. But what I would just add as a little asterisk on this conversation is there's no guarantee that there'll be reappointments in September. That is our goal. But Bruce and Bob, I apologize in advance if we find that you're back with us in November. It is a possibility. But in the meantime, we don't want to squander this opportunity, and I'm sad as well that we're not able to say goodbye in person with you all. I am not planning on talking for a long time. I don't have a whole lot to add. I do want to, your comments were very thought-provoking and kind of dovetailed with some of the themes that are on my mind with respect to the conditions that we are experiencing and have experienced really over the last decade plus. And which seem to be getting more intense with almost each passing year. When you combine that with 150 years of water appropriation, well over 100 years of issuing of water rights, and growing population, changing demographics, it's a complicated mix. We've got an old body of law that has been building for well over a century, that is complex and unwieldy at times. And what I was thinking about as I was listening to you is how we do need to rise to the occasion to help Oregon and Oregonians meet their needs for their future around water. And I'm grateful that the legislature has stepped up in the way they did this session. And we'll talk about the budget more in an upcoming item, but I do want to talk about that just a little bit from the standpoint that this new investment is really important for us. Equally important, though, and I think I gleaned this from Chair Reeves' comments, is we need to make sure that we have reasonable expectations about what can be achieved in the near term, and we really need to be focused on a marathon approach. This is not an issue where we're going to be I'm hearing some background noise. Someone, if you might want to go on mute. Sorry, that threw me off my path a little bit. We've got a long way ahead of us, and the issues are complex, and we're not going to be able to solve things quickly. That's actually a really important element, because as awareness grows around water, more and more people are going to be engaged in the conversations that are relevant to their interests, and that's a good thing. But folks who are not well-versed or experienced around our issues have a hard time understanding why things are so difficult sometimes. And I think that we have a real challenge in terms of, and I was mentioned earlier, trust building, awareness, understanding, and then finding leaders at the state and local level who understand that this is a long path that we're on, and that even if we, hopefully, as has been mentioned by virtually all of you, even if we go down the collaborative path, which is certainly my goal as well, and our agency's goal, it takes a lot of time, money, and effort to do that. There's no easy path. There's no quick path. And so, adding to the kind of the somber notes here, but really important observations for us. And as we have this big budget that we're wrapping our heads around and looking to implement, we're really mindful of it. We want to build this and use it as a basis for building momentum. This is a big increase for our agency, but we're still a natural resources agency that is about a third or a quarter the size of some of our sister natural resources agencies. So we're not real big. We're a little bit bigger, but we also have a lot of tasks ahead of us and new expectations, and we want to build a really strong foundation for that. And so we're taking some time, and we'll talk about this at the budget item a little bit more, but we're taking time to make sure that we're thoughtful in how we approach the work, and that we're helping our management team and all the staff and the new staff that we'll be bringing on to understand their roles as well as we can, so that we can show progress over time. I guess I would just add that I want to tie this to our strategic plan. And one of the big themes in our strategic plan is around modernization. And I think that's kind of what we're looking at, where we have these real massive drivers, fully appropriated basins, climate change impacts, population growth. There aren't easy solutions, and we need to be thinking about how we go about our work differently. We need to be willing to be open-minded about how we approach solutions with the different basins, and we need to be open to looking for new tools to apply to that. And so I really feel like our agency, and maybe all of us in everything that we do, it seems over the past year and a half, that we're in a real transition point. And that's a big emphasis for me going forward with our agency is, we've got real big challenges ahead of us. We're working in a different environment than we did a year and a half ago, and it appears we'll continue to do so for a while. And how do we evolve our culture and strengthen our team to help be a good partner in the communities that we serve. So a lot of big challenges ahead for us as an agency. Maybe with respect to the comment about it last year and a half, the pandemic perseveres, as you all know, it wasn't that long ago when we were contemplating having this meeting in person. And since we backed away from that approach, some of the public health restrictions, some additional public health restrictions have come into place. We had been anticipating that we would be reopening our offices here in Salem and elsewhere to receive unplanned visitors, walk-ins, if you will, on September 1st. That's been moved indefinitely. We are, I'm in an enclosed office at the office, but if I were walking out in the hallways, I'd be wearing a mask, as we all would if we were indoors now, based on the governor's direction. And I think that we are going to be in this mode for a while longer. I certainly don't have the deep understanding of what our path is going forward. But the reason I wanted to mention that is just that it continues to be, for all of us, I think, in our workplaces and our lives, an element that we've had to make a lot of adjustments to. And we're certainly going to be paying a lot of attention to that issue associated with the new hires that we have, which will be many. We've got 38 new positions that we'll be filling over the course of this biennium. And how we integrate them into our team is going to be a little bit different based on kind of a remote work environment. The other element that continues to be in play for us, regardless of when we reopen and when public health restrictions are loosened a bit, is we're continuing to work with our staff and our management team around what does our office place look like post-pandemic. It's our workplace reimagined effort. And it looks like we've got a little more time to figure that out, but my expectation is that we will continue to have remote work as an ongoing element within our offices. Some positions are more conducive to that than others. So we've got a lot of conversations to have with staff going forward around what that looks like and how we function, so that we can make sure that we're tracking productivity well, that we are keeping strong communication between our supervisors and staff, so that we are opening doors of communication between staff who work in different sections and programs in the agency, because they won't necessarily be in the office at the same time on a regular basis going forward. Well, that's my expectation at this point, at least, because I think we've been able to demonstrate, our staff have been able to maintain a pretty strong level of productivity during the pandemic. And we know that they're also expressing interest, many of them, to continue to have some element of remote work be part of their long-term trajectory. So it's kind of an exciting time from a management standpoint and from a office operations standpoint. It's certainly not business as usual in terms of how we function from a day-to-day operations standpoint, both because of the pandemic and because of the big issues that we've been talking about with drought and these long-term constraints on water and scarcity that communities are facing. So it's an interesting time to be in our issues and dealing with our issues. And the status quo that we've practiced in the past is really not going to inform our future activities, perhaps as much as we had relied on in the past. I agree with that point that was made by a couple folks, a couple commissioners. I think with that, I'm not going to go into, I guess I would just mention and a shout out to staff. We've put a lot of time into drought work this summer, and it's just another example of how events can really dominate our attention for a number of staff. based on what comes forward. And this summer, it's certainly been drought conditions. And we've had a number of staff, local staff in the Klamath Basin and elsewhere, who have really gone above and beyond the call of duty to help the communities deal with really tough issues. Klamath Basin in particular, I'm sure you've seen in the news the reports of wells, domestic wells going dry as the project in the basin has not received the Klamath Lake water as they had in the past. And they've been relying heavily on groundwater as a result, and that's had a dramatic impact on groundwater availability for some domestic well owners. And there's been a major effort with Klamath County and others to try to address that situation. I think we should all pay close attention to what is happening there, because I think that we may find if these types of conditions continue over the years, we're going to be wrestling with more and more well owners finding themselves high and dry during the summer. And that's a tough issue and is not always easily solved. So we're definitely paying close attention to the actions and appreciate the collaboration that we're having with Klamath County and other partners in the Klamath Basin, and making sure that we keep track of the lessons learned, because we may be looking to do similar things in other basins over time. With that, Chair Reeves, I'm going to wrap it up, and I don't have any other comments, but I'd be happy to respond to any questions that commissioners might have.
Thank you, Tom. Do commissioners have any questions for Tom?
Chair Reeves. I do.
Yes, Joe.
I'm sorry, I got kicked out with some bad internet. So you may have mentioned this, Tom, but am I remembering correctly that there was a move to consolidate some space with WRD and OWEB?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mall. So a long time ago, which wasn't that long ago, I was wringing my hands because I thought we were in a really dire budget position and that we were going to be suffering layoffs. And that had been my mode of operation for, literally the past couple of years. Obviously, our circumstances changed dramatically at the tail end of the legislative session, and somewhat unexpectedly, thanks to many folks. When we were in our budget crunch, and because of the Workplace Reimagined notion that we were going to have more remote workers, we worked with OWEB on a plan to bring them into our Salem office with the assumption that we were going to be reducing our space because we would have at least probably a pretty strong percentage of our staff working remotely in any given day. And that would save us some money on our rent. We are not going to do that. And the reasoning is that our new budget really has kind of put us in a much different position than we have. We probably are bringing on as many staff, new staff with this new budget than OWEB has in total. And given the enormity of the budget and the challenges we have just to get that up and running and begin implementing these new tasks that we have and new hires that we have, and not knowing exactly where we're going to position these staff, we decided to pull the plug on that effort with OWEB, and they were very gracious about it. And they had a plan B anyway, but we're disappointed that didn't play out, but we just felt that it was not going to work given the new budget situation that we had.
Okay, that makes sense. Comments that Chair Reeves made about the Water Committee at OWEB made me think of that. And with the place-based planning integration that's occurring, it seems like something that we should explore, not necessarily limiting it to the Salem office, but to the field offices. I think in the Watershed Council world and the SWCD world and in the Land Trust world, we're finding a lot of synergy when we are co-locating field staff. And I think that it fits, that it would help implement the place-based plans as well as elements of the 100-year water vision strategic. There's just a great, again, synergistic benefits by physically eliminating some of the walls, if you will, across agencies, in this case, across organizations that really are trying to work in the same space, and just literally being in the same building together, I think can lead to some real creative trust building and work. So I would encourage the agency to consider that, and Chair Reeves, if you could take that back to the OEB Water Committee as a request for some serious consideration, I would appreciate that.
Will do. That's a good idea. Tom, I had one other question about the workplace reimagining. Is that, how much of that is happening? How much of that is going to be agency specific as opposed to something that the state tries to do statewide?
Great question, Chair Reeves. The Department of Administrative Services, which is kind of the state lead state agency, over the spring and summer months formed a work group with many agencies involved to really kind of set up a framework that could help guide agencies around what we should be thinking about with respect to a reimagined workplace. That said, the directions at this stage are that they're going to allow the agencies to kind of figure out their own path within that framework. So, I think you'll see a lot of variability in how agencies operate. I also expect that you'll see a lot of adaptation over time. I really don't know how this will play out over the long term, and we'll learn as we go. And so I think some agencies, and a lot of it depends on the type of work that they do. Some agencies have staff where they need to physically be at the workplace. State prison guards, aren't going to work remotely very effectively. And even in the natural resources arena, there are a lot of staff, including some of our staff, who, whose positions are better suited to be in the office or in the field on a frequent basis. We have other positions that I think there's more flexibility. And so every agency is going to be charting its own path. We'll certainly be talking to each other and learn from each other along the way. But it does really create, part of the thought process from DAS as an enterprise for the state is, we want to be competitive in attracting talented employees. And we are really under the impression that expectations of employees about the flexibility of the workplace has really evolved quite rapidly in the last year and a half. And that if we want to hire and retain good folks, we need to have some flexibility in how we approach that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's kind of going to be a decentralized process, because there's so much variability and this is so new that trying to do it from the top would be challenging, I think. Okay, any other questions for Tom? I do not see any. Thank you, Director Byler. Let's move to agenda item D. What time is it? We're ahead of schedule. So I see Justin on the screen. Ready to start now, Justin?
Sure, no problem. I can
Okay,
do that.
thanks. All right, thank you.
Take one moment here to share my screen, and once folks can see it, please give me the thumbs up here. Okay, so I believe everybody should be able to see a title slide without any notes or anything on the side. Is that true? Great. All right, Chair Reeves and members of the commission, good morning. For the record, my name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the Oregon Water Resources Department. Today's agenda item I'll be presenting to you is a review of the state's critical groundwater areas. And I'm going to take a moment. I realize I put some pictures in here sometimes and I don't always explain what they are. I tried to make them all relevant. So just on our cover slide here, we've got Josh Hackett, one of our hydrogeologists, collecting water level data at one of our observation wells in a critical area. And at the right is a picture of installation of a dedicated observation well. That's in the Echo Junction subarea, Butter Creek. I believe we put that one in 2017-ish. So got a few more pictures of drilling, and they're all related to the department installing dedicated observation wells, expanding our groundwater monitoring network, which kind of gets to, I think, Commissioner Kemp's comments at the top of the meeting there. All right, overview of today's talk. Kind of broke this up into two sections. Gonna give a general overview of all of our groundwater administrative areas to put critical groundwater areas in context, and also talk about this periodic review. It's grounded in a statute that requires review of critical areas every 3 years. And then I'm going to provide some discussion on two specific examples. Again, we've got 7 critical areas in the state. These two examples kind of demonstrate the end members of what I would call a successful designation and a in progress, still needs work designation. All right, so groundwater admin areas in general, and a picture of drilling a dedicated obs well in the Harney Basin here. All right, so first of all, I want to just again ground us in the statute and the legislative policy. So back in 1955, when the Groundwater Act was put in place, one of the legislative policies was to state that in the event of declining groundwater levels or a fairly lengthy list of other potential impairments, groundwater use shall be controlled. And the statutes go on to say that the department should give preference to voluntary agreements, and those are to be approved by the commission. But if those voluntary agreements aren't put into effect or are proven to be ineffective, then the commission shall take action. And there's various ways to do that. A critical groundwater area is one of those tools. In general, we've got 4 modern tools. There's a few others that are older that we haven't used and don't expect to use, but these are in general the options that we have to address groundwater issues. So I guess I could construe this as perhaps increasing in power over time, or increasing in the ability to look backwards as opposed to look forward. So these first 2 are generally forward-looking, so a groundwater mitigation area. So we can put into rules the requirement to mitigate for new uses. The Deschutes Basin is an example of where one of these has been put into place to address groundwater impacts to state scenic waterways. There can be general classifications of water for future use, so that can limit new allocations. An example of that most recently would be the Walla Walla Basin, where the commission classified groundwater for exempt uses only going forward. Next item is, we call it a serious water management problem area because that's how the statute states it. Perhaps the name is a little stronger than what it actually does. That allows us to require measuring devices and critically water use reporting to the department to provide us with information on water use in areas where we see a groundwater issue. And we can apply that to older water rights. So critically newer water rights almost universally have a requirement to meter and report to the department. But this rule allows us to look back at older rights, more senior rights that don't have those permit specific provisions and to require reporting. And then lastly, and the focus of the rest of this presentation are the critical groundwater areas. So there's generally a broad range of possibilities for what actions this can require. I think the most prominent for folks is that it allows the department to potentially reduce or redistribute groundwater use. So backward acting regulation of typically junior users, though in some instances, the critical areas have, as we say here, redistributed, they've prioritized some uses. So for example, municipal uses have been prioritized in the Stage Gulch critical groundwater area. This is an overview of all the various groundwater administrative areas in the state. I'll draw your attention to the orange areas. Those are our 7 critical areas. So we've got one in the North Willamette Valley, one here in the Columbia River Gorge near the Dalles. There's actually 4 in this cluster in the Umatilla, and then one in the East region. And these blue circles indicate the location of the 2 examples I'm going to talk about today. So again, just want to note that this periodic review is required by the statute at least once every 3 years. So last time I talked to the commission about this was March of 2018. And the public notice process and opportunity for comment associated with the commission are also included as opportunities as required by statute. Okay, I might pause there real quick to see if there's any questions on the critical groundwater areas or administrative areas in general before I move on to specific examples.
This is Commissioner Reeves. If any of you commissioners have questions, please just speak up because I'm looking at the same screen you are, so I can't see you if you're raising your hand. Maybe Justin, maybe can you see? You can see, right?
I can see a small portion, yes.
Okay, all right.
But I'm not seeing any questions. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sure thing. I'll move on to our couple specific examples. Start out with a picture here of installation of a dedicated observation well in Klamath Basin. All right, so again, I'll give 2 examples. This first being the Cooper Bowl Mountain Critical Groundwater Area. It's in the Tualatin Basin, an example of a critical area designation that has had positive impacts on groundwater levels in the area. Hydrograph, kind of a representative hydrograph, though of course there's spatial variability, but in general, the story goes that back in the 50s, there was a good deal of municipal groundwater development in this area. It's a basaltic upland. Folks could drill wells, pump to storage tanks, and have a nice gravity-fed system down to growing suburbs west of Portland. But very quickly, groundwater levels started to drop given that development. Critical area was established. It reduced, I believe over time, the amount of water that the 3 major municipalities could pump, and also limited further exempt use development. That resulted in some recovery of water levels, not to the historic highs, but a good, looks like 40 feet of recovery. And then over time, the municipalities realized that their growth was going to be limited if this was their only water source, and they started looking elsewhere and essentially developed interties over to the Tualatin system, to Scoggins Reservoir, and also some folks intertied over to the Portland system and the Bull Run. And that further reduced use and water levels further recovered. This was a gravel quarry operation here, temporary. And then more recently, the Tualatin Valley Water District initiated an aquifer storage and recovery project in this basalt aquifer. And you can see the hydrograph now showing the seasonal swings. So this is wintertime recharge, followed by pumping in the summer to meet peak demands. And essentially that has, at least in some areas near the ASR project, that's pushed the water levels back up. I don't want to say above historic necessarily, because we didn't necessarily start taking data right at the very beginning, but it pushes water levels back up to the surface actually in the immediate vicinity, and then allows again TVWD to utilize that water in the summer. So I don't want to spend too long on this table. I'm going to focus down at the bottom on these percentages. These are percent of the estimated sustainable annual yield of the aquifer. So I just want to point out that the amount of water rights that were issued once we had an estimate of the sustainable annual yield, we found that just the three big municipal developers had paper water rights for about 3 times the amount of the sustainable annual yield of that Cooperville Mountain Aquifer system. The near maximum annual use, the actual wet water used, was only about 1.3 times the sustainable annual yield. So those declines we saw occurred under development of about 1/3 of the actual paper rights. The critical groundwater area restrictions, where we saw that first rising limb in the hydrograph, totaled about 85% of the sustainable annual yield. And I just want to point out, this is just for the 3 municipalities. This isn't, there's other uses there, some nursery use, a lot of exempt use, some irrigation use. However, I guess I should have another column here between the critical area restrictions and the start of ASR. Again, most municipalities converted to alternate sources, surface water sources from adjacent areas. And now all 3 of these municipalities have ASR systems in the area, and the amount of water that they are putting into the ground and removing annually is about 83% of the sustainable annual yield. So they're actually using this system to store, about 83% of the annual recharge and then pull that back out. So in summary, first of all, the authorized rights are all still valid and on the book. So while there's kind of an overlying order that says thou shalt not use all these water rights, that doesn't mean that those water rights have disappeared or couldn't be resurrected should the critical area laws be changed. The large municipal users have developed alternate surface water supplies, and that's their dominant source now. And aquifer storage and recovery projects have restored winter water levels to artesian conditions in some areas. And again, this aquifer system is being used, fairly actively as a water storage, seasonal water storage tank, I guess, for lack of a better word. So I'm going to contrast that now with the Butter Creek critical area. I guess I should drop back here again. The general story of this area is that groundwater development, I think, began roughly in the 50s and really took off for irrigated agriculture, again, developing Columbia River basalt aquifers. And relatively quickly, again, we saw water level declines starting back in the 60s, pretty early on. Took a while to get the critical groundwater areas established. Then there was a period of kind of negotiation, I guess, to put it politely, over how those critical areas would curtail existing uses. And the department used the data they had available to designate a number of sub areas within these critical areas and to identify our best estimate of a sustainable annual yield that could be used. and junior users were eventually curtailed such that only the senior users were allocated water up to the SAY. And in most sub areas that resulted in, I guess, a flattening of the decline curve. So we were on a sharp decline path here in the Pine City sub area, the Butter Creek critical groundwater area. And after the CGWA was established and implemented, we now have a much lower slope, though we've still been declining over time. And that is typically the story of most sub areas in both Butter Creek and Stage Gulch. Another example, this one from the south sub area, showing decline where we haven't flattened the curve as much, though also the rate. I should be pointing out the scale here on the left. This covers 100 feet, whereas my previous example covers 225 feet. So, and I want to point out, just again, in order to make some contrast with Cooper Bowl Mountain, that there have been a few successful ASR projects for agricultural use, for irrigation use in the Echo Junction sub-area of Butter Creek. So this is a number of wells. Again, we had a steeper decline. We had the critical area established. We have a flattened, lesser decline over time. And then ASR was developed, but we don't see the recovery that we saw in Cooper Bowl Mountain. And essentially that's because this ASR is making up for otherwise curtailed junior water rights. So while they're storing water in the winter, they're pulling out the maximum allowed 95+% in the summer, and they're irrigating lands that would otherwise have had to be fallowed because the water rights that covered those lands previously were not allocated water under the SAY. So ASR used again to develop crops, but not having an overall positive effect on water level trends. And so in summary, again, we're managing annual allocations. The SAY for Butter Creek totals about 14,000 acre feet that we allocate to senior users. There's an additional 63,000 acre feet of junior water rights that do not get an allocation. They're still on the books, however, and so should the rules be changed, those water rights still are kind of at rest, not canceled or taken away. And essentially the groundwater level declines are likely to continue until the sustainable annual yield and likely the sub-area boundaries are reevaluated. So similar to, sorry, I'm gonna step back here. Similar to the message that we had in 2018, I'll note that we're aware that we've improved the situation in many of these critical areas, but we haven't met the goal of a flat, no decline water table. And while we're aware that that needs work, we have actively chosen to put our effort and address our, I should say, use our staff resources and our other resources to address areas in the state where we have no current controls, as opposed to going back and reopening the rules for places where we do have controls, though they aren't perfect. So with that, quick summary of the overall review. Again, the positive outcomes we've seen with critical groundwater areas to date are associated with availability of alternate water sources, coupled with significant artificial recharge projects. So again, I showed you an example from Cooper Bowl Mountain. The Dalles critical area is in a similar situation where they were able to use an alternate Columbia River source. And similarly, the Ordnance Gravel critical area in the Umatilla Basin developed relatively early in the 70s an artificial recharge project, a surface infiltration project that uses winter water and kind of existing irrigation distribution infrastructure to recharge that surficial alluvial aquifer in the winter for their use in the summer. However, where there aren't alternative sources or there isn't a lot of opportunity for artificial recharge, we're seeing continued declines. That Butter Creek example that I shared is similar situation in the Stage Gulch area and the Ordnance Basalt, both proximal there in the Umatilla Basin, as well as our Cow Valley area over in the east. So recommendations. So first of all, even though some of our areas have seen improved water levels, we'd recommend that we maintain the existing controls because again, all those water rights are still on the books and valid. So it's the overlaying limitations that are maintaining those water levels. We would like to reevaluate controls in areas where groundwater levels continue to decline as resources allow. So as Tom mentioned, and as you'll hear, we were allocated more positions from the legislature, a number of those in the groundwater section. So I'm optimistic that the next 3-year review, I'll have additional recommendations as we have more resources. And then looking into the future, we'd really like to encourage voluntary agreements, and we're working really hard to set that up in the Harney Basin. We don't have any real good examples of voluntary agreements that are working to point to, and we're hoping that the Harney can lead the way there. And second, and maybe this is, I should caveat this as my recommendation, something that I've been talking with folks about that I'd really like to see based on looking back at how we've done critical areas in the past and stated a sustainable annual yield and put that in rule and kind of lock that in. I'd really like to work in the future to build adaptive management into our future critical area rules so that we can lock in the water level benchmarks and be able to adjust how we manage use and other tools in order to meet those benchmarks. So with that, I am happy to take questions and I will release the screen here.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Corn.
Yes, it looks like in the urban and Portland area that you've had some level of success there voluntarily, but with those rights still being on the books and with the rapid growth that's happening in that area and industrial users and all that, have you had people trying to access those rights, even though it's in the best interest of the area not to use more? And what tools do you have to use to curtail people from accessing those existing rights to use for industrial use and the usage going back up?
Yeah, so Chair Reeves, Commissioner Corn, I guess maybe I'll work backwards. The tools we have are the critical area designation. So even though those larger municipal rights are on the books, they are curtailed back to 85% of the SAY. And under the current laws, they could use that. I think that the municipal providers certainly understand, with their ASR projects, they're very engaged in how the aquifers work. And I think that they're well aware that if they start using the native groundwater, that water levels would drop and it's being monitored. We would see that and we would step in and take action. The other users in the area are not under any curtailments. And so there's a couple nurseries. Like I said, there's some irrigation of berries and hazelnuts. That all continues as is. And certainly we've seen some activity with transfers. So people taking water rights and moving them around, especially as kind of urban development creeps in, we've seen people pick up water rights and kind of move them further into agricultural areas. And water levels seem to be relatively stable, given that use. I'll also note, as far as the exempt uses go in that area, this is one of only 2 areas in the state, I believe, where we have limited exempt use development. And so in the Cooper Bowl Mountain area, we've said that if you're going to put a new exempt use well on, it needs to be on a property size of at least 10 acres, and it needs to be offset by abandonment of another existing exempt use well. So that's fairly unique in the state.
So under the laws and rules that we're living under now, how subject to legal challenge on that to expand water rights, and how vulnerable would it be to have to allow more pumping that you really obviously don't have the water availability to do? Is the laws adequate to protect challenges? Because it seems like in the world we live in, the legal challenge is remedy to everything.
Yeah. I am not in a position to project forward on that. I'm not sure. I can always be surprised. I guess I'll just say that to date, since the 50s, this management regime has held up. So not sure what the future will bring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And we have Commissioner Quemps and then Commissioner Baumgartner with hands up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, and thanks for the report, Justin. A couple of questions. So in the Butter Creek example, that ASR is using winter flows from Butter Creek, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so then that's stored in the ground, used for irrigation, and at that point, summer flows in Butter Creek are essentially non-existent.
Yes.
So a couple points, and this ties back to some of the earlier comments, but within a year, if you have a drought and you have groundwater use within that year, your groundwater use is pretty stable, because groundwater, preaching to the choir here, groundwater recharge rates are slow and long, and so drought impacts to groundwater lag behind drought impacts to surface flows, right? So I guess my concerns are, in the long term, when we have long-term droughts, we're eventually going to start seeing impacts to groundwater recharge rates that are probably measurable. Concurrently, we'll have increased variability in surface flows that are being used to recharge that groundwater. And so I just want to make a point that I think that's why we really need to be thinking about measuring variability. And then to Justin's point, we need to be able to build in adaptive management, because we'll have to be able to, be more responsive to that variability. We'll have to respond on a short time frame to more unpredictability in the water environment, so to speak, if that is clear. But I think in those examples, that those examples really call out some of the challenges we're going to have in the future. And again, why I'm hoping we have more instrumentation, more data collection, reporting, publicly available, so that when we need to manage the rights of existing rights holders and supply is variable, and we're trying to manage both surface and groundwaters. I think this brings out the point that capacity will be important for the department, and then the rulemaking ability to have, or the adaptive management tools through any rulemaking that needs to be done to get to Justin's recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Baumgartner?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Justin, my question actually follows up from Eric's, and it has to do with adaptive management. And what I'm wondering is, for these groundwater areas, can we identify a threshold or a mark upon which we would look at adaptive management and make a decision that we need to go back in, take a look at the conditions, take a look at the rules, and see if we should be modifying those rules to protect a resource, prevent a problem, or some indication of when it would be appropriate to cycle through that adaptive management?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, certainly we can. And sorry, Chair Reeves and Commissioner Baumgartner, I believe that there's a good deal of flexibility in how we develop the rules around how we manage critical groundwater areas going into the future. I guess I should note, Stage Gulch and Butter Creek critical areas already have in the rules a 5-year review of how are we doing, right? So I believe that the rule said we start in 2000 and every 5 years thereafter we take a look. And what I see as room for improvement is that in that case, we set this sustainable annual yield. We set the allocation in rule and said, we'll take a look at how the hydrograph looks. And I think that one option in the future might be to set the goals for the slope of the hydrograph in rule and provide a bunch of adaptive management for how we allocate or how much we use, because that would allow us to, well, first of all, it would give the users some amount of certainty going forward with how changes may occur. And secondly, it allows us to make changes without a rule revision, because right now to change Butter Creek or Stage Gulch, we have to open up the rules and do a rule revision to change the SAY to meet our targets for water level stability. And so we've essentially set up a pretty high bar for being adaptive. And I guess my recommendation would be going forward that we find a way, working with the community, to build in a plan for how we're going to be adaptive and put that in rule, and then follow that plan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mall, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Thanks, Justin. Always fascinating to imagine what you all are dealing with here. Three things actually. One, I want to second at least one of the things I was hearing, I think, from Commissioner Quemps, that going forward in these reports and just on an ongoing basis, I would love to hear some analysis of how these groundwater impacts tie to surface water. I fear that even if we manage adaptively well to serve the withdrawal, essentially, that we could be the cumulative effects in these basins on surface water will continue to be significant, and we'll lose all of the public values associated with the surface water there. So I would appreciate some analysis of that on an ongoing basis. And I don't know if that is something that's brand new or what, but it's something that I think that's critical. I'm curious, and this is also a request if it's not something that's done on an ongoing basis. So for example, 63,000 acre feet of junior water rights in that Butter Creek area. Just at the gross level, any idea what the market value of those water rights would be in total? That's somewhat rhetorical, but my thought is if there's very little hope that the situation that we're in for the foreseeable planning future would remove that threat, legal and otherwise, that those might be developed. And this is a time, as I think you're seeing in the Colorado Basin, the Klamath and others, where the question of, well, for an agriculturalist, for an industry, for anyone in a commercial setting, planning, business planning with such uncertainty is really difficult. And so the prospect of being able to purchase and eliminate that threat is something that we should be looking at pretty seriously. And so I would again request that maybe at the next commission meeting, if we could get a report back on what are we talking about in terms of market value and the probability that some of these could be purchased. I think that would be really informative. Any thoughts on that immediately?
Well, Chair Reeves and Commissioner Mall, so I don't have that number at my hands. I might look to Tom. I believe that there is some sort of an economic assessment in the works. I don't know if your particular question is intended to be involved in that, but might be an opportunity.
If I could jump in, I'm not sure, Commissioner Mall, whether this would satisfy your specific interest, but there is an opportunity through the budget, the new budget, where we received funds to do an RFP to have a business case analysis around water, an assessment of that I think would include some valuation, but it's, we have not set that forward yet and submitted the RFP yet. But this was an idea that was generated out of the 100-year vision, and with the idea that the public, there could be a lot of value for the public to have a better understanding of how important water is to them, and with a large part of that analysis being around an economic analysis. There's a lot of different ways to approach that. It could be more of a macro analysis, or it could be much more focused on individual rights, and we've not sorted through the scope yet on that, but I think that might help. That's not something we'll have by next commission meeting, by the way. It's something we hope to have perhaps by 2023 session, but I think that could help inform some of the underlying questions that you are pursuing here.
Yeah, I think the groundwater CREP that's being developed in Harney Basin is something that incrementally gets you into that same, sort of landscape. And the question becomes, from a public value standpoint, from an investment of public funds, if there are willing landowners, willing water rights owners who are willing either to take a lease payment under a CREP or potentially a buyout, then I think by all means that's time and money well spent doing that analysis and having that on the table, because again, the cloud, as it was presented in both areas, is in all of these areas. Now is a good time, I think, for us to really dig into that a bit. Thanks again.
Justin, one other question about, I wonder whether you are hearing from the water users in any of these basins about the need to reevaluate any of what we have in place, basically.
Chair Reeves, yes, certainly. Folks are aware, especially in the Umatilla Basin, the salt areas, and there are projects that are looking for solutions. So Northeast Oregon Water Association and their development of Columbia River rights and pipelines to deliver that up to the plateau. They've got a plan to try to, how should I say this, forego groundwater development in a couple of these critical area sub areas and use Columbia River water in lieu and see how that affects water levels. So that's, I guess I could kind of make that as an informal voluntary agreement, though we might have a formal voluntary agreement that they propose here in the future to facilitate that. So I think that they're very aware of the situation and that eventually something's gonna have to change, and they're looking for solutions. So.
one other follow-up, and you may have already addressed this and I missed it, but does it seem that exempt uses are having a significant impact in some of these areas?
Well, Chair Reeves, I don't have kind of a running tally summary of all the potential exempt uses. In general, statewide, if I remember correctly, the estimated that exempt uses are 3% of kind of total groundwater withdrawals, so they're relatively small. I guess in reviewing the rules, I did see that in one particular subarea, and I think it was the north subarea of Butter Creek, they had actually mentioned in the rules that, hey, exempt uses are impacting this, and if those are shown to be significant, then the commission should consider some change. So I guess that was thought of at some point in prior years, but right now, I guess all I can give is a gut feeling that it's not substantial compared to other municipal and irrigation uses.
I'm sorry, did I hear you right, Justin? Only 3%? That's statewide?
Yeah, I believe that was our statewide estimate. And I'm going on memory from the state of groundwater presentation I gave in 2016. So
I'd
roughly.
assume that regionally, however, that could be really variable. I thought you mentioned that in the Cooper Bowl area that there were, what I heard was quite a bit of exempt use was contributing to that.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to just I'll say that I don't know that it was contributing significantly, but at the time that the critical area was put in place, it included provisions to limit additional development of exempt uses. So
Okay.
it's unique in that it has that provision. Again, I don't have the numbers at my fingertips to say what percent it is, but I don't believe that it's significant compared to the municipal use and some of the irrigation and nursery use there.
Thanks for the clarification.
Do we have any other commissioners with comments, questions? Well, I think what I heard was an interest in addition to your recommendations, Justin, or the staff report recommendations, an interest in more information or focus maybe on the surface water, groundwater interactions and impacts going forward. And also an interest in, essentially the value of a junior water right that some years may not be wet, as they say. Were there any other, just to wrap this up, did I miss anything from commissioner comments that we'd like to see included going forward? Oh, Joe, please, Commissioner Mall. Did you have your hand up? Oh, okay.
That was a
Never
thumbs
mind.
up affirming that you captured the requests that had been made.
All right. I
Sorry.
saw yellow and I just assumed it was a hand up. Sorry. Okay.
It was a
all
high
right.
five.
Right. A wave. All right. So thank you, Justin. That was really helpful and interesting. We are ahead of schedule, and our next panel is visitors from outside the agency. So any guidance from Nirvana or others about whether we should wait until 9:45 to or till 10 o'clock to start up, or what do you think?
This is Nirvana. I'm sorry, Chair Reeves, this is Nirvana. And, the next group is here and ready to go. So it's really up to you on whether or not you want to continue or fit in a break.
Oh,
start.
Well, I'd like to take a break, but why don't we start up? How about if we take a 10-minute break if everybody's here, and come back at 9:45? That work?
Sounds good.
I'm seeing it. Okay, 9:45. We'll see you back here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 9:46, but let's just wait a minute and see if we have Bruce and Kathy and Eric back. All right. Okay, well, I think we'll go ahead and get started. We're back from our break. Before we go into the next agenda item, I understand that Representative Mark Owens has joined the meeting, and I just wanted to welcome him, thank him for joining us, and welcome. So our next agenda item is the Oregon Water Futures Project. The panelists are Stacy Dalgard from the Oregon Environmental Council, Cheyenne Holliday from Verde Northwest, Linny Brown from Willamette Partnership, and Taryn Evans from the Coalition of Communities of Color. And welcome to all of you. And you're welcome to just jump in when you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen real quick. Loading. Perfect, okay. Hello, my name is Cheyenne Holliday. Thank you for inviting us to speak on the Oregon Water Futures Project. We're really excited to share it. This project was co-conceptualized by the University of Oregon, the Coalition of Communities of Color, the Oregon Environmental Council, Verde, and the Willamette Partnership. So as we all know, this is an exciting year for water. Diverse stakeholders passed a historic bipartisan package, and it will provide investment at the state, regional, and local levels. The funding includes a massive investment in drinking water, wastewater, groundwater, and infrastructure projects across the state. The package also provides one-time funding to greatly increase access to water data, provide additional planning support for communities, and expand a system to identify and address local and regional water needs. We're particularly excited about the $1.5 million in the Water Resource Department's budget to better engage BIPOC communities in water decisions and making community water planning. We're also excited that the legislature passed the SCR 17 that codifies the department's responsibility to make reparative investments in frontline communities and direct state resources to ensure that policies and processes are focused on building equitable systems for water management, to build relationships and communities across the state to achieve collaborative solutions, and face a regenerative economy on community health protection, respect for traditional ecological knowledge systems, and the full and fair participation of Black, Native American, Indigenous, and people of color communities, essential workers, youth, low-income people, and those vulnerable in rural and urban communities. With this influx in funding for community-led water assessments and the update of the integrated water resource strategy happening next year, we're pleased to be invited to present on what we have heard from our communities about water in Oregon, and we hope this is the beginning of an ongoing dialogue with the Commission about water justice and the future for Oregon's water resources. With all this in mind, we just want to share with you the project, our findings, and our approach. To set the stage, as we're all aware, Oregon's water resource decisions have created wealth for some and disparities for others. This started with the broken treaties between the US government and sovereign tribal nations. These power dynamics continue to influence who makes water decisions, reinforcing policy and funding cycles that consistently are dominated by the same voices. This can create a huge gap between conversations state and local decision makers are having in the daily experience of many Oregonians. These systems also ignore ecological knowledge held by Oregon tribes, Native communities, and Indigenous peoples on how to care for water, as well as ecological values and practices that communities of color and low-income households contribute to the state. So the Oregon Water Future Project worked to eliminate what water justice means to Oregonians. Our project goals were to lift up voices across the state, identify community priorities for water and culturally specific resiliency, build a capacity around water advocacy, and foster a statewide water justice movement. In doing this, we were able to partner with Pacoon, which is Marion and Polk counties, the Chinook Indian Nation, and Clatsop County, Uvalde Creek covering Umatilla and Malheur counties, Unite Oregon and Clackamas County, the Verde and the Coalitions of Communities of Color, which focused in Multnomah County, and the Eugene Springfield chapter of the NAACP. And when thinking about our community engagement, we found some best practices. We really wanted to focus on building strong, long-term trusting relationships. To do so, we pursued collaborative partnerships with community-based organizations, and this gave the opportunity to identify shared goals and support community capacity building. We had to be flexible and adaptable. This meant evolving the scope of the project, approach, and timing based on the current events, partner needs, and community realities. We really had to create as much access as possible, whether it was in person or virtual. We prioritized approaches that made it accessible for participants to be there and be able to participate. That meant investing in technology for simultaneous translation. We had a gathering with 4 languages happening at once. We also had to shift to one-on-one phone interviews to bridge a digital divide for those who did not have access to internet. We also tapped into people's existing values and language. We framed conversations in approachable ways that allowed people to talk about water in their own terms. And it's important to remember many people have deep ecological knowledge and conservation experience to share, but government programs and public engagement processes can be inaccessible to the average community member. When thinking about funding, it was really important to ensure that it was adequate funding to move and that it would move beyond the transactional community outreach. This meant that staff must be resourced for their role collaborating on the project, and funding was also needed to increase accessibility by providing childcare, food, and in-person events, translation, transcription, and honoraria for transportation. While keeping all this in mind, it's important to remember that not one size fits all. Each of our community engagement activities were very different based on who we were partnering with in that moment. With all that in mind, we held 2 community gatherings online and 75 phone interviews. They were all multilingual, including languages in Spanish, Burmese, Nepali, and Mon. We had 104 total participants. Most of them were lower income or working class. We had a good percentage that were renters, but we did have some homeowners. And here's just a deeper breakdown of the participants. I am going to pass it to Taryn to talk about some of our statewide themes.
Thanks, Cheyenne, and yeah, good morning, everyone. So as Cheyenne mentioned, I'll be covering some of the statewide themes that we identified throughout the course of this project. One of the things that really became very apparent was that a lot of community members had a very deep connection to water. So I'll start off with reading this quote from one of the participants. So she says, "Water is incorporated in my spiritual practices. Water has a name. There are deities and rituals associated with water." So we did find that there was extensive knowledge and experience to contribute to Oregon's water resource goals that community members already had, but there is a need for more support for that sort of local leadership. Another one of our key findings was related to capacity. We definitely found that there were challenges tied to community capacity needs. particularly around federal recognition of tribes, youth education, and social cohesion. So one of the things that we're suggesting there is taking action and really investing in that community capacity. Another key theme was that we found that there was a significant amount of distrust about drinking water, particularly around migrant communities due to like lack of information and poor communication during emergencies. And so we believe it's really necessary to address water infrastructure and improve those emergency communications. Another thing that we found was a big barrier for people was access to information, particularly for people who are renting or living in employer-provided housing. It creates a lot of barriers to accessing information about water quality and costs. So we are suggesting to improve renter and farmer protections and have more renter and education around water. Next slide. Thanks. So another thing that we found that there are like really serious water challenges. A lot of people noted issues with their water, such as unpleasant smells, taste, or appearance. A couple folks mentioned that they, felt that they got sick at times from drinking their tap water, that their tap water stained their sink and their clothes, and that they were sometimes engaged in water rationing. And so to address some of these serious water challenges, we really feel there's a need for more community engagement and funding tied to infrastructure dollars and access to testing and filters, so people can feel like more comfortable about the safety of their water and really have that information. Another thing that came up was affordability, and this is very much related to people not feeling like their tap water was necessarily safe. So we did hear from a lot of people who were spending money buying bottled water because they didn't trust the quality of their tap water. So we really feel that it's really essential to have those infrastructure improvements, bill assistance, and trust building are also really key. Another area that we heard a lot around was well water. There was some distrust of domestic wells or agricultural wells. People felt that there was not enough routine testing or regulation. And so one of the things that we really think is necessary is improved well water regulation. The next area that I'll cover is emergency preparedness. A lot of folks felt like they were unprepared, and this was largely tied to money, resources, and lack of information, and particularly a lack of information from folks who English might not be their first language. So getting some of those emergency communications can be, very challenging. So we really feel there's a need for culturally inclusive emergency response plans and partnerships with community-based organizations who might have better relationships with those community members. And we can go. Thank you. And the last thing that I'll cover is infrastructure needs. So we heard a variety of things related to infrastructure needs. We heard a lot about flooding, particularly in Independence and Umatilla. Seasonal flooding has prevented people from going to work, damaged infrastructure, and created a lot of public health concerns. We also heard things related to natural infrastructure. The lower Columbia River is greatly damaged and threatened species the Chinook Indian Nation members rely on, and they are eager to engage in restoration. And as I mentioned, we had the conversation around domestic wells and septic. There are high water tables on the North Coast that affect these systems' ability to perform. And there was also concern about the impact of development on groundwater supplies. There's also concern about river water quality. A lot of people enjoy going to rivers and lakes, but don't necessarily feel safe getting in the water because they aren't sure whether or not the water quality is safe in those rivers and lakes. And finally, related to infrastructure needs, small water systems. So employer-provided housing and mobile home parks have inconsistent water quality and access. And we did have multiple community members who were living in employer-provided housing and mobile home parks who expressed concerns about water quality and access. And with that, I think I will pass it on to Lenny to cover the next sessions, I believe.
Thank you, Taryn. I'm actually going to cover this. So in terms of water quantity, in Warrenton and the Clatsop Plains, participants discussed whether there'll be enough water in the future from the Lewis and Clark River to sustain existing communities and the planned population growth. In Malheur, Umatilla counties, participants who experienced localized water shortages raised concerns about having enough water to shower. In the Clatsop County specifically, participants discussed the groundwater tables in the area. One participant mentioned that there's a real concern about the lack of resources to prepare for the groundwater loss, and that if the wells go out and they have to drill a new one, it'll be really expensive and time consuming. Spotlighting water wells, housing types, impact water resource and access to information, and there are no regulations or requirements for landlords to provide drinking water. Quality information to tenants about their domestic wells. Partner organizations express the importance of renter rights education around well water resources. And for various renters in mobile home parks, well water was not a safe water source. In several regions, participants raised concerns about their domestic wells, noting that there is not enough routine testing or regulations. And some said that they do not drink it because they don't know where it comes from and they don't trust the source. Farm workers also mentioned that at times the wells at work have questionable water quality, so they have to bring in their water to work. And now I am going to pass it to Lynn.
Great. Thank you, Cheyenne and Taryn. Good morning, all. Water affordability, I'd actually like to start with a positive finding. We heard from several Eugene-based respondents that they relied on eWeb's low-income assistance programs to help pay for their water, that they felt good about that experience, and it helped them make it through harsh economic times, especially in the last couple of years. It's the only place, Eugene area, where respondents mentioned such a program, including having access to it, information about it, and using it. In Clackamas and Polk counties, we had 2 people talk about being unable to pay their water bill while on unemployment and disability. In Umatilla, Malheur, Washington, Polk, and Clackamas, respondents shared stories of reducing the amount of water they drink or not having water for their food gardens because they could not afford it. Renters in particular were often limited by landlords who do not allow growing food gardens to save on the water bill. So overall, we found that too many community members experience serious water quality and availability challenges, and that water affordability and water quality are linked. Communities that have a high cost of water were also reporting concerns about water quality. And finally, there are well water concerns tied to past experience, poor regulation, and lack of protections for renters. All right, next slide, please, Cheyenne. So that covers the main findings. We're really excited about the next few years of work. We have received funding to work for a couple years, and we have 3 areas that we'll be focusing on. The first one is developing an Oregon water justice framework that will highlight community priorities and have a policy agenda. We hope that this will be a tool for decision makers and advocates to better understand water justice issues in the state and also address those issues. The second part of our work will be investing in community leadership and help drive infrastructure and policy priorities. We're developing a Water Justice Leadership Institute where community members most impacted by water issues will be able to gather and learn more about water and water policy in the state, and also help drive important policy priorities. And then the final thing that we're hoping to continue working on is developing a water justice network across Oregon, connect a lot of the local and regional players to a statewide movement. All right, next slide, please, Cheyenne. Thank you. So in the spring, as a result of the report findings, we shared a few early actions to legislators during session, many of which ended up being included in the historic water package that Cheyenne mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. As I want to share a couple of these with you, and I invite you to think about the ways that you all on the Water Resources Commission can advocate for some of these actions as well. So the first action is investing in culturally specific organizations to do community engagement. Black, Indigenous, and communities of color we talk to trust and are used to working with their community-based organizations. If we invest in those organizations to do engagement, we're going to have a lot better outcomes and connection to community. Sometimes the county and state governments are not always equipped or trusted to do engagement with communities who have not been included in water conversations, but would like to participate. So in particular, immigrants, tribal youth, farm workers, renters, and non-federally recognized tribes. We also hope to see this approach implemented in the Integrated Water Resources Strategy Work Plan. 2, broadening access to funding for all tribes, including those not federally recognized. 3, allocating money for testing by trusted sources for remediation and replacement of domestic wells, especially prioritizing BIPOC, low income, and rural residents and businesses, especially for groundwater limited areas that run dry in the summer and farm worker sites. We advocated for funding for WRD's water well abandonment repair and replacement fund, and $2 million, I believe, was allocated from the American Rescue Plan Act for this session. And then finally, investing in water policy education and water stewardship education that is designed or co-designed with tribes or BIPOC-led CBOs that serve the BIPOC communities. We heard that people want to be involved, they want to know more about water, but they need their languages, experiences, cultural values, and knowledge about water to be reflected in water management and policy education. So let's guarantee that similar initiatives around water include the community's expertise and engage their culturally specific experiences. And with that, we do have a couple recommendations for the Commission and the Water Resources Department, especially regarding the $1.5 million allocated for equitable water access for BIPOC communities. So the first one, we've mentioned a couple times that this is a really important opportunity to invest in community-based organizations and culturally specific organizations. They are trusted in the community and they will be the best leaders. And so making sure that we pay them to do that work through grants and getting that out as soon as possible is really important. Grants is one way to support their leadership. Also, consider paying for staffing. And these CBOs will be really important too. There's limited number of staff and they're already doing a lot of work. And so if we can help fund more positions to focus on water, that could be really helpful for community capacity at these CBOs. With that being said, we think it's also really important to invest in a state staff position to help run this. This can help connect the regional and community and place-based efforts at the statewide level and making sure there's continuity with this work. And finally, I think our hope is that funding goes into the hands of culture-specific organizations and BIPOC leaders for engagement and planning, and we hope that funding goes out to the communities as soon as possible. And Karen and Cheyenne, do you want to talk about the second recommendation?
Sure. I mean, I think some of what you've already said is kind of very much related to that. So community engagement, mobilization, and best practices. Like, as we've already mentioned, partnering with community-based organizations that already have these standing relationships with community members, but also being cognizant that those organizations are often stretched very thin. So funding that can support dedicated staff positions is always like very useful and small organizations that are tackling like a multitude of issues. And another thing that I think is really key in terms of community engagement is that we're not just assessing communities, but we're really working to address those community concerns as well. And I don't know if Cheyenne, if you had anything to add on that.
I do not. You took the words right out of my mouth.
And finally, Stacy, do you want to talk about this last recommendation here?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you so much for having us and giving us the opportunity to share these stories from the past year. My name is Stacy Dalgard. I'm with Oregon Environmental Council. And just in recognition that the update to the Integrated Water Resources Strategy is coming up next year, and this is a significant guiding document for water management in the state, we also wanted to start to call your attention to that process and inquire about when a work plan may be available to comment on or inform, knowing that it takes time for community-based organizations to prepare their communities to participate in public process, as well as bringing community-based organizations into the process early and helping design what that process looks like is a really valuable way to make sure that it can be accessible to more people and the people that we are trying to bring into these conversations. So starting early with those conversations is really critical. We also want to ask that there be opportunity for these communities to inform what goes into a draft of the IWRS. And so not that it becomes, here's a draft, now comment on it. We hope that there will be process in that early phase for real community generated ideas, informing that from new communities that have not been part of the conversation before. And lastly, just cautioning, this is something that we say a lot in the report as well, but just cautioning to not lump all frontline communities or BIPOC communities together as one stakeholder group. Just as the department is so well aware of the unique challenges that all of the place-based planning groups face across the state, geographically, local culture in that context as well. BIPOC communities across the state have unique experiences as well. So just really cautioning to not think of this as just one bucket of work, but integrating it into the whole way that we think about regional planning across the state as well. So thank you so much for the time to think about what's coming up.
And I do want to read this quote before we end from Jayraj of Unite Oregon, because it's so good. Jayraj says, quote, "There is confusion around water quality and water sources and how to interpret water bills. Affordability is a concern and water rates are too expensive for the quality of water communities feel they are receiving. The solution to the issue of mistrust and affordability can be addressed by continuing to center frontline communities who are being impacted first and worst into decision-making spaces. Invest in capacity for community-based organizations to continue to engage with historically and present day marginalized communities." Great, thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you for that excellent presentation and for raising to the top the issues that you're working with and on. We really appreciate that. Do commissioners have questions or comments for any of the panelists? Julie, is that a hand up, Commissioner?
It is. It keeps
Okay.
disappearing though. There we
Okay.
go. There it is. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Chair Reeves. Just wanted to say thank you to all of you for all the hard work on this. There's a lot of complexities out there to figure out and try to organize, and I appreciate the presentation and how you laid it out for us. It was very clear. And Stacy, I just want to say thank you for your comment for us to remember that we shouldn't lump these groups all together, you know, just as we wouldn't with other communities. And so I appreciate that you made that clarification there. And, you know, I think, like you said, there's in these communities, there may be only one or two people, if that are working towards water projects, and they just don't have the capacity or the staff to help with that. And so I think that's one of our biggest challenges, and that community engagement is so powerful. So I appreciate, again, the work that you've done in putting this together. Thank you.
I see hands up from Commissioner Mile and Commissioner Quemps. Joe, you want to go, and then Eric?
Thanks, Chair Reeves. Thanks all four of you for that. I think it was 3-4 years ago, maybe, I was able to sit down here. I'm in Eugene with, I know someone who is key to this work, Professor Alaire Santos. And it's just really encouraging to see how those kind of conversations, and I know that the vision that she had was a big part of this effort, has produced something like this with just a good assessment, good connection to the broader communities across the state, at least a sample, and then some next steps that are very pragmatic. I have two questions. One of the things we struggle with, and we're trying, I think, to do better, is not be so focused on water as an issue that's somehow disconnected from other things like land use. And I'm curious, when you think about the implementation of some of these recommendations, do you have thoughts on that? Should we really think of these issues that are being raised here as water issues? Does there need to be a really focused water group? Are many of the organizations you're recommending that we work with, do they, I would assume, but or maybe not, do they cross over into some of these other community issues? How integrated an approach would you recommend?
Happy to chime in. I was waiting for a cue from the other folks on the project. I think we still have a lot of work to do in terms of developing that agenda and thinking through all of the different agencies and levers that can help address the issues that came up. But I think you raise a really great point, Commissioner Wall, that these things are connected. And I think we make a point in the findings of the report that we need to allow ourselves to think broader about what are water issues. And we talk about that in the context, you know, we've framed this conversation, this work, or the report, as, you know, all water related issues, but in there we tease out things that we may not normally put in the bucket of water management. And that's where some of the conversation around emergency management communication comes in. Mm-hmm. So we heard in some communities that were affected by the algae bloom that impacted Salem and Woodburn water a couple of years ago, that community members who may not be listening to or getting their news from, you know, the Statesman Journal or OHA, or may not get their news or be able to read it in English, non-English speaking communities, their notification of that water quality problem was delayed. And so people were drinking the water longer in those communities and feeling the effects of that. So I think it's important to think more broadly about what we put in the bucket of water management and what impacts people's ability to access safe water is broader than just what we typically put in that bucket, and what has historically been an integrated water resources strategy.
That's a good example, Stacey. Thank you. my follow-up question, I think perhaps Lenny, you mentioned the example of Eugene Water and Electric Board's support. I'm curious that it's always disheartening to repeatedly hear how state and county agencies are not trusted currently. I understand that's the reality. It's disheartening. I wonder if in your strategies, the utilities, are you doing as much, or if not more? Perhaps I would recommend outreach to the utilities. I think EWEB is a remarkable organization, extremely progressive on a number of issues that go far beyond water supply. And I think one of the things that we find is just the ability of a utility to move quickly and to garner ratepayer support for issues like this, quite frankly, exceeds what state or local agencies are able to do simply from a process standpoint. And I hope that that there are that you see other opportunities in utilities around the state, because I think there's rich opportunity there.
Thank you for that comment, Commissioner. And I'll just respond quickly, and Cheyenne, Stacy, or Taryn, if you want to add on to this, please feel free. I like to uplift the story about EWEB because I think it is a good model. We haven't gone out to utilities yet. We just share the findings that we heard from community. But I think as we look forward to developing a policy action framework or next steps, that is certainly something that we want to explore a little bit more and look at who else can be partners in this movement. And I think utilities are definitely one of those folks.
Commissioner Kremps, and then Commissioner Baumgartner and Director Byler.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, and thank you this morning for the excellent presentation. I had a couple comments thinking about the Oregon Water Justice Framework and some of the work moving forward. I think would be productive to include some, while there's a lot of issues to address, I think would be productive to include some positive examples. And I can pick up some from the tribal perspective. In the Umatilla Basin, the Oregon Water Resources Department is fully engaged with the Umatilla tribe on a water rights settlement, and that is largely intended to address some past water inequities. And so there is a commitment from the state there. Speaking a little bit about my day job as Natural Resources Director for the Umatilla Tribe, we have a river vision that guides the restoration of rivers in terms of water quality and fisheries. And the state did include that, at least as a reference, in the original IWRS. And that is that vision document is something we still use, and that could be used as an example to other Indigenous communities. And so I think there are, positive examples out there, both from tribes and from state efforts. I want to say that I think for a lot of the communities that we're talking about, participation in these processes can be challenging from a resource standpoint. That's maybe helped a little bit by the new virtual format we have for many meetings, but I think making sure that we can somehow assist people if necessary to participate in policy development forums would be helpful. And then finally, I want to call to the Commission's attention the fact that last month we heard, or the last meeting we heard from the Oregon Business Council on securing Oregon's water future. And that was a very different report than what we're seeing today. And we need to think about how these complement each other and inform our deliberations. And hopefully, if the legislature is reviewing these kinds of products, hopefully they're seeing this one and seeing how it complements Oregon Business Council's report. I see in a lot of this, more concern about the end user and the need for quality water, surety of supply, just the basics of having safe drinking water. And those are some very different issues and perspectives than we saw in our last meeting from the Oregon Business Council. So we need to take the strengths of both reports and think about how that informs our work moving forward. So thank you again for your report today.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Baumgartner?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. And I also want to thank all of you for your presentation. You know, I think this is a very timely and important series of issues you bring to us. And I also want to thank you for providing us some recommendations. I think the commission going forward should really consider some of these recommendations and try to understand how we can be responsive. What I want to do is speak a little bit from my day job and also one of my part-time gigs where I'm a chair of the Tualatin Watershed Council. Because in both of these, we have begun to recognize the importance of inclusion and diversity. And I was struck by Joe's comment on something that you guys mentioned, and I do find that the lack of trust is disconcerting, understandable, but still disconcerting. The advice I wanted to ask you about and see if I could get some responses, how do we overcome that distrust? What are the first steps that we can begin to take to overcome that distrust and begin to engage in effective communication? I should have mentioned at my day job, I do work for a utility, local utility, and we're struggling with the same thing. How do we engage in a meaningful conversation? Do you have any advice for me?
Karen or Cheyenne, do one of you want to respond to that?
Sure, I can start, and then maybe Cheyenne, you can add if you have anything else. I mean, I think that there certainly is a lot of distrust with agencies and with utilities, and as you mentioned, like sometimes for good reason. But I think that the key is to really connect with those organizations, as we mentioned, that people do trust, that people have those standing relationships with. So those community-based organizations, and work with them to kind of be messengers, I think is a very effective way to kind of tackle that issue of distrust with those other entities.
Yeah, yes, I totally agree. I'm really connecting with those community-based organizations, and also in this relationship building process to focus on the long-term and mutual benefits. It's really important to, after you finish one thing, to not just forget about them and then 2 years later try to reconnect, to continue those relationships and try to find mutual beneficial goals.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bob or Tom, please. You had a hand up.
Thanks, Chair Reeves, and thank you all for your presentation today. Maybe even more importantly, thanks for the report that you carried out. I think it's really important work, and I think it's a pivot point for the state of Oregon and communities that, as speaking from a state agency perspective, that we serve, and we certainly, from my vantage point, my agency and the commission and my staff, we all do a better job if we're hearing all voices and considering those as we have decisions that we make in terms of policy decisions and implementing our programs that we have. So I think this is a really significant moment for us, and I certainly recognize this is a long-term path that we're on, and we look forward to working with you on that. You know, with that in mind, you've mentioned the $1.5 million, and thank you for your help in getting that moved forward. We look forward to more conversations with you about how to best implement those dollars in a meaningful way. I think there's a great opportunity, and we will, a couple thoughts I have on that. You also mentioned the wanting to participate with the IWRS update. Absolutely. The little asterisk that I would add there is that with the big budget that we received, there's actually a lot of efforts that are underway simultaneously over the course of this interim, this biennium. And so we'll want to talk about how we can strategically use the resources to help you be at the table on those initiatives that are going to be important to you. The IWRS, I'm certainly hearing from you on that one, and that's great. We'll also have a regional planning and management work group that's going to be up and running in the coming months, as well as I know the Association of Oregon Counties is looking at doing water needs assessments in select areas around the state. So there's a lot out there. And so we'll have to have some conversation about that. The last thing that crosses my mind, and I will, well, two things, I guess. One is thank you for your recognition that we need some staff capacity in-house on this. It's my intent that we at least as a limited duration position, that we use some of that money to staff up so that we can have some in-house horsepower to keep things moving. I think that'll be really important. We'll be better organized for it. But secondly, it really resonates with me that while the Water Resources Department is the agent for implementing these dollars, and we look forward to that opportunity, I certainly recognize that we need to make sure that we have other agencies, state agencies, and local governments involved at the right time for this engagement. Our issues don't cover the breadth of the values and issues that we're hearing from you in your report, and we want to make sure that we are. We'll do what we can to make sure that we're connecting with our other sister agencies that have water nexus and bringing them in at the right time so that we're making those connections. Those connections are going to be really important, I think, for the long term. So a lot of work ahead, and I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to working more with you.
Tom, a follow-up on that, on the IWRS, and someone asked if there was a timeline yet for the work that's going to happen on that. Do you have that? Do we know yet?
No, we don't.
Okay,
I don't have that yet. We've been in a lot of conversation over the last few weeks trying to figure out how these different efforts can best align. And my sense is that many of these efforts, whether it's the regional planning and management work group or the AOC work, the business case study that we talked about earlier about the value of water, there's a water data framework effort that DEQ has been charged with. It was under the rubric of the 100-year water vision. We've got our own evaluation of place-based planning. These are all moving forward at the same time, and we want them to inform each other effectively. And so we've been having a lot of conversation about what that might look like and what that could mean. And I don't want to get out in front of myself on this, but what it could mean, the way I view this is the IWRS is the umbrella. It is the overarching framework that these other elements feed. And so one of the conversations we've been having is that these efforts would, to the extent that the timing works well, that we would recognize and feed these efforts in to the extent that they're completed in time for the 2022 update document of the IWRS. At a minimum, I just don't want to cover ground that these other groups are already doing. And so I don't want to have duplicative work. But I also want to be mindful that folks who are interested in water issues over the next year and a half are going to have a lot of different venues that will be available to them. And I'm concerned about fatigue, I guess, and just the capacity. And especially as we're hearing from folks today, some groups are, I think even the well-funded groups might have some capacity issues with the number of efforts we have lined up. And so looking for that alignment has really been the key. I am hoping in the next few weeks that we'll have this mapped out much better, and we'll certainly be reporting to the commission and working with our broad range of water interests to help them kind of understand the different moving parts and how they fit so they can know where they might want to invest their time.
Yeah. It just seems like the numbers of efforts that are underway is it's hard to figure out how that's all going to come together. But the IWRS is kind of this is a multidisciplinary effort in terms of the state agencies that are involved, for example, and the IWRS is the place that is the interdisciplinary place for water in Oregon, at least right now, I guess. And so I'm just heeding the request to, not be asked to comment on a draft, but to be in the discussion about what the draft is going to look like, and do that in a time frame that the communities can participate robustly. I guess I don't know what other word to use, but so just keeping that in mind. Well, thank you so much to all of you. You're doing some great work, and really appreciate you coming to talk with us. And I hope we'll see more of you as we go forward on this together. Thank you. So let's see, how are we doing time-wise? 10:30. Are we ready for our next agenda item, which is also includes at least one person from outside water resources?
Chair Reeves, this is Nirvana. I believe everyone for the next presentation is in the meeting.
Okay, well then, how are you commissioners doing? You're good to go forward to the next agenda item without a break? Yep. Okay, good. So the next item is a drought up. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's a drought update. Sorry. And we have Larry O'Neill, the state climatologist at OSU, Raquel Rancière, policy manager, Rachel Lovell Ford, surface water hydrology program manager, Ryan Andrews, hydrologist, and Bryn Hudson, water policy analyst. So y'all can go forth in whichever order.
Chair Reeves, and good morning, commissioners. I'm going to share my PowerPoint and just run it for everybody.
Okay.
So please let me know if this shows up, and then I can move forward. We're seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can
Thank
see
you.
it. Mhm.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for attending the drought status update. Again, I'm Ryan Andrews, a hydrologist in the surface water section at OWRD. And then we have Bryn Hudson, Raquel Rancière, Rachel Lovell-Ford, and joining us is Larry O'Neill, the state climatologist based out of Oregon State University and participates in the Water Supply Availability Committee. So today we are looking at the depiction of the U.S. drought monitor from last week for the entire Western United States. And this just provides some context of what the entire West is going through and where we fit into that picture, and perhaps give us some indication as to why it's so particularly bad this year. So today's meeting has a few purposes. We want to provide an update on drought declarations and give an overall conditions summary update, and then discuss drought impacts from various agencies that we have gathered through meetings and coordination, and then discuss some of the response efforts for any of the various circumstances that have come up. Moving forward, just a brief overview of the conditions. So this is the second year of a multi-year drought event that has persisted, and not much recovery over the winter from last year. So that means that our impacts and severity arrived earlier than in previous years. And conditions based off of upcoming forecasts, seasonal forecasts, are likely to persist. We've observed a number of record low stream flows over various extents, and this has reduced water supplies for both in-stream needs for habitat, recreation, and then out-of-stream uses as well. And we have noticed some and observed some historically dry soils over the past winter and spring, which will show creating poor vegetative conditions, issues for crop yield and quality. And then these just further exacerbate drought conditions, which we've seen so far. Moving forward, I'm going to hand it over to Larry so that he can discuss and put some context around why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Larry O'Neill, and I'm the state climatologist of Oregon. And for this meeting, I wanted to just provide a very brief overview of some of the major conditions that we're seeing, mostly due to meteorological factors. And I'd like to start these off by just showing the U.S. Drought Monitor. And so we have various people from around the state that contribute weekly to the U.S. Drought Monitor that both Ryan and I are involved in. And this is these two maps here show basically the progression over the last month in the Drought Monitor. And on the left map shows the depiction of drought conditions on July 13th, 2021. And the colors here basically indicate the drought severity. So the lighter tan color is what we call moderate droughts. And those are droughts that we typically see maybe once every 2 to 5 years. The orange colors are what we call the D2 category. Those are severe drought conditions, and those are something that we expect maybe once every 5 or 10 years. The red is extreme drought, D3. Those are something that's a 10 to 20 year type of event. And then the worst drought category is the dark red brownish color. This is what's called D4, and it's called exceptional drought. And exceptional drought conditions are something that maybe we'd expect once every 20 to 50 years and really indicates historically significant drought conditions. And basically, we started off this month where most of Central Oregon was in extreme to exceptional drought, and most of the state itself was in severe drought. And this also extended up into the Willamette, into Western Oregon, into the Southern Willamette Valley. And then over the month, we had a couple of conditions that really exacerbated the existing drought severity and extent. One was the unprecedented late June heat wave that we all remember clearly. The second was basically we've had a record warm summer for both June and July across the state. And so this pulls out more moisture from the landscape and exacerbates kind of the drought conditions there. And then the third contributing factor was, typically during the summer in Eastern Oregon and in Southern Oregon, we get these what are called monsoon thunderstorms. And so many of you are probably familiar with, the nice thunderstorms and things that we get. And it actually contributes a little bit of rain and precipitation and moisture to Eastern Oregon. And this year it's been an abnormally dry monsoon season where we've gotten some thunderstorms, but they've been mostly dry, produce a lot of dry lightning. And basically the current conditions, we've extended droughts, the extreme drought categories and the exceptional drought categories over a much wider area of the state, and actually introduced exceptional droughts into Douglas and Lane counties as well. And almost completely removed moderate drought. So this state is in kind of a really historically significant drought conditions. And right now, about 73.7% of the state is either in extreme or an exceptional drought. And 24% of the state is in the worst drought category, the exceptional drought. Next slide, please. And if you just want to put this into historical context, this just shows a time series of the U.S. Drought Monitor depiction for the entire state of Oregon. So on the horizontal axis is time. So U.S. Drought Monitor started in about the beginning of the year 2000 on the left side. And on the right side is the current, basically right now. And then the vertical axis shows the percent area of the state in each drought category. And these colors all match the colors that I showed in the maps earlier. And basically I want to just point out that the current extent of extreme and exceptional droughts is the highest in the U.S. Drought Monitor basically data record, which spans back the last 21 years. And, and also that the current drought period basically started around the beginning of 2020. So this is, as Ryan indicated earlier, this is definitely a multi-year drought that we're experiencing and one of the more severe ones that we've had. Next slide, please. And if you want to look at precipitation ranking, our water supply comes from precipitation, of course, and essentially the last 5 months have been the second driest period in terms of precipitation in our recorded history. So this graph here just shows the 5 months precipitation that between March and July for each year, spanning all the way back to 1895. And on the table that I have on the right side just shows the top 10 or the lowest 10 years of precipitation events. And so you can see 2021, we've only gotten 45% of normal. And it's the second driest that we've experienced. And the driest we ever experienced was 1924. And on the bottom, I just showed a few recent years, 2007, 2015, 2013, something we might all be familiar with. And those years were much wetter than our current year here. And so this dry spring and summer is one of the main contributing factors to why the drought has become so severe going into the summer. Next slide, please. And if you want to look back out 12 months, so the last 12 months, so for each August to July period, going all the way back to 1896, the last 12 months have been the 13th driest 12-month period on record. And so this just shows a bar chart of all the average precipitation for the entire state of Oregon here. Another thing I want to point out is that Oregon has recorded below average precipitation in 17 of the last 21 years. So if it seems like we've, every year we're in drought, it is because we have been compared to historical conditions. The state, has had these multi-year droughts, especially the last 10 or 15 years. And this is really exacerbating the drought impacts that we see. So we see drought impacts earlier in the year because we just don't recover from the previous droughts as quickly as we have previously. Next slide, please. So besides our water input into the system for precipitation, we also get water loss from evaporation that is largely driven by basically the temperature of the air. And our Oregon summer, if you count the June and July time period, has been the warmest on record by quite a fair amount. So in the June and July 2021, our average temperature statewide in Oregon has been 67.9 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 6.5 degrees above average. In second place was our hot summer of 2015, which was actually 1.6 degrees cooler. So this has really been a very, you can say, an unprecedentedly warm summer. And this very warm summer has contributed to evaporative loss of water from the landscape. And so this has really contributed to our drought conditions. Next slide, please. And the last slide I wanted to show for this is a drought metric that we often use that accounts for both precipitation and evaporation. It's called the Standardized Precipitation Evapotranspiration Index. And it's a key drought indicator that we use for monitoring drought in Oregon and across the US West. And it takes into account basically both precipitation and evaporation and total net water availability. And by this metric, the Oregon drought statewide ranks as the second driest on record, going back to 1896. And it's only marginally less than the most severe droughts we experienced, which was in 1923 and 1924. So, you could say, so basically this metric suggests that this drought is one of the worst that we've had in the state, even drier than our droughts of 1992 and 1977 here. And the last thing is that at least this metric shows that the last 10 years, 8 of the last 10 years have been abnormally dry throughout Oregon. So we've been kind of living with these, low to moderate level drought conditions for quite a while now. And that's all I have for my part of the presentation. So thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Much appreciated. Moving forward, this is a slide that shows a time lapse of soil moisture conditions over the past 3 months or so, beginning in mid-May. You'll notice up at the top here the dates, and then we end in August. But the main point being that we see this dark red, really poor soil moisture conditions, and it's persistent since about mid-spring, particularly so in the western half of the state, throughout the Willamette Valley, and it pretty much persists throughout the summer, just indicating that really low precipitation that we've gotten over the time period, and really drying out the soils and contributing to low stream flows, which we'll see here in a minute. So we'll move forward into talking about stream flow, and this is a map showing the percent of average stream flow for the month of July compared to the period of record from 1981 to 2010. And we can just see how below average to much below average our stream flows have been throughout the state. And the east side in particular looks below 25% for many counties. Crook County averaged 1% of normal. Although it's a single stream gauge, it is the gauge representing inflow into a reservoir, a significant reservoir for the county. And then just even the maximum is Wasco County at 78%, and that's still well below average. So a really dry June, July contributed to really poor stream flows for the month of July. And we'll take a little closer look at what the spring and summer has looked like in terms of stream flows. And so this is another time lapse of a map showing below average, particularly below average stream flows. And this map compares the entire periods of record for these stream gauges. And so if we look at this kind of shows a ranking system for monthly average stream flows. And so something to note is that when it is this dark red color, that means that it's been the driest on record, the driest month. So if we see starting in March, we can see the distribution grow and the severity grow throughout the state. And so we see the oranges, but they transition to this red and dark red. So in March, we had 4 gauges down in the Klamath area, which were monthly record lows. But then as we move forward, in July, we have 15 total gauges throughout the state that recorded the driest month on record. And so just wanted to point out that this has been a particularly dry period of time for throughout the entire state. And so if we look at the climate outlook for the next 3 months from September through November, we can see that conditions will likely persist. We have above average temperatures are projected throughout the state, and we have some equal chances of above or below normal precipitation. However, given how conditions are, we will need a significant amount to even begin to recover from the conditions that we're currently seeing. So we're anticipating conditions to persist, at least in the near term. Talking about reservoir storage a little bit, this depicts the contents in many of the systems throughout the state. You'll notice that Klamath isn't on here, but looking at teacup diagrams and just through reports, we know that it's well below average down there as well. But this just puts into perspective how storage contents are currently, and we'll talk a little bit about what some of those impacts have been. But we can see that for the most part, everywhere is below to well below average. Although Umatilla is doing somewhat better than the rest, but we know that most of the places statewide have been impacted by the conditions. So this is a representation of the counties that have received state drought declarations through executive order. So we have 22 total counties with executive orders and state drought declarations, but we just recently got a request from Yamhill County that we are working on processing, and we'll move forward with that just based on some recent impacts over there. But so far you can see that most of the state has been impacted and is seeking assistance in some form or another. And so this transitions into the impacts that we have that have been reported, and these were gathered during an external stakeholder briefing, and specifically a part of that was for this purpose, to gather impacts that agencies were seeing related to natural resources. So beginning with Fish and Wildlife, it was reported that fish die-offs have been documented following that significant June heat event. And this includes rivers such as the Willamette, rivers in the North Coast, Grand Ronde, and John Day systems. Temporary regulations have been enacted, and these include hoot owl regulations that are intended to reduce the stress that is put on fishing by anglers. So attempting to end fishing before water temperatures reach their peak during the day. Some closures in portions of the Nehalem and Rogue rivers, and then near the mouths of tributaries to give the fish more space and more habitat, and just attempt to reduce that stress that has been put on them. And then there has also been reported some waterfowl habitat and breeding success has been reduced as well. Moving towards agriculture, there was a number of agricultural impacts reported. However, we sort of reduced it to the main ones. One of the big ones being the North Unit Irrigation District has received the lowest amount of water on record, and they're anticipating impacts to high value crops that are beginning to be irrigated or not, depending on the situation. But they would typically begin irrigation right now, but not likely to be in the near term. There was significant damage to the berry crop following that June heat event, so much so that the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture had a recent visit to the state to assess damage and I believe to just get a complete understanding of that picture. And then related to the poor soil moisture conditions, there's been reports of large livestock sell-off due to the poor rangeland and pasture conditions for that area, and somewhat trucking of water to places that haven't really typically experienced that. Reservoirs, I mentioned that we have some impacts due to the contents and poor contents of the reservoir systems. And so that includes some reduced irrigation allotments and early shutdowns of irrigation due to the low storage contents. And this includes early closures for a number of systems throughout the state. May have already closed or anticipating closure here at the end of the month or even into mid-September for some places. No authorized surface water deliveries from Upper Klamath Lake to Upper Project irrigators. This has been reported as the first time in history down in the Klamath Basin. And the Army Corps systems are not sustaining the main stem Willamette biop flow targets. However, they are maintaining some in-stream flows in the tributary systems. Something that came out of this was some negotiated strategic releases during those high temperature events. And that's to support fish habitat and to help reduce those peak temperatures in the rivers. And I'll hand it over to Bryn Hudson to talk about some of the drinking water challenges and some of our responses to the drought.
Thanks, Ryan. Good morning, Chair Reeves, members of the Commission. For the record, Bryn Hudson, I'm the Legislative Coordinator and a Water Policy Analyst at the Water Resources Department. So as Ryan and Larry both alluded to, low stream flows and low groundwater recharge coupled with increased pumping has been contributing to supply challenges in many parts of the state. Us, in conjunction with the Office of Emergency Management, are monitoring the drinking water and domestic water supply issues in a variety of communities across the state. Dry domestic wells have been a pretty prevalent problem in several communities. Well issues near the city of Klamath Falls and a high volume of wells around the Klamath Project have been reported. In terms of dry domestic wells, and similar issues have also cropped up in the Crescent community and in northern parts of the county. Collectively, we have received more than 200 dry domestic well complaints for that area. We've also received a lower volume, but similar reports of dry domestic wells in the Lapine area. And also the city of Sotaville is also experiencing similar issues with their city well and have resorted to trucking water into the community. Lack of surface water flows have also impacted several communities. Prairie City is currently implementing emergency water usage curtailment measures due to their water source completely drying up. So there's no surface water in that region right now. And the city, similar to the city of Sotaville, is paying to haul water into the community. The city of Yamhill and the London Water Co-op in Lane County are also experiencing surface water supply issues. However, they've not yet resorted to trucking water. Next slide, please, Ryan. So also, as Ryan alluded to, we are leading and have been involved in a variety of drought coordination response activities. Currently, we chair the Water Supply Availability Committee and co-chair the Drought Readiness Council with the Office of Emergency Management. We're also developing weekly water condition reports and provide input to federal agency reports. You'll see in the staff report that a link to the most recent weekly water conditions report is included in your meeting materials. Additionally, we are working to process drought declaration requests, permits, and transfers. As a reminder, the state drought declaration process allows us to offer certain tools to water right holders in a drought declared county. These tools have expedited review processes, reduced fee schedules, and are intended to be short-term emergency authorizations, but are not permanent solutions to deal with water supply challenges. We also held a state and federal interagency drought briefing and a coordination meeting a few months back to ensure that agencies, both state and federal, were aligned on communication and drought messaging, as well as what resources were available. And additionally, we held a briefing in July for tribal and county emergency managers, our partners, and stakeholders to provide updates on drought impacts and also help educate our stakeholders and community members on other support and financial resources that might be available at both the state and the federal level. Next slide, please, Ryan. We're also conducting individual drought briefings with stakeholder groups on an as-need basis, while also responding to a high volume for media requests that we're receiving on the current drought conditions. The governor also signed Executive Order 2120 a while back that directed state agencies to support communities in drought by curtailing non-essential water use, implementing water conservation measures, while also encouraging drought resiliency. And we've also been part of a coordinated effort to respond to the dry domestic well issue in the Klamath Basin. These efforts include coordinating with the County of Klamath, the City of Klamath Falls, the Office of Emergency Management, and the Department of Human Services to deliver storage tanks and water to domestic well owners whose wells have gone dry. We've also created a broader dry well report survey to help track and better understand changes in groundwater supplies and sort of work to evaluate how those changes might be impacting folks who are relying on these groundwater supplies for a variety of uses. In addition to our field staff and water rights staff working hard to respond to requests for assistance, we're also working to develop guidance for counties in coordination with the Office of Emergency Management to better respond to drought now and into the future. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we will take any questions that you all may have.
Any, can't see the very top. Okay, any hands up from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Corn.
Well, I think it just reiterates and paints an accurate picture that each of us in our own individual areas have seen this year. You know, there was one other factor that came to mind to me, at least in the east here, that we've experienced an abnormally high rate of wind, which is just more contributed to the dry pattern. I mean, what moisture there was immediately taken away if we get a shower or whatever, because of, you know, be followed by 3 days of wind, which is fairly unusual for around here during the summer months. And, you know, it's just like I talked about in my comments earlier, conservation helps to a point, but boy, when you get down to zero stream flows or, you know, 50-year droughts, well, at least 50-year droughts seem to be happening a whole lot more often than 50 years. And the patterns and the graphs that we're seeing is continued concerted effort for conservation and new and better ways of doing things. Each of our individual areas, I think, are responding out of necessity. And I just really appreciate this report. It kind of brings together what, again, we all know and see on a local level. So thank you, all of you, for your reports, and also for the reports we receive on a monthly basis. I really appreciate those and watch those really carefully. So thank you for the good information and just putting to word what we already knew to be a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Korn.
Yes, Commissioner Mall.
I certainly echo Commissioner Korn's thanks. Ryan and Larry, especially, I don't think you were on the call this morning when commissioner comments were being made, but Commissioner Quemps made, I thought, a really prescient observation that given the climatic changes that we are experiencing, the prospect of using averages, return intervals on drought, the same thing applies to flooding, don't seem to have as much power in helping us from a decision-making standpoint going forward. And I'm curious if you all are starting to rework your data to look at, as Commissioner Quemps described, the variability, the stochasticity that we're experiencing now, and if you anticipate a different kind of reporting going forward. The immediate thing I think about was the previous discussion we had about groundwater and this great success at some levels that we're having on taking winter flow and putting it back into groundwater so that we can draw it out again. Well, if is variability going to allow us to do that, and does it not behoove us to tighten our assumptions even further and be even more conservative in what we assume we can do going forward? So I'm sorry, my question is really from a data analysis and presentation standpoint. Do you see in the near term some other ways to cut and slice and represent this, to give us perhaps some other ways to think about how to get ahead of some of these problems?
So there, I just have one quick comment, and then I'll pass it over to Larry to see if he has any thoughts. But working with the Drought Early Warning System and the drought.gov team, we are having these sorts of discussions. And one interesting tool that has been presented is, and I'm not sure if it's more an experimental sort of tool, but it gives you an idea of what it would take to get out of the current drought that you're experiencing, and sort of puts it into terms of days of above normal stream precipitation, for example. And so it's pretty interesting to see what it would take to recover from these sorts of droughts. But I'm interested to hear, given Larry's comments about his relations between the drought monitor colors and the sort of yearly recurrence intervals for those drought severity classes. So if Larry has any thoughts, I'd love to hear them.
I'll try to be brief. This is a really great question. And essentially there's we define drought in terms of historical conditions. So we're kind of constrained by, or we are constrained by the conditions that we've experienced in the past, and trying to describe what we're experiencing now in terms of how rare they have been. So, that's one utility of using things like recurrence intervals and things like that. But in the drought world, in the research world for sure, is that there's this concept that maybe many of you are familiar with called the aridification of the US West. And essentially what it means is that, we seem to be in this perpetual state of drought, and that, the baseline has basically changed, so that instead of having, these nice cycles of maybe wet periods and dry periods that we see in historical conditions, we're now kind of experiencing more of a sustained period of dry conditions. So the baseline has basically changed. And, these ideas of recurrence intervals are no longer, becoming less valid as we go forward. And Ryan brought up a very good point about, one tool that is useful is trying to estimate how much precipitation or, some sort of net water supply that we need to recover from the drought. And I think those sort of tools will become a lot more important, and they'll become better in the future as we get more observations and better understanding of the system there. And there are, other thoughts about how to quantify the drought severity in a better way. But it's going to take a little while to kind of get used to this basically new normal that we're experiencing right now. So I don't know if that answers your question completely, or.
No, it's good. It does at some levels. I hope you're hearing my question, some encouragement for the department to give you all the autonomy to sort of think out of the box on this, because like Bruce, I look at those monthly reports and good information at some level, but here in the Willamette, for example, if my memory serves, that when we hit April, May, it looked like a fairly decent water year. And then it just evaporated. It just went away. And so to Commissioner Corn's earlier comments about the real need to look at storage going forward as one of the ways to adapt. So anyway, I mean it as encouragement to dig in, question things that haven't been questioned, because we really need help. And I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. We appreciate your question, Commissioner Mull. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull. I just wanted to add that the surface water section generally has been considering the points and topics you bring up more broadly, and how it relates to all of the ways that we quantify surface waters in the state. We're working closely with our federal partners and other state agency partners. This isn't a problem unique to Oregon, right? This is I'll go ahead and say, a worldwide issue, something that I think scientists and researchers around the globe are reckoning with right now. So we're certainly engaging in those conversations, looking to update and modernize many of the tools that we use in line with our strategic planning efforts as well. So I just wanted to add some assurance that we're engaging in those conversations, and relying on Ryan and the rest of our surface water team to do some good thinking and work on that front.
All right, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Baumgartner, got a hand up?
I do. Thank you, Chair Reeves. And I just wanted to follow up on the discussion Commissioner Mull led us through. And it strikes me that what I'm hearing is our historical record may not be the best way to project the future as we do our planning for the next several years. And so the term that I heard was a new normal. And I'm wondering what kind of tools are coming up, what kind of information that allows us to project in the future what that new normal will be, so that we can integrate that into our planning for needs for water, for storage, for reuse, or whatever the balance of water and demands are.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think it starts with updating our current period of record to get an understanding of where we are compared to some of the recent data that we rely on. Is we need to get up to speed with the other agencies who are getting their data better, more representative of what we're currently going through at this period. But in terms of projections, that's certainly something that we aren't exactly familiar with. We don't do too much in projecting conditions out to the future. In terms of drought, we rely on forecasts and getting an idea of how that precipitation might help us recover. But that's certainly an area where we could start investigating what we might be able to do and how to incorporate that into our planning efforts. I'm not sure if anyone else has any thoughts on that.
Actually, I could add one thing is, so we do produce every 2 years, the state legislature asks us to put together an Oregon climate assessment that we do look at just at a broad level of like climate projections into the 21st century. And I can send you a link to that. I mean, we deal with things just like on a kind of a higher level with precipitation and snowpack variability and things like that, and not anything to do. I mean, we do stream flow projections as well, but they're, you know, uncertain to a point. You know, there are other agency reports that do, you know, do attempt to look at watershed basin storage and stream flow and things like that. So there are tools around. You know, there's some uncertainties with a lot of those projections, but I can send you a link at least to the Oregon Climate Assessment, because that might be a good tool to kind of start to think about what we are seeing in the climate model projections.
Yeah, that would be nice. Thank you.
Commissioner Baumgartner, I would request that we get a nice photo of you smiling, and that we always have that up with that investment statement that says past performance does not guarantee future results. You waving? Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second that. Sorry, I'm having battery issues. So, but Commissioner Quips, you have your hand up, I believe.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Related to the comment about us being in the new normal, and this is something I've talked with Director Byler about, is, and maybe staff can help, you know, say if I'm off base here, but I suspect that we're not in a new normal, that we're in a transition phase. We'll go through a great deal of variability, and at some point we'll have a new kind of a reset of new climate conditions that, you know, may be more regular and predictable. You might recall from that Oregon Business Council report, I think they were projecting out 60 years, and I don't recall the source of the projections, but they basically had our climate twin cities for Oregon. And so Portland in 60 years is going to be like Sacramento, California is today. Pendleton, Oregon is going to be like Reno, Nevada. So those could be new steady states, if you will. And on the way there, I think we're going to face a tremendous amount of variability. And I know I'm repeating myself here, but I really think expressing that variability is going to be more useful to the agency, the commission, and legislators than using means or at least it's got to complement those means so people understand how much change we're going through and why it makes our work, why and how it makes our work more challenging with the decisions we're going to have to face. So thank you.
Thank you for those thoughts, Commissioner Clemps. Certainly something that we can consider, and definitely something that we're interested in the Surface Water Department. And as it relates to planning efforts, as those begin to ramp up and continue, certainly would add value to those, especially as we can see this year, that is more important than ever. As it relates to water supply, as we heard with drinking water challenges and whatnot, and definitely relevant. So certainly appreciate those considerations.
Also, just quickly, I know April Snell may bring this up later or bring it up if I don't, but you know, there was a drought task force that did a report and had a number of recommendations, and I think, you know, some of those may still be relevant and may be necessary in the near future. A lot of good effort went into that, I think. A lot of good work, so that's something to keep in mind for future decisions. Thanks.
Eric, that's a good segue because April would like to do public comment on this item, so this would be a good time for her to do that. April, are you there, or are you getting onto the screen?
Yeah, can you
There
see
you
me?
are.
Hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
we can
great.
see you now.
So for the record, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress, Chair Reeves, members of the Water Resources Commission, thank you for the time today. Commissioner Quimps, you actually sort of took one of the things I was going to bring up, but I really appreciate that nice little segue. So just as a reminder for the public and folks viewing, OWRC represents irrigation districts and similar agricultural water suppliers, which, as you've just heard from the esteemed panel, have been greatly impacted by the devastating drought that we've had not only this year, but several years in a row. I will mention that, yes, I do think that the short-term drought task force that Governor Brown appointed in 2015, I believe, Commissioner Quimps and Commissioner Smitherman both served on that task force along with myself, and it was staffed by Ms. Ranciere. And that report did actually have a number of good recommendations that were viewed as being acceptable by that very diverse group, plus a number of things that we didn't have time to flush out as a group and achieve agreement on, that were put into the parking lot, which is a large appendix of things. And I would encourage the commission to revisit that effort. You guys don't need the governor or the legislature to direct you to revisit that. And I think, as Commissioner Quimps and Commissioner Smitherman probably recall, there was a wet year right after that drought task force, and so there wasn't any action taken on any of those recommendations. And I do really hope that we have a very wet and cold winter coming up, but it is something where I think we need both short-term and long-term measures to better prepare for years like this, which, as you've heard, we're likely to see more of. In addition to the short-term drought task force and revisiting those recommendations, I also wanted to highlight that the last update of the integrated water resources strategy included a component on long-term drought measures. And from my recollection as an observer to that process, there wasn't really a whole lot of attention given to that. And frankly, given the other needs around the IWRS update, I'm not sure that that's the best forum in which we should be tackling drought, given that, as you guys have heard, there's a need for discussion around storage, a need for increased data and information to better guide our water management decisions into the future. There's a need for additional tools, which could come in the form of policy, as well as additional conversations about how we can better work together and manage our shared water. So just planting a seed that the commission might want to consider how it might want to tackle that, and perhaps consider developing some sort of work group or something along those lines that can help us not only when we're dealing with very devastating years like this one, but also for years when we are having a better water year. But those of us that live and breathe this world know that drought is always right there, and we need to be better prepared as a state. So I'll also say that I'm not sure if you can see the picture behind me, but if you can, that's actually a picture from a better water year, but over in the Owaukee area, in recognition of Commissioner Korn. I do anticipate that perhaps we might see you again in the November meeting, but just want to say thanks to both Commissioner Korn and Commissioner Baumgartner for your service to this commission. It's been great to work with you. So with that, I will end my comments on drought. Happy to take any questions. I will say it's been a very rough year, as you've heard, and let's hope for better years. But in the meantime, let's see what we can do to better mitigate and work through these types of years. Thank you.
Thank you, April. Do any commissioners have questions, comments? I have one follow-up, April. I wanted to make sure I understood your point about, were you suggesting that the commission or the department consider whether to kind of resurrect, not exactly the drought task force, but put together a group to be looking at drought specifically, as opposed to all, not merge it into other water related efforts that are going on or will be going on soon. Was that what you meant?
Chair Reeves,
Yeah.
thank you very much for the question. Yes, I think it's important for you guys to think about what works for you, but I do think that this warrants its own type of effort and something that has a little bit more durability to it than just a season like we had with the short-term drought task force. And I'm open and of course would be willing to participate in any type of effort like that. But I do think that the frequency and magnitude of these events warrants getting a bunch of smart people at the table to try and tackle some of these issues in a dedicated fashion.
Okay, thank you. Before we leave this topic, do any commissioners have any thoughts on that suggestion? Or does Tom, are you here? I don't see you on the screen, but you're probably here. Tom, Director Byler.
I am here, Chair Reeves. I couldn't agree more with April's, I think the essence of her point, and we are at a period where these conditions, these scarcity conditions are happening more often than not and becoming more severe. And what we need to break out of is a cycle where we react in emergency mode to these situations, because there aren't very many tools that really are that helpful to communities, and the work that really needs to happen needs to be ongoing, and we need to be acting with a little more forethought, so that water suppliers and communities have start to work on building in redundancy in their systems, and have some backup plans where they might not today. And I think that's a point well taken. Where that fits in our workload is a great question. I don't have an answer for you today, but we'll take that into consideration as we look at the wide range of things that we have on our plate with our new budget. And there's a lot of work, but we also have, we'll have more capacity too. So I think it's a fair thing for us to fold into our considerations going forward.
Okay. Commissioner Quimps, you have something?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, thank April for her comments and suggestions. And if there is a working group established, I think we have a great chance to think about our earlier report on the Oregon Water Justice Framework and make sure we include people, in a way that addresses some of the issues that were raised in that report.
Right.
So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would just add that I do think it's a good idea that to bring some more focused attention to this specific issue, and to try to get ahead of it more than we currently are. And again, I don't know there is a lot going on, and I'm not sure what's the best way to do that, but I would like to hear back, Tom, as you guys think about this and how best to tackle it. So. Okay, let's see. Thank you so much to the presenters, all of you. That was an excellent report. Let's see, we are 11:30. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Do we want to just reconvene at noon? Would the presenters be ready to start at noon instead of at 12:10, or should we just revert back to our 12:10 schedule?
Chair Reeves, for the record, Raquel Rancière, Policy Manager with Oregon Water Resources Department. We are happy to start at noon if that is what the commission would like, and we will be ready.
Okay. Are commissioners okay with that idea? Start at noon?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, good. Okay, we'll take a lunch break, come back at noon. Thanks, everybody.
Boy, 30 minutes goes by fast.
Yeah, no kidding.
I can't believe it.
Seems like we just left.
The time speeds up when you have meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
Something about time flies when you're having fun.
I think,
don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Who knows? All right, so let's see. What's our time? 12 o'clock, 12:01. Julie and Kathy are on here. Bob is here. Bruce, are you here? Your icon is here, but let's just wait a minute.
They're all like me. They're finishing chewing their last bit of lunch.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. There's Bruce.
How fast
Finish-
can you
finish
snort a
chewing?
sandwich?
Right, exactly. Okay, so we're missing Joe and Eric. I'm going to give them a minute. I'm sure they're going to want to hear this, all of this update.
Yep.
There's Tom. Well, maybe we should go ahead and get started. Our remaining people will join us soon, I'm sure. So this agenda item G is the legislative session and budget update with Raquel, Lisa Snyder, and Bryn Hudson. Oh, we've seen Bryn earlier today. Okay. So you guys, whoever's going first, have at it.
Thank you. For the record, Raquel Rancière, Policy Manager with the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm joined here today with Lisa Snyder as well as Bryn Hudson, and they will introduce themselves when they get to their slides here. Bryn, go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the 2021 session, what a session, as I'm sure all of you have seen. There was more than 2,500 measures introduced. That does not include all of the amendments that were introduced this session. And the department tracked more than 700 measures, with less than 200 of those measures becoming law. Most of those, the tracking of those measures was because of their relating to clauses being very broad and us needing to make sure that we're paying attention to potential amendments. But certainly it was a very active and busy session for us, particularly given that there was some pretty significant water policy legislation passed, as well as that there was also significant budget investments. And that is what we are here to talk about today. So let's go to the next slide. And I think before I move on, I guess I should also note that we really have a great team here. And so I want to make sure that I acknowledge staff before we go too far into this presentation. Bryn Hudson did a tremendous job this session helping us with legislative work, as did Lisa Snyder on the budget front, and Michelle Kay, who also does a lot of the budget work for us during session. So that group of folks, along with myself, were certain, and I should also give credit to Director Tom Byler, who did quite a bit on the budget front, as well as on our water rights fees. And so there was really a group effort this session, given the numerous activities that were ongoing. And then I do want to also make sure that I give a shout out to all of our staff in all of the various sections, because they certainly had a huge role in helping us make sure that we were providing accurate information to the legislature and helping us work through the different policy issues discussed today. In addition, I think we also need to thank our stakeholder groups because they certainly put forward significant effort this session in terms of the policy issues that were addressed, as well as really helping articulate the need for investments in water. And finally, I think we also need to acknowledge that many of the legislators that worked on water this session, they played a big part in this as well. So it really was a collective effort this session, and you'll see that there was those significant policy changes passed, as well as significant investments. As you can see from this slide, this is the big picture view. This is over $500 million investment in water this session. So this is looking outside of the box of the Oregon Water Resources Department and looking statewide. This is quite a significant investment in everything from drinking water and wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, dam safety, which has been obviously an issue that has been that we've been working on significantly. Also investments in public works funds and financial assistance to repair and replace water infrastructure, significant investments in regional and basin specific water projects, which you'll see some of those today, as well as a recognition that data is important in technology. And so quite a significant investment there in terms of data for the state. And then as you can see that there's also investments related to water quality, equitable water access, regional water planning. So significant investments that we've seen this session, and not just within the Oregon Water Resources Department, but also among other agencies. So with that, I'm going to pass this on to Lisa Snyder.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Snyder from Water Resources Department. And to give you an overview of the investments for water resources budget, this slide is intended to show you a comparison of the progression of our budget from the 1921 legislatively approved budget as of January through the governor's recommended budget and then to the 21-23 legislatively adopted budget. For general fund, you will notice 58.6 million in general funds represents, and that 58.6 million is under the first line underneath the 21-23 legislatively adopted category over there. That 58.6 million general fund represents about a 66% increase over the 1921 budget, mainly due to those large investments that you heard about earlier and that Raquel just spoke about. Additional information on these investments is available in attachment 1 of your staff report. And I think Bryn's going to provide an overview in some upcoming slides for the general fund pieces. On the other fund line, the second line there, other fund including fees, the 35.7 million other fund including fees on line 2 appears to have more than doubled as compared to the 1921 budget. However, I want to clarify that that 35.7 million includes the legislature's investment of 22.6 million in the American Rescue Plan Act of 21 ARPA funds. Fee revenues included in that line have been relatively flat overall, aside from the water right fee shortfall, as you may recall from the department's fee bill. The third line for other fund grants and loans, the 86.1 million that you see here includes carry forward funding from unspent funds from previous bond sales of about 17.1 million, plus the new bonding for projects for this biennium totaling about 68 million. Investments include funding for water project grants and loans program, a piping project in the Deschutes Basin, and funding for the Big Creek Dams and Wallowa Lake Dam. Overall, you can see that our total fund budget increased by about 32% over the legislatively approved budget, excuse me. But our operating budget increased about 35%. Our operating budget includes the general fund, the other funds that are considered fees, the federal funds. It does not include the ARPA dollars or the lottery fund, debt service, or the grant programs funding. Position-wise, the legislature added a total of 35 new permanent positions and 3 limited duration positions. I do want to mention that we also took position reductions in the budget process. Positions lost include 2 limited duration positions, a planning coordinator and a dam safety civil engineering specialist, as well as the 8 positions in the water rights division as detailed in the department's revenue reduction package 70. The department's fee bill added back 3 of those positions. All the puts and takes result in the 209 positions you see in the lower right corner of the table on the slide, a net increase of 31 positions, 17% over the 1921 LAB. And I think I'll turn it over at this point to Bryn.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. Again, hello, my name is Bryn Hudson. I am the legislative coordinator at the Water Resources Department. So thank you, Lisa, for providing a great overview of the exciting new investments into the agency. As you can see, there was significant investment in a variety of IWRS recommended actions, and a lot of new tasks will be associated with those resources. With these increased investments and new legislation, the department will be working over the next several years to actually work on implementation for all of this new exciting stuff. Additionally, we received a significant number of new staff, and I do just want to flag that it will take some time to actually fill those positions. And next, I'm just going to jump into some of the exciting work that we have to look forward to over the next few years. There was a significant investment in water data this session, including $4.4 million in staffing and contracting dollars for the development of groundwater budgets as well as basin studies. So House Bill 2018 charged the agency in partnering with the USGS to develop groundwater budgets for all major hydrologic basins in the state. It also requires that we contract with an outside entity to produce a report on statewide consumptive water use, while also expanding our groundwater monitoring network and measuring its progress in estimating and monitoring groundwater levels, recharge, and water use. Additionally, we also received staffing to expand our capacity for groundwater studies and also a $3 million investment to purchase and deploy surface and groundwater data collection equipment. One last thing on this, in the interim, we are also preparing a report for the House Water Committee on our water use measurement data. There was also a $350,000 allocation to conduct a business case assessment to examine the economic value of water and the impact of water investment for the state. And as Raquel also alluded to, there was significant resources allocated for the assessment of dams for seismic, flood, and other safety risks. This funding package has also included contracting dollars for dam safety, flood methodology, as well as inundation assessments. There's also a significant amount of policy work that we have to look forward to. We added some staffing for facilitating conversations around complex issues in the Deschutes and Willamette basins, as well as funding for staff to support the 2022 IWRS update. Transfers of stored water was also addressed this session, primarily in House Bill 3103. This bill authorized water right holders of stored water rights to change the type of use identified within the water right. It also provided around $480,000 to engage a professional facilitator to work with stakeholders on a path forward for transferring the point of diversion and location for a storage right as well. So kind of addressing that two-pronged issue that we've seen with transfers of stored water. There was also a $500,000 investment for us to engage with the Oregon Consensus to convene a work group to consider and develop framework for a state-supported regional water planning and management framework, as well as $3 million to support our fee-based programs during the 2021-2023 session. As you recall, that is associated along with House Bill 2142, which was our water right fee bill. And this money is also used to will also be used to support facilitation for stakeholder engagement, to work with stakeholders to develop a more sustainable long-term funding mechanism to help support our fee-based programs. There was also a really great effort to provide funding assistance to domestic well owners. One of our bills, House Bill 2145, which is our well construction modernization bill, established a program to provide funding assistance to repair, replace, and abandon wells used for household purposes. House Bill 3092 also allocated $500,000 for domestic well remediation in the Harney Basin as well, which is exciting. The Harney Basin Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program was also authorized, and that included $500,000 for a cost share for the enrollment of lands, as well as a one-time position, as well as one position to support the implementation of the CREP program to incentivize voluntary non-use of groundwater in the basin. One last bill I want to mention is House Bill 3293, which authorized and directs agencies to make support available to local organizations and local governments for the purposes of increasing participation by representatives of disproportionately impacted communities. And that's for all agencies that provide funding support in water. We are one of those agencies along with a list of others. There was also great investment in equitable water solutions. So we received $1.5 million in funds for equitable water access and Indigenous water resiliency work. And there was also a big investment in water infrastructure projects. Both Lisa and Raquel alluded to that early in their presentation. A lot of that money went towards dam upgrades and fish passage updates. Our place-based planning program also received a $2.2 million infusion to support the work of the current pilot program, as well as our water measurement cost share revolving fund also received $1 million, which is exciting. There was also a $500,000 grant awarded to Umatilla County for the purposes of implementing agreements of the Columbia River Umatilla Solutions Task Force. And there was also over $30 million for water project grants and loans and feasibility studies. Other investments I'd like to highlight, we received some great funding to help clear our protest backlog and also help us deal with some of our increased legal expenditures that we've been experiencing. We've also received and solidified 2 different fee increases, one for our water rights services, that was House Bill 2142, and House Bill 2143, which is our hydroelectric annual fees. Both of those fee increases are intended to help maintain current service levels. There was also $1 million investment in information technology systems, as well as modernization of our records and data systems, which is really exciting. And we also received more funds to help with more timely water management and distribution in the field, which also includes 5 new assistant water master positions, as well as a deputy division administrator. Additional legislation I'd like to highlight, House Bill 2145, I mentioned previously, is our well construction modernization bill. This was a great effort between the agency and many stakeholders to try to achieve 5 different goals that we set to sort of use this legislation to work to achieve. First goal was to expand the department's resources to identify well construction deficiencies through technical review of our well logs. We also sought to reduce deficiencies proactively by ensuring that well drillers have the necessary skills to properly construct wells. Third goal was to maximize the effectiveness of current staff at the department while increasing efficiency, but also trying to minimize that impacts that might have on the regulated community. Fourth goal was to better protect groundwater resources for current and future uses, while also ensuring that there's a level playing field for the well drillers in the state. And our final goal was to help well owners whose domestic wells have been impacted by groundwater level declines, natural disasters such as wildfires, or those who are of moderate to or lower income and just need assistance repairing or replacing their water wells. So now I'm just going to jump into some of those policy changes that we can expect that resulted from this bill. So in order to prevent deficiencies upfront by ensuring that well drillers have proper skills to construct wells, we sought to modify the representation on the Continuing Education Committee and also extended the Continuing Education Program sunset date from 2022 to 2030. We also established provisions related to welding requirements. We established that completion of an ARC welding training, professional certification, or proficiency test would be necessary in order to obtain a new license. And we've also put some provisions in that will also allow us to impose those same requirements upon an existing driller if a deficiency is found on a well that they've constructed. We're also seeking more timely identification and correction of deficiencies, as well as more efficient well inspections in-house. So a few things that we are looking to implement to help achieve those goals are to establish timeframes for submittal of start cards, as well as updating some of the requirements for information that need to be included on start cards and well logs. We also secured a $125 fee increase on the start card fee. We will also be requiring notification on the day that construction begins on a well and notification of at least 4 hours prior to seal placement if the seal placement date will be different than what's specified on the start card. And we're also going to be requiring electronic submission of start cards and well logs by July of 2024. One last bit of this bill, we've also committed to 100% technical well log review within 120 days of receival of the well log. In past years, we haven't really had resources to commit to this. However, with the new fee increase and then the changes to our exempt use fee and mapping provisions, which I'll get to in a bit, we've actually freed up some staff resources and added some capacity to help out with those well log reviews. So typically exempt use fees and maps for exempt use water wells are submitted by the landowner. We've changed those provisions to require the driller to submit both that fee and that map along with the well log. So all three of those pieces would be submitted together. That change in provision will allow us to free up some staff time that would normally be working to chase down landowners and conduct follow-up and make sure that we're getting the fee and the map for exempt wells. That staff person can be freed up to divert some time towards helping out with those well log reviews. So that's exciting. And then as you remember, I already alluded to this, fourth goal, or the last goal, was to provide assistance to well owners. And this bill was the legislation that ultimately established the well repair, replacement, and abandonment fund that will ultimately provide funding assistance to help domestic well owners do any work that they might need for household well purposes. Senate Bill 130 was also passed. This extended the sunset date for our irrigation district pilot project. House Bill 2244 made some updates to our automatic stays provisions. So we will be working to update internal processes to ensure that we're complying with this legislation. House Bill 2298 is the environmental restoration weirs bill. This one's been around for a while, so you're probably familiar with it. This one just allows the use of environmental restoration weirs in closed basins in Eastern Oregon. We're working right now with ODFW, who is the primary agency on that bill, to ensure that there are no water right injury issues and that water is not illegally stored as this bill is implemented in the field. House Bill 3103, which is the transfers of stored water bill that I previously mentioned, along with that policy change to allow for character of use on a stored water right. It also provides funding and for a facilitated work group to help suss out those issues around the location of stored water and transferring that information on a stored water right. So lots of exciting work that we had to look forward to. I can't speak for Raquel, but I am still riding on the excitement of the 2021 session. But as we're still super excited about that, we're also turning our attention to preparing for the upcoming legislative days that are set to take place in September, November, and January of next year. And along with prep for those, we're also making sure that we're prepared for the 2022 short legislative session, which will happen, start on February 1st and hopefully conclude on March 7th of 2022. So with that, that was a lot of information. I know Lisa mentioned that a full breakdown of our budget and legislative actions that impact the agency are included in your meeting materials. It's a full handout that kind of gives a line-by-line item of what investments were made and how much and what it means. So refer to that. That's a lot of great information. But with that, I will stop talking and we will answer any questions that y'all may have.
Oh, there we go. Any commissioners with questions? I am not. Yes, Kathy, Commissioner Kahara.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Just a whole lot of wow. That's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing some of this stuff come to fruition. It's going to be fun.
It is. And a lot of work.
Well, yeah.
Commissioner Quimps, how about you?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Yeah, this is tremendous. It's very exciting. It's great to see all the work that's coming and know that many people have for years wanted these kind of resources and this kind of capacity to improve upon our work. there's a lot of great staff, and I think a lot of people have for some time acknowledged that the department's really been underfunded for the mission it has. One thing I want to say, it's not really a caution. I don't want to sound like I'm throwing a wet blanket on this, but it's going to be a tremendous challenge a good challenge to staff up and implement all of this work. And speaking from my experience as a natural resources director, when we went from in our fish and wildlife mitigation, for example, having to fight for funding every year or funding proposals that might be good for 3 years to signing a long-term funding agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers, Bonneville Power Administration, and Bureau of Reclamation. It was like, to use a cliche, it was like drinking from a fire hose. And it took a good 9 months for us to even really get people on board, hired, to start putting that work on the ground. And there was a real lag between, what we had hoped to do and what the funders expected and what we were able to do, given just how many more staff we had to add. And so, hiring is for managers is one of the most important things that they do. It'll be important to hire good people to really take advantage of this opportunity and hopefully have people in place, for some time and maximizing this opportunity. So again, I don't want to sound like I'm a wet blanket, but we need to remember there's going to be kind of a lag there associated with all of this resource and getting it on the ground and accounting and planning for that. But it's a great problem to have, and it'll be exciting to see this work go forward. So thank you.
I agree with what Eric just said. Absolutely. Do we have other? Oh, Tom, Director Byler.
Thanks, Chair Reeves. I appreciate Commissioner Quemp's observation, and I want to maybe expand on that a little bit. And first of all, I just want to tell folks, and you may remember this from our conversations at the beginning of the year and last fall, that we were expecting a cuts budget going into this session. And so this is just flabbergasting, really, the turn of events and a pretty unique opportunity for us. But I do agree that this is a massive workload and it presents some real challenges for us right out of the chute just to get up and running. And one of the things that I wanted to share with you that is actually an element around the work that we've done under the strategic plan. You may recall, we have several kind of high priorities around our strategic plan. And one was to focus on modernization kind of broadly, that had its own umbrella of issues in terms of looking to modernize our programs. But another element that I wanted to emphasize was our internal improvements and kind of the evolution of our culture and staff work. And they're very much connected in my view. And one of the elements that we began to practice before the pandemic hit that was a way for us to grapple with being an under-resourced agency with a lot of work was to start to use project management tools in a much more intentional way and much more uniform way around the agency. When we know we have big projects, let's make sure that we are drafting charters that help we help understand the scope and scale of the project and who needs to be involved and what sections, what programs need to be involved and at what point. And that we also use project management tools so that we can track the progress of implementation of that work. That's not been those elements have not been, those tools have not been practiced historically within this agency, other than maybe on an ad hoc basis by certain managers. So we started to test drive those tools before the pandemic hit, which was good. But I have to admit they fell by the wayside a bit as we made our initial adjustment to the remote work environment and just kind of the free fall I think that we all felt that we were in when the pandemic hit. all that said, yes, we have more resources, but we also have a lot more work. And so the same principle really applies, that we need to have tools to help us be organized and track our work over time. And so in earnest, our executive team and our management team will increasingly be involved with working through how we organize ourselves around this workload. And so these project management tools, these charters and tools to help us track our progress are going to be part of how we implement our work. Not every element of our budget is going to require a charter and a project management effort, but many of them will. And I think it will help us align our priorities better and understand over time, especially as we get into implementation, we may be able to better anticipate bottlenecks and be in a better position to resolve those internally if we have staffing constraints down the line. So I just wanted to share that with you, that it's a process that we're bringing to bear. We're still new to it, I'll have to admit, and it's taking time to build it, but I think it's going to be an important administrative tool for us to manage this workload. The other element that I would mention that's also, I think, relates to Commissioner Quemp's comments is expectations. It takes time to move these efforts forward. And I think part of our challenge and a part of our opportunity is to have realistic expectations about what we can achieve and when, and that we communicate that with you as commissioners and with our stakeholders and with legislators. We're trying to wrap our heads around what kind of realistic outcomes we can have on. I know that there are some projects that we have associated with this budget where there are high expectations for delivery by the time we find ourselves in front of the legislature again in 2023. And we're going to do everything we can to make progress on those elements. But we also know that there are other aspects of the work that we have in front of us that are going to take multiple years for us to move on. And being able to effectively communicate expectations and help shape expectations, I think, is also going to be part of our success story. Because the work that we have here is not stuff that can be done in short periods of time. It's really laying a foundation for the marathon that we have ahead of us in terms of developing the data tools, the accessibility to data, working on setting forward a long-term trajectory for helping communities work on their water future, and then making sure that we've got a sufficient staffing and kind of modern tools available to us to help manage the resource in communities around the state. That's a big and daunting prospect. This budget is a huge step forward in the right direction. It's very, very exciting. It breaks us out of the status quo, but it also carries some risks with it because it's so big. The last risk that I'll mention to you is that we are a very general fund dependent agency. And this budget actually makes us even more so than we were before. That puts us in a high risk category in terms of what happens when the state economy goes down, and someday it will. And that puts us in a difficult position, because if history is any indication, and in this case I'm talking about political history and not the hydrograph and precip and climate change. If history is any indication, we will have a very hard time competing with education, public safety, and other general funded areas of the state budget. And so we need to be mindful of that as we go forward, and that there are some risks out there for us.
It's true. Commissioner Corn, did you have a comment?
It sounds like there's a lot of exciting possibilities. One of the concerns I have, and it's kind of following Commissioner Quemp's comments of you're looking for some quality specialized people in an environment where practically every business I know of is looking for qualified people for whatever their endeavor may be. Are you in a position to be competitive salary wise and to attract the kind of people you're going to be able to need, and especially in a short time frame. To me, that seems like the most daunting task to start with, is just getting the kind of people you're going to need to move forward the programs that you're looking at.
Commissioner Corn, that's a great question. And, the state typically is not very competitive from a salary standpoint, but there are other attributes of public employment with the state that I think can be attractive to good candidates. We have great benefits, healthcare, and I think those are, we outcompete a lot of the other employers from that standpoint. Also kind of depends on the interest of the individual. Some people really gravitate towards public service. They like working on issues that like we have, that are trying to move the public good forward. The third element that I think is the new one that we talked about a little bit during the director's report is our reimagined workplace that's evolving. And we may have a lot more latitude to hire staff that may not work out of the Salem office or our traditional office structure. Depending on the skills and the type of work that we're looking for, we may have a lot more latitude, which may allow us to hire more people than we would have otherwise under our more traditional model, where they may not have wanted to move to Salem from wherever they were living. I think that may also create some, hopefully heighten our competitiveness with respect to recruitments. But Commissioner Corn, I fully agree. I think it's a tough environment to hire in right now, on all levels, really, within the economy. And we're hoping that we can get some good recruitments going forward. Good candidates, excuse me.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mall, and then Raquel next.
I think Raquel was up before I was from a
I
time.
didn't notice. I did not see the sequence. Have at it, Raquel.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I was just going to add, I echo much of the sentiment that all of you have been discussing. One other factor for us to also be mindful of when we're talking about recruitments is, as Director Byler had just noted at the onset of his comments, that we came out of a cuts budget scenario. We also came out of a budget shortfall scenario, and we also came out of a scenario in which we were required to leave positions vacant. So the 35 positions that Lisa Snyder had talked about, that is in addition to all of the positions that were vacant. So we are looking at much more than just 35 positions. So just to put a little bit of that in perspective, there's a lot of recruitments that's going to need to happen. So thank you.
Wow, that's a lot. I mean, hiring that many people alone is going to take, well, it's going to take a lot of people to hire that many people. And then the timing, it is daunting, but we're up to it. Commissioner Ma.
Just pretty simply, how fungible are these awards, either in use and or time frame? How much of it can be carried over past into the 2023-24 biennium? And if something, for example, is $30 million into the water supply development account for water projects, grants, and loans, how fungible is the use of those funds?
Commissioner Mall, so we have different sources of funding that have different attributes in terms of how they can be used. All of our general fund dollars need to be used within the time span of the current biennium. If we don't expend those, they will revert back to the state.
Can they be just obligated in that time frame rather than expensed?
I think they need to be spent. I'm seeing a head nod from Lisa Snyder, so I got that right. Right. And the general fund tends to be contract dollars, but primarily it's operations, positions that's associated with, and we'll certainly do our best to, get. We'll be tracking that very closely in terms of making sure that we're working within our budget and maximizing our potential around that. We also get lottery bond dollars, and those tend to be project, grant project types of dollars, and those have a longer shelf life. I think roughly five years is looking for Lisa's head nod, seeing it again. So those can span a biennium and be carried forward is the terminology that we would use from a budget parlance standpoint. The fee dollars also, if we have extra fee dollars, we have, ideally we'll have an ending fund balance within our fee-based programs, and those can be carried forward generally to help sustain those programs into the future. The unique funding that we have, well, there's also federal dollars that we are not a big recipient of federal dollars traditionally, but we did receive a lot of the ARPA dollars, the American Rescue Plan funds. And I think those will have, I think we're still waiting for some guidance around those funds, but I think they're going to have like a 3-year window for those dollars. And so those also would be funds that would span more than just one biennium. So the other point I guess I would make is every appropriation is going to look a little bit different in terms of what it's tied to. And so we can't just move dollars around. If we have dollars appropriated for a certain program or a certain function, we have to work within that area. We have limited flexibility to move dollars around within those budgets. Although I would mention we are administratively being realistic about our capacity to be able to do the recruitments, for example. And we're recognizing that even though we didn't receive a budget item for this, we need additional HR capacity to be able to move this forward. And so we're taking actions administratively to be able to staff up and have the resources and capacity to be able to do that. Another area where we know we've got a lot of new business that we didn't receive assistance from the legislature on is procurement, contracting. We've got a lot there, and we know that we would benefit from adding some resources there. So we're trying our best to put ourselves in a position to be successful. Where we have some flexibility administratively, we're thinking about ways to maximize our interests as we can. And so I hope that's helpful. I think I may hopefully covered your question.
Yeah, yes, you did. And I guess my only follow up to that would be in parallel with your project management approach to things. Have you all dashboarded any of this to be able to keep track of the ticking time frame and the declining, or at least the obligation expense of these funds, just so that we don't get to June 2023 and go, oh no, there's something that we'd be able to see on a regular basis just to help know, for example, that there may be some urgency for commissioners to be in touch with legislators or feds or others to reassure and or look for flexibility?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Mull. It's a great question. And I think we're working towards that. We're using some of these tools for the first time. And so I do know there's some reporting capacity within projects that we'll certainly be keeping track of. And I think to your question, I know I'll be interested in ways to be able to roll those up so that I can see kind of at a high level, how are we doing based on the expectations and goals that we set for ourselves associated with these projects? How are we doing, and are we making progress? And we'd be happy to, as we build those tools, we'd be happy to share and update the commission on our work. I think that would be a really useful exercise for both staff and the commission.
I'd really appreciate it if it doesn't add an unnecessary burden, but I think it would be valuable in terms of being able to, again, for commissioners to be advocates as we get into the next legislative session, especially.
Commissioner Quince?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Good question from Commissioner Mall, and I appreciate Tom's response. I was thinking, Tom, when you talk about those different funding categories and maybe some of their different lifespans, at a future meeting, it might be productive to have a graphic, with a timeline, and if it's possible to display some of those categories and what kind of lifespan they might have. I think that would help explain maybe, why some things are prioritized, and also to help manage expectations of, the commission, stakeholders, and legislators. And it could be a good tool for, as we know, we're going to unfortunately have to replace Bruce and Bob on the commission. It might be a good tool for educating new commissioners that are coming on. Also, with the kind of dashboard reporting idea, the OMB has a report format I think is great because it's very brief. I don't know if you've ever seen a quad report format where you have inputs, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. The inputs being the staffing and funding, the outputs doing the different work products that you have. And then, you relate the impacts to the community that you serve. But those can be very brief. They can be graphically driven. We've used them here to great effect. And it's a pretty simple format, but pretty effective in quickly communicating, broad work efforts and the impacts you're seeking. So that might be something you guys consider looking at. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Quemps. We'll take a look at that, and we'll take a look at ways that we can, given the big increase we've had in budget, I do think it's important for us to make sure that you all feel like you have a handle on the moving parts. Probably not in minutia, but at least at the more macro scale. And I think it would be great exercise for us to report to you periodically on our progress. I think that'd be very helpful.
Okay, we have a request for public comment on this item as well from Caitlin Barter with the Wild Salmon Center.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, see me?
We can hear you.
Right.
Oh, there you are. I can see you too.
2 for 2. Thank you, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the department's legislative session and budget update. For the record, my name is Caitlin Barter, and I lead the water program at Wild Salmon Center. WSC works in Oregon and across the North Pacific to promote the conservation and sustainable use of wild salmon ecosystems. And we rely on 3 basic strategies: protecting important habitat, promoting sustainable fisheries, and supporting local communities as they advocate for the health of their own watersheds and communities. We are a charter signatory to the Mid-Coast Place-Based Planning process. We engaged in multiple of the water bills during the 2021 regular session. And we also served on the recent legislative work group exploring enhancements to the state's water use measurement and reporting framework. Honestly, today's agenda is so chock full of important content that it was a challenge to pick where to weigh in so that we're not clogging up comment on everything. So thank you, commissioners, for hanging on all the way through. But the big issue that we do want to highlight today is the need for a well-vetted and public-facing plan to implement this huge investment in the agency that you are overseeing, so that we can realize the greatest benefits for the water resources that the agency stewards. As was highlighted today in the 21-23 budget, you've got your 32.2% increase from the previous biennium in total funds, which includes a 66% increase in general funds. Wow, that's amazing. Also, we're 2 months in to this new biennium. And for better and for worse, we are going to need even more investment in future biennia to account for the increasing variability that several commissioners have highlighted today in our water resources and higher demands on them. So this investment is an opportunity for better measurement, monitoring, reporting, data, technology, all of the above in the near term, so that we can build this case for more investment in the midterm and strengthen that foundation for better water management and planning in the long term. As multiple commissioners have highlighted today, those historical averages are becoming less instructive, and variability and extremes are becoming that new norm. We need more monitoring of our supply and demand. We need more intensive and responsive water management. And this biennium's budget is a great chance for us to build the case for that. So to get the greatest ROI on these investments, we need an implementation plan, a work plan, a spending plan, an onboarding plan, a dashboard plan, whatever we want to call it, but a plan so that we can ramp up capacity at OWRD rationally and quickly. This can help avoid a repeat of past years where authorized positions remained vacant for a long time, which delayed progress on critical work and made positions, unfortunately, easy targets for eliminations when budgets are tighter. As Raquel and Bryn highlighted, authority for 209 positions up from 178. Wow, that's 31 new positions to fill plus vacancies, so more positions. We need to understand what's the status of posting, promoting, interviewing, selecting, and onboarding those new team members. We know and recognize this is a huge effort for a very small agency. And also, we urge the commission to request that onboarding plan and to keep its eyes on progress as an agenda item going forward for status updates. We are pleased to hear on Director Byler's several references to the 2019-24 strategic plan for the department. And I would encourage the commissioners to take a fresh look at it. You probably all have it, tacked up in front of you. But I'll just recall that the three strategic priorities for the department are: one, to modernize the management of Oregon's surface water and groundwater resources to meet in-stream and out-of-stream uses; two, work to secure Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream water future in the face of increasing water scarcity; and three, foster a forward-looking team dedicated to serving Oregonians with integrity and excellence. This investment package that has landed somewhat unexpectedly on the agency does a lot to advance those strategic priorities in the next biennium. And then I'll also encourage you to look at the 4 strategies that the department identified for implementation of that plan, including identifying tactics as a team, pursuing resources as needed, making as much progress as you can with existing resources. Third, adapting as needed, and I know we're asking for a lot of adaptation on a quick timeline. And fourth, to communicate progress. And I think this is the one that we are really hopeful for, and that's all the more important now. One key need that received significant investment attention and needs prioritization is water data. We need enhanced field presence to manage our public's water resources, more measurement and monitoring of streams, groundwater, and water use, and modernization of the technology that the department uses. I'll encourage the commissioners to take another look at POP 102. It describes some of the significant barriers that the department faces based on its current outdated IT systems, and this is a great opportunity for the department to address that. Same with deploying. There's $3 million that have been allocated for expanding groundwater and surface water measurement and monitoring. And I was struck by the below average precipitation in past 17 of 21 years. So, we need to be doing a lot more of monitoring of what we have. I'll echo the request for an updated plan on the IWRS update. The Water Futures presentation, I think, highlighted the importance of having that plan out there so that communities can make sure that they have the resources allocated to participate in that effectively. And finally, in terms of the priorities that were highlighted in the staff report before the commissioners, we'll note that the work group on transfers of stored water only includes the location and point of diversion for storage. So we're not signed up to testify on item H, but we will say that we're supportive of the written comments that are before the commission on that. I'll close with a metaphor. I'm heading out on a work trip next week. So I've got a driving metaphor for you. After years of the Water Resources Department getting by on fumes, the legislature's topped off the tank and up the horsepower. So now we're asking for your help in requesting an implementation plan that maps out the journey with frequent check-ins and maintenance to make sure that we keep our foot on the gas and adapt to the unexpected adventures en route. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylin. Any questions, comments? I am not seeing any hands up. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Okay. Our next item, is everybody good for the next item before or do you want to take a quick break before we get into it? We're a little bit behind, but we all good? Looks like we're good. Okay, so the next item is Division 77 rulemaking timeline. We have Dwight French and Breeze Potter presenting on this. And I think Tom Byler is going to kick this one off for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves. This item has created a lot of internal conversation, and it is one of many items that we wrestle with here at the department that has layers of complexity. And as a staff, we've had more time to consider the report and our recommendations, and received, since we issued our report, additional input from stakeholders. And what I wanted to signal to folks is that we'd like to adjust our recommendation, and Breeze is going to step you through our slide deck, kind of walking you through some of the process. But I wanted to signal that the recommendation, I think item 2 in our staff report, we are adjusting, and I will, after Breeze has a chance to kind of walk you through the process of how we got from there to here, I will then kind of try to help you all with the recommendation that we'd like to put in front of you, which is essentially, if you're looking at our options that we laid out, it would be option 4, which is the vague other course of action as determined by the commission. And I will guide you through our thought process on the direction that we would recommend as Breeze gets through the introductory PowerPoint. So Breeze, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Reeve, I'll go ahead and share my screen here. And is everybody seeing that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Oops. Okay, so during this agenda item, we're going to be providing a brief overview of the status of the Division 77 rulemaking and asking the Commission to provide guidance on the appropriate timeline for this effort.
Hey, Breeze?
Yes.
We can see the notes page. I don't know if you want that showing.
Let's hide presenter view there. Okay. Let me stop my share, sorry. Share a different screen here. There we go. Just the presentation now?
Yep, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. So this is where we're at in the rulemaking process. We're kind of between the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. We did hold 2 RAC meetings in May and June of this year and received some written comments from the RAC, which are part of your staff report materials. I believe it's attachment 4, if you'd like to take a look at those as we're going along. And Division 77 relates to our leases and transfers of existing water rights to in-stream water rights. And this rulemaking was a focused effort to clarify application requirements and review processes for in-stream leases and transfers, improve the efficiency of department review of those applications, and implement statutory changes. In particular, the proposed changes streamline the lease process for irrigation districts, incorporate required statutory changes to in-stream leasing resulting from Senate Bill 199, which was passed in 2013, and Senate Bill 206, which was passed in 2015.
The proposed changes also make necessary clarifications to the application and review process related to in-stream leases of a right to store water or a storage right, and incorporate provisions which describe the application and review process for transferring all or a portion of a storage right to an in-stream water right. So a little bit of background on this rulemaking. There were efforts to modify this rule division in 2005 and 2015, which ultimately did not result in amendments being brought before the commission. And then in light of interest from stakeholders in permanently transferring storage rights in stream, the department restarted rulemaking on this division in 2020, and we folded in some of the straightforward rule changes that were contemplated back in 2015. Oregon Revised Statute Section 537348 authorizes the lease or transfer of existing water rights to in-stream water rights. But as currently written, the Division 77 rules are limiting and do not provide details to guide the transfer process. They lack clarity for the leasing process as well. So the department, as I said, held 2 RAC meetings on the draft rules in May and June of this year. After those meetings were held, the 2021 legislature passed House Bill 3103. This bill amends Oregon Revised Statutes Chapter 540 to authorize changes in the type or character of use of a storage right. The bill also directs the commission to engage professional facilitation services and hold 6 to 12 meetings with at least 20 diverse stakeholders before June 30th, 2023. The purpose of those facilitated meetings is to find agreement among stakeholders on a path forward for transfers of stored water and development of related legislative proposals. So during the June RAC meeting, which was the one that we discussed the changes of storage rights, RAC members discussed the proposed rulemaking timeline and also those provisions related to the transfers of storage rights. There was expressions of support and others of opposition. So this is just a summary. There's some additional summary in the staff report. And as I highlighted, you can see some of the other written comments we received after the RAC as part of attachment 4. So just in brief summary, comments and support during the RAC meeting highlighted the authority of the department to transfer storage rights in stream, the need for such transfers, and the importance of understanding the proposed process for those transfers. Comments in opposition during the RAC meeting highlighted the complexity of the issue and called for more discussion, questioned the timing and necessity of the rulemaking, and expressed concern about the potential for different criteria for transfers of storage given the work under House Bill 3103. The written comments provide a range of opinions on how to proceed with the rulemaking. And so we've developed a couple of options. We have 4 options, which I will just go ahead and read through for you. So option 1 is to move forward with the current scope of the rulemaking, including changes related to leases and transfers of storage rights, with an estimated November 2021 timeline for rule adoption. Option 2 is the long one here. Limit the scope of the rulemaking in order to exclude changes related to leases and transfers of storage rights, and amend the draft rules and draft fiscal impact statement as required. One exception would be to weigh the possibility of modifying water use subject to transfer, which is contained in the definition of in-stream lease, to make it consistent with other provisions of the leasing rules, but make no other changes related to storage. We would then move forward with an estimated November 2021 timeline for rule adoption for the amended draft rules, and reserve all changes related to storage rights for a separate rulemaking effort undertaken at a future date. Option 3 would be to halt the entire rulemaking indefinitely pending the outcome of the stakeholder meetings convened under House Bill 3103. And then option 4, which Tom will be expanding on further, is the other course of action as determined by the commission. And Tom, I don't know if you want me to stop sharing the screen at this point so folks can see your face.
Well, I don't want you to do it just so they can see my face, but I think it'd be good maybe to get off of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So folks, thank you, Breeze, for that. And this is an area where we've received a fair bit of opinion and perspective from a number of different folks. It's fair to say that not everyone shares the same opinion about this issue, which is not an unusual territory for us as an agency and a commission. I'm sorry that we are shifting our recommendation, but on the other hand, I think as a public agency, part of our responsibility is to assess information as we see it and try to land with the best outcome. What I want to do with you is I'm going to start off by telling you what we recommend, but I want to then provide a little bit more background and context for you, because I think there is a lot of confusion out there right now and concerns, and I think it's we want to try to set ourselves on a path where we can deal with those issues and carry out our responsibilities in an efficient and straightforward way. So to cut to the chase, our recommendation is that we reconvene the RAC, the Rules Advisory Committee, and we give folks a chance to further articulate their concerns and have a conversation around their concerns. But my expectation is that out of that, we will be moving on both Division 77 rulemaking and Division 380, which is our regular transfer rules, and vis-a-vis updates that would need to be made under the new authority that Breeze mentioned under House Bill 3103 that provides authority for the change of use or type of use for storage rights. So that's the in a nutshell what we want to do. But let me back up a little bit because the context here is really important. As Breeze mentioned, we've been looking to make updates and needed to make updates to Division 77 for some time, and we've not been able to do that in large part, I think, primarily to a lot of the capacity issues that we've had associated with our ability to be able to move rulemakings forward, as many rulemakings as we would like to. Division 77 is the authority that drives Division 77 from our standpoint is driven by ORS 537-348. So that's chapter 537. And that's important because in the context of this discussion, one of the drivers that has been pushing us on this rulemaking is an interest in using permanent transfers under 537-348, which we have not been implementing under that program. We have been doing leases historically under that program. It's our opinion that 537-348 authorizes us both to do leasing and permanent transfers of storage rights, but we felt that it was necessary and important to lay that groundwork for the transfers, the permanent transfers, through some additional rulemaking in Division 77. And so, so that's some of the context that was driving that, but it was driven a large part by several years ago when we were advised by the Department of Justice that our current statutes did not provide the authority for us to consider applications for changes or transfers to storage rights, to reservoir rights. It had been, it's not an area where we have seen historically a lot of transfers, but it is an area where prior to that DOJ advice, we had processed transfers for the type of use, so if a reservoir owner, holder of a reservoir right wanted to change the use of their reservoir from irrigation purposes to multiple purposes, that was a vehicle to be able to do that. It was also a vehicle to be able to move the location of the place of use of the reservoir or the point of diversion associated with that reservoir. When the DOJ advice came forward, we no longer considered those types of applications. And until 3103, there had been no legislative resolution to that issue. I think in part that's what drove some of the interest that we received around Division 77. And in particular, the ability to clarify in our rules, the ability for us to be able to receive and process permanent transfers of reservoir rights to in-stream purposes. And in that case, the way we look at that is that actually would transfer part of that reservoir right, and essentially diminishing the volume of that right because some of it would be transferred to in-stream purposes, no longer available for kind of traditional storage and secondary use purposes. So that was what we were looking at and what we were reacting to before 3103 was enacted by the legislature. 3103 authorizes now, resolves some of the issues, but not all of the issues that were in play around the transfer of storage issue. And it resolves only the character of use issue or the type of use issue. The rules associated with that change that need to be updated are in our Division 380 rules. They are not in our Division 77 rules. They are separate from that. And we know, and we've heard from some stakeholders, that there's a desire for us to get cracking on updating our rules in Division 380 so that we can accommodate applications that may be coming forward for those reservoir owners or holders of reservoir rights who want to make change of character of use or type of use changes. So we understand that need, and we think that's a legitimate and valuable exercise for us to go through. Meanwhile, as Breeze mentioned, House Bill 3103 also requires us to engage with folks on transfer of storage issues. That is a work group that we will convene. We will go through those discussions. But I guess there's a pivot from our previous recommendation is that we don't think that it's advisable for us to wait for the 3103 work group to finish its work. Moreover, to wait for recommendations that group may provide to the legislature and for the legislature to pass before we act on Division 77 and Division 380. So it's a confusing terrain that we have here between two different statutes that drive kind of similar functions and two different rule divisions that help us with our implementation of those areas. But ultimately, we think that it's advisable, and we would recommend as the next course of action that you direct us to reconvene the Rules Advisory Committee. We use that as a basis to step through the discussion and for us to explain at least our stand, the way we look at these issues, and to hear concerns and talk about those concerns. But it would also be our recommendation that you direct us to, in addition to having that discussion, that we also consider convening convening a Rules Advisory Committee. Maybe it's the same one, maybe it's a different one, that would help us get the wheels in motion on the update to Division 380, the rules related to transfers that have been that are implicated in House Bill 3103, so that we can put that rulemaking in motion within the next year. Assuming we have successful conversations, we would also recommend that we engage on the Division 77 rulemaking in the near term and not delay it until after the 3103 work group. So there's a lot there that I laid out. I hope it was somewhat helpful, but I imagine you may have some questions.
Thank you, Tom, and Breeze as well. Anyone have questions? Any commissioners with questions? I don't know. I saw two hands go up. Unfortunately, I cannot tell the sequence because I'm on an iPad, but Joe, you're the first one I noticed, so Commissioner
Once
Hall.
again, Raquel beat me, but her hand went back down. Raquel, what
Oh,
was
it did. I can't. Yeah, maybe I should get these participants.
No,
up
she
here.
had
Hey.
it up and she dropped it. So I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
Raquel
Let's back
may
up again. All right.
Chair Reeves, Raquel may have had I may have missed some points that she and I have been talking about on this issue. And so I wonder whether it might be good to have her weigh in before we take questions.
That's fine with me. It's okay with you, Joe? All right. Oh, there you are. Keller, are you
Raquel, you're on mute.
muted?
Sorry, I was double muted. Only hit one unmute button. So, Chair Reeves, commissioners, thank you for your indulgence here. Director Byler, you did a great job, and no, you did not miss a point. What I was thinking as I was listening to it is maybe a way to distill the information, because I tend to think in tables. So we start with, 537348 in Division 77. So that's our first category. That rulemaking pertains to changing the storage right to an in-stream right and not storing anymore. Okay, so hopefully that helps you all a little bit to think about it. That's the one that we started the rulemaking before the legislative session ended. And that is the one that we then received all these comments on. And we are proposing for that we reconvene the RAC and continue to have the conversations that we've since seen. There's a need for more conversations. Okay, so that's kind of what I would see the first bucket being. The second bucket being what is ORS Chapter 540, 510, 520, if you want to get specific, but that is the one that House Bill 3103 addressed, okay, this session. And that one essentially includes a change to allow us to allow for changes in the character of use of the storage right. So the way I like to think about this is, well, what's the difference between those two, right? I like to think about this one as changing what you are storing the water for, okay? So what can we issue secondary water rights for? If the reservoir is just for irrigation today, we can't issue a secondary water right for flow augmentation purposes. So we need to be able to change that storage right. So the legislature passed authorization related to that. And that is, that bill goes into effect January 1st, 2022. And so we have also looked at our Division 380 rules, which implement ORS 540, 510, and 520, and so on. And we do need to undertake some discussions about rulemaking for that, is what we think. And then the third bucket pertains to, yet again, ORS Chapter 540, 510, and ORS Chapter 540, 520, and so on. But this is the area where we do not currently have authority. Okay, this is the other piece of House Bill 3103 that was addressed, which is essentially a work group on what the legislature has not approved authority on around the location of stored water and point of diversion. So I will note that the legislature did not provide specifics, that it was only those two topics in there, but I think that is what you're hearing from folks, that a lot of folks think that is just really the main focus of that facilitated conversation. So those are the three buckets, and what I think we are hearing from Director Byler, and Director, please interrupt me if I start to go in a confusing direction, is that we reconvene the RAC for Division 77. We start essentially a RAC potentially for 380. We have those conversations, and those two would be simultaneously going on. And simultaneously, we would also start the work on House Bill 3103's facilitated discussion related to the transfers of location. So I would look to Director Byler to see if that summary was helpful, and if I went in the wrong direction on it. But that was, as you were talking, Director, I felt like, oh, I feel like we could make these clean buckets for folks, and hopefully that will help with the conversation.
Thanks, Raquel. I actually have buckets drawn on my notes here. So that is, you're prescient in that. I do think one thing that has been pointed out by some of the comments is that it's going to be confusing to have these efforts moving at the same time. And one thing that we wanted to try to convey to you today is that these are separate authorities. Division 77, as it relates to the transfer of storage, is a separate authority than the authority we would have under transfers under 540 and our Division 380. Moreover, we have the new guidance around the 3103 process. I think we recognize that there's the potential that 3103 discussions could lead to some new approaches or new ways to think about how we deal with the transfer of storage. We just don't know at this point whether that will happen. We don't know when it will happen. And in the meantime, we think there is a need to be able to move on both Division 77 and Division 380 for the purposes stated. And that if we need to make changes down the line because of legislative action associated with the 3103 work group, or we learn some things that can be administratively adapted because of the recommendations of the 3103 work group, we'll take that up when it's ready and when it's ripe.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mall.
Technical difficulties. Thank you both. That was a nice tag team. I still feel like, you remember that Hank Williams song? Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. I'm trying to get my head around it, and I'm trying to go back to not being an attorney. I did have the pleasure of a couple of land use law classes, and the professor in those classes always said, begin at the beginning. And what I'd love to know, because I'm thinking through the RAC and these group of 20 from 3103 section 03 that will come together, and thinking, all right, what's the volume of work that we're talking about? And so my question is, Tom, you said, you implied that there are some potential applications that would come in if we resolved some of these things. What's the volume of that, and where is this coming from? So worst case, in some ways, we advise option 4, or no, I guess it's 3, maybe, to scrap the whole process and just do the 3103 stakeholder. What won't happen from a public value perspective if we did do a big stop? What public values are not going to be served? And I'd love the distinction to be around the broad in-stream public value versus, is this inconveniencing a number of well-intended private individuals who want better efficiency in how they're using water? Do we have any sense of that?
So I'm going to point to Raquel's buckets here. And there's the Division 77, or 537, 348, Division 77 bucket. And then there's the Chapter 540, 510 traditional transfer bucket that's embodied in our 380 rules, because there's 2 fora that we need to be mindful of here. One is, as we mentioned in our staff report, we've been under Division 77, we've been processing leases of stored water for a number of years. And that if you advised us to put a halt to everything, it would be our recommendation that we would continue to offer that service where it comes up. I don't know how frequent that happens. I think historically, Central Oregon's been an area where we've seen that mechanism be used in the past. But in terms of being able to continue to have a tool available to the public that, at least on a temporary lease standpoint, could convert stored water to in-stream purposes, that tool would still exist even if we stopped our rulemaking process from this point forward. With respect to Division 380 and our ability to be able to, if we don't do the rulemaking there, I think some would argue that we have the authority in statute and we should, whether we do the rulemaking or not, we should continue to consider applications. I think there is a building body of need around that associated with water users or holders of reservoir rights or folks who have an interest in a reservoir to have greater flexibility to be able to meet needs. And be one of the obstacles that can come up that can inhibit flexibility is if the character of use of that reservoir doesn't have the flexibility needed to be able to meet a bunch of needs. So House Bill 3103, which reopened that door by authorizing the statute to allow for the change of type of use. If we didn't move forward on the rulemaking there, that would, I think, create some concern among the community of users who I think in the Willamette Basin in particular, where we have the reallocation issues, there's an increasing interest in being able to have some certainty that there's a path available for folks to be able to make the change of type of use of a reservoir right in order for them to be able to meet their longer term objectives and have the flexibility they need with those reservoirs and the stored water and the range of secondary uses that would make use of that water.
It's kind of helpful. I would love to hear other perspectives. What underlies this is my sense is that, and I could be way off here. I certainly am biased in this direction, but my sense is that if this is something that has been hobbling along since 2015 and before, and we haven't been able to address many of the concerns, it's because it has been characterized in a very polarized sort of setting. And people have been bringing their cards to the table and really just negotiating and not really coming together in a broad 100-year water vision sort of public good mindset. And so if, for example, stopping rulemaking and really relying on this larger collaborative effort that 3103 is calling for could somehow address that, so that when we did get back to rulemaking, people would come to the table not to play not to lose, but to actually to play collectively to win, I would think, yeah, let's do it. Because right now it just seems like a really contentious, way out on a limb here. It doesn't seem like people are coming to the table in good faith, except to preserve what they as individual groups and representative of groups need. And again, perhaps I could be way off on that, and that may just be a reflection of my read of the politics of the time, but it sure seems that way. So thanks for at least addressing that, but I'd love to, I think this is a really important thing for us to consider as a commission.
If I could respond a bit to Commissioner Mull's comment. This has been a difficult issue to resolve, and we've had legislators in the past who have pulled folks together, and they've not been able to come to a broad resolution over this issue, which is unfortunate. The 3103 group, one of the great things about it is that I think it authorizes us to work with a talented facilitator to try to set a table to resolve remaining issues. And I say remaining issues because one of the issues has been resolved by the legislature with 3103, the authorization to be able to make changes of type of use of a storage right. And while that doesn't preclude people from looking at the big picture, I think that some of the folks at the table are going to feel very strongly that that's not an issue that's in play going forward. So I think we just need to be mindful of that as part of the discussions that are going forward. There are, we can look at the bigger picture, but I think that different folks at the table are going to have different interests associated with that.
Tom, I want to just jump in on this point because the way I look at this, we're being asked about the timeline for the Division 77 rulemaking. And the Division 77 rules are implementing statutory authority that's been on the books for 6 years or however long it's been. And actually the rules, it sounds like the rules have created some confusion about how the statutory authority muddled the statutory authority that's already on the books for the specific purpose of transferring a storage right to an in-stream right. And so I don't have a problem with reconvening the RAC on Division 77, because it sounds to me like from the comments, like substantively, there are still some people felt like they had to move too fast through the process. There were other things happening, but also maybe there are substantive issues about how the parties think this particular authority should be exercised. But I don't really, I haven't yet seen something that makes me think there's this inextricable link between the 3103 authority, which is amending different statutes, and this 537, 348 authority that kind of stands alone with respect to storage rights and in-stream water rights. And so, I mean, if you guys from my perspective, if you reconvene the RAC and you were persuaded that, you really can't do one without the other, then you could talk to us again about it. I'm not seeing that right now, but maybe it's there. But what I'd like to see is for this Division 77 rulemaking to continue and finish. And I do not see the logic, certainly, of waiting for the 3103 task force to finish its work. But maybe even, and nor do I see why you would have to wait to start a RAC on the 3103 implementation of the authority that's been given, as opposed to the task force authority. But so I guess, Joe, to your point, I don't know the degree to which they're remaining, it sounds like, as to changing the place of use and maybe point of diversion. There are still live issues. But some of this, I think, has been settled by the legislature. So, and we're trying to implement it. Anyway, Commissioner Baumgartner, I think your hand has been up for, thank goodness for electronic hands, so we don't have to sit there all this time with our hands up.
Commissioner, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was afraid all the emails I get were making lots of beeps, or at least that's what I was told. So I went on mute and I always get confused. Apologize for that. But I think what I want to touch on follows very much what Chair Reeves touched on. And I want to make sure I understand it, because this seems to be both a bit of a nuanced issue and fairly difficult issue. I really appreciate the description of the 3 buckets, because I can usually understand 3 things. But the one that I really want to talk about is the character of use, because or maybe back up on some point, I want to touch on is the trajectory each one of these buckets is on. Because it seems to me that the character of use could be on a faster time frame than the other 2 buckets, if you will, that we don't really have to hold off making movement on the character of use until we figure out what we're going to do with the 3103 group, or the I forget the other one, the place of use or the location of use. The other area that I'm wrestling with is, how will this advisory group influence the RAC? What's that cross communication between the multiple meetings that the commission is required to have under 3103 and the RAC to discuss the Division 71 rules? Does that make sense? I'm unsure of how those are going to interact.
So Commissioner Baumgartner, if you could imagine the three buckets and they all have wheels and they're slowly rolling down the hill, they are on separate tracks in my mind. And there's no reason that the Division 77 bucket and the Division 380 bucket that's implementing 3103 and the character of use change can't just move at this point. And but what we need to be mindful of is that third bucket that's the work group associated with the unresolved issues of 3103. I think it's in the realm of the possible, but I couldn't even tell you exactly what that would look like. But I've been around long enough to know that, issues can evolve over in ways that you don't anticipate. It's possible that the recommendations of the 3103 group and maybe subsequent legislative action could influence Division 77 or the 380 rules. If that happens down the line, we'll make the necessary adjustments. But I don't think it's worth us pausing on those buckets rolling forward for 380 and Division 77, because we don't know what the outcomes of that work group will be, and we don't know what actions the legislature will take on that, and that could take quite a bit of time for that to play out. And I'm sorry, there was a second part of your question.
And so, do you see the 77 bucket and the 380 bucket going at the same time frame?
Yeah.
Or can we move the 380?
How do they interact?
Yeah.
So thank you. I would expect that some of the people in the Rules Advisory Committee and following the rules processes will be sitting on the 3103 work group. So there will be a very real embodiment of interface from that aspect. I think that I think that there can be some interface between the two. I don't know exactly what that would look like, to be honest with you at this point. I think that the 380 rulemaking is pretty straightforward to just make sure our rules reflect the new change in the law of 3103. And I think with Division 77, it's also, because it's directed to 537, ORS 537-348, it's pretty straightforward. And I think the key question here that was raised in that why we're even here talking about this is there was concern that these needed to be, that we were getting out in front of things by moving these forward. And again, I apologize for our recommendation shifting a bit, but as we've thought about this more and more deeply, we feel like these are separate actions. And that we don't know at this point, and we may not know for quite a long time, whether the 3103 work group will have any bearing on the two rulemakings that we would do under Division 77 and 380. And to the extent that, again, I don't have a clean and concise way to describe how we would interact between those groups, but I do know that there'd be a lot of redundancy in terms of the people sitting in at those tables. So I think it would be inherent that there'd be a lot of shared knowledge and experience.
Raquel, you've got your hand up. Oh, excuse me, Bob.
Well, I'm just saying thanks.
Okay.
Chair Reeves, when it's appropriate, if I recall correctly, I believe that there may be a public comment during this agenda item.
Yes, there are a couple.
So just as a reminder, okay.
Thank you. Do other commissioners have comments? Julie, I thought you had your hand up earlier, but you didn't give up, did you?
I did, but Commissioner Baumgartner took my questions. So
okay.
No, I really appreciate the clarification. Yay, yes, nice work.
Right.
And the buckets, yeah, for some reason the buckets are really sticking with us. And really it was just, getting to that point of, are these three different issues that we're dealing with, but all moving together at the same time? And that can be confusing, yes, but I don't think we should hold up one for the other two. That makes sense. It seems like we're moving in that direction already. And And obviously what you just said, that we could take comments and incorporate those into the rule if necessary. But from the way that I see it, I think that we have a pretty good direction, and that's been laid out for us. So thank you again for the clarification.
Okay, great, thank you. So let's go ahead. It looks like that this is a good time to go ahead with public comment on this item. We have Jean Souza from the Klamath Irrigation District.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, Commissioner Smitherman, other commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. Commissioners Corn and Commissioners Baumgartner, thank you for your service. It'll be disheartening to not see you here in the future, but I do thank you for representing the people of your regions. For the record, my name is Jean Souza. I am the Executive Director of Klamath Irrigation District. The Klamath Irrigation District directly serves 43,000 acres and services 8 other irrigation districts representing over 122,000 acres here in the Klamath County. I'm authorized to also state that the Klamath Water Users Association, a nonprofit trade association whose members deliver water to over 95% of the land the Klamath Project provides, that rely upon the stored water from Upper Klamath Lake, to support the comments and recommendations that I will provide today. In total, I represent over 1,200 individuals, their families, who rely upon Klamath Irrigation District to perform its contractual obligations to operate the infrastructure here in Klamath County. Commissioners, in reference to your opening comments today and Director Byler's comments on the situation here in Klamath, I greatly appreciate the support that the Governor's office has provided in concern in assisting our communities. However, I think I do need to clarify the facts just a little bit for the record. The districts here in the Klamath projects were given 0% allocation this year, even though we started the season with over 340,000 acre feet of stored water in Upper Klamath Lake. That's 340,000 acre feet stored for the specific purpose of irrigation and irrigation only, and we got 0% allocation for that water. You're previously briefed today that 55% of the average inflows were coming into the Klamath Basin, and those were able to meet in-stream needs and basin recharge. Our pleas to Director Byler's staff to perform their duty to protect Oregon's water rights began last year, and we've met significant resistance in having a result in litigation starting last year to get that put in place. This year, as mentioned before, individual farmers made choices to turn to groundwater resources to survive a second year of consecutive problems with Oregon Water Resources Department staff failure to protect Oregonians' water rights. From my perspective, 75% of the dry wells here in Klamath Project could have been prevented by simply enforcing KID's water rights to open the A Canal head gates, which would have assisted in restoring those shallow aquifers for a number of those wells, to include my parents' place. I do have concerns about Division 77 rulemaking timeline. I do applaud Director Byler's offer in option 4 to help educate and inform, and Ms. Rancier's further expansion. I find that I'm also in concurrence with Commissioner Mull's comments, which is very unusual for me. KID is an interested party. I was able to provide written comments, which I believe you've already seen in your packets. I thank the committee for allowing me the opportunity to observe and educate myself and attempt to understand the rulemaking process. And as a background, as a former policy writer with the Department of Army, I had oversight of specific Department of Defense policy changes. In this role, I was required to answer key questions prior to implementing changes of policy. First question I had to answer was, what is broken, which can be resolved by changing policy without additional DOT-MIL-PF resources? And in the Department of Defense, DOT-MIL-PF stands for Doctrine or Policy, Organization, Training, Material, Leadership and Education, Personnel, and Facilities. Policy is seen by the Department of Defense and myself as a cheap fix, which often significantly creates costs in other elements of strategic planning, as Director Byler has mentioned earlier today, of all the different elements that go in here, and each policy change has a cost associated with it. The second piece is, what change in behavior does a change in policy address? The idea is that a policy change must be an effective solution to a problem, without creating more problems. And this is where I find myself on the same footing as Commissioner Mall, in that it's usually focused on changing unwanted behavior across stakeholders. If we get to the base of the problem and are able to solve some of the issues beforehand, we don't create additional problems by changing our policy midstream. It's likely many of you are aware that Klamath Irrigation District has active litigation against Water Resource Department relating to Reclamation's release of stored water from Upper Klamath Lake without a water right to do so, and the department's refusal to protect Oregonians' property rights as it relates to the Klamath Basin adjudication. Attachment 2 in your packet provided by Director Byler's teams titled Changes to Reservoir Rights, drafted by his department, is in essence a summary of our litigation and our argument that reclamation must follow Oregon state law as required by the Reclamation Act of 1902. Stored water is, across the state of Oregon, generally for the secondary water right holders. Klamath Irrigation District and the Klamath Project irrigators are secondary water right holders to the stored water for the sole purpose of irrigation here in Klamath County and out of Upper Klamath Lake, and is defined by the adjudication process conducted by this department. The purpose of rule change to Division 77, in my opinion, ignores secondary water right holders' ability to have any input, actions, or decisions which impact their storage water rights, which Ms. Roncier may have clarified for me just earlier, but I'll need to do some more research on the different buckets. When I was, as an interested party involved in the Rural Advisory Committee, I did ask for a process which would allow secondary water right holders to have a platform in that transfer application, if you will, so that those secondary water right holders would not be trampled when their stored water was put for in-stream purposes or other purposes as recommended by Reclamation. And this ask is based upon my last 2 years of experience here as the director of Klamath Irrigation District and Reclamation's water right process for enforcing water rights here for Upper Klamath Lake for the single purpose of providing stored water for irrigation purposes being released for in-stream purposes. Last year, I calculated over 123,000 acre feet of water, stored water, was released from Upper Klamath Lake without a water right to do so for in-stream purposes. That's not live flow, that's stored water. This year, I've been forced to violate my contracts and have been ordered by Reclamation not to deliver a drop of water from our adjudicated Oregon State water right, although there's water at the head gates in sufficient quantities to do so. Reclamation has blatantly stated that it intends to utilize every drop of the 343,000 acre feet of stored water stored for the sole purpose of irrigation for the in-stream purposes, which is not applied for a limited license to do so. To date, this year, Reclamation has released 191,000 acre feet of Oregon citizens stored water from Upper Klamath Lake without a water right to do so. Furthermore, the department has concorded their mathematical formula, which is not standard or water accounting practice with United States or USGS, United States Army Corps of Engineers, Reclamation, nor academic programs across the country which use this book. I don't know if you can see it on there, but it is called Water Resources Engineering by McGraw-Hill. All of these documents and all these agencies use mathematical formulas to account for inflow, outflow, and change of storage. This department has decided to make its own rules and decide that if I can share my screen, I'm not sure if I can here. That this change in Upper Klamath Lake mean elevation, where we were at the 4140, almost 4141 earlier this year, in this drop in storage in Upper Klamath Lake, where Klamath Project irrigators had the sole water right for storage, haven't dropped or haven't diverted a drop of water for irrigation purposes, and our storage is declining in difference with this manual, with USGS, with Reclamation's own accounting process. In this piece, you can see that this is a Reclamation document. Reclamation is showing on average 209 cubic feet per second has inflowed into Upper Klamath Lake for net inflow. However, this document by this department shows that inflow is significantly higher. Outflow is almost is equal to inflow, and they're misappropriating evaporation as accounting to outflow from Upper Klamath Lake, not available for live flow, which is again in direct violation of what this book says and what every other agency in the organization has. So why I bring this to your attention? The proposed rule change doesn't protect Oregon property rights. In fact, I think it further damages the property rights of the Klamath project irrigators if this is what we anticipate to see in the future of how Division 77 or future changes are going to be implemented, in that the storage right holder can willy-nilly change the purpose of what the water is stored for and put it in stream without secondary water right holders' input or legal recourse. So given that, I would say that, or if Oregon Water Resource Department actions here in Klamath seem to be what they're moving forward in the rulemaking process, then that is going to erode our water right holder standings, and that has given my mission and my purpose here at the Klamath Irrigation District is unacceptable. So given that Section 3 of House Bill 3103 directs the Commission to engage professional facilitation services and hold 6 to 12 meetings with at least 20 diverse stakeholders before June 30th of 2023 for the purpose of finding agreement among stakeholders, I concur with Commissioner Mull that we should pursue that first before going into a path that seems to me depriving water rights holders, secondary water rights holders, such as Klamath Irrigation District, from their water rights. And so I would say that in looking at this in closing, I'd ask the Commission to delay changing the rules for stored water until the requirements of House Bill 3103 are complete. I believe this will save time. I believe it will save money. I think it will reduce confusion and potentially mitigate additional litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Do we have any commissioner questions or comments? Okay, and we also have April Snell from the Water Resources Congress to make comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. Can you see me?
We can.
Yes. Great. For the record again, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress. And I am here today to make a few remarks on Division 77. Before I dive into those remarks, I will note that I have changed the picture behind me, and this is also from a Better Water Year. It's a strawberry field in the area around Hag Lake in an homage to Commissioner Baumgartner. Furthermore, I will say there's at least one staff member that I know that's watching that loves goats as much as I will do. And in listening to the conversation that you guys just had, my reaction goes a little like this. I don't know if you can hear that. That was a screaming goat. With that little bit of levity to infuse, because I do think this is a very dense and complicated topic, and in comparison to remarks I often make, I'm very concerned about the approach to the stored water issue, and in a way that I think is slightly disingenuous from my perspective as a stakeholder who's been deeply engaged in these conversations since I've been with the Water Resources Congress, which is over 14 years. So you guys have copies of the comments that I made regarding Division 77 and requesting that rulemaking be postponed until the conversations under House Bill 3103 have completed. And I wasn't aware that there was going to be a change in course, but I did listen to Director Byler's suggestions as far as how that would go. I will admit I'm a little confused as to some of that, but just a little bit from my perspective. I did serve on the RAC for this most recent Division 77. We, among several other stakeholders, actually requested that this rulemaking be postponed to begin with because it was initiated in May during the legislative session during an extremely busy period for not only myself, but virtually every other stakeholder who does water. There were only a few meetings and also very difficult for us to engage on that. With the passage of 3103, there will be conversations about stored water, and I'm not going to sort through my difference of opinion on some of those issues that you guys have had today, except to say that this is one area, stored water statutory authority in particular, where there is a lack of language that gives us clarity on how the department is supposed to handle certain changes to stored water. It isn't that there is a sentence with words that we are debating. It's simply that there's language missing. And as you guys are aware, there have been several efforts through the legislative process to address stored water, and there's a lot of complications to that. And bluntly, I think it's been encumbered by lawyers representing various very specific interests that have made it very difficult for any of us to reach some sort of middle ground. I am hopeful that the conversations around 3103, particularly with a professional facilitator that has lacked in all of the previous efforts, that will allow us to be able to move forward, not only with changes to character of use, but also location of storage. In regards to Division 77, I will also say that I was a member of the prior RAC, which had several meetings in 2015 and then was postponed due to unrelated questions that weren't discussed today. I will point out that the reason for that previous rulemaking was, as outlined in your report, related to the split season leasing bill and Klamath bill, as well as efforts to help streamline the process for districts to use this process. We are supportive of all of those measures. So I was very surprised that when this rulemaking reinitiated, storage was added to the list of Division 77 when it had not previously been discussed in the previous rulemaking efforts. I highlight that because I think that's important and underscores that this is not a settled matter, and stored water deserves its own set of conversations. I will also point out, I think as it's been mentioned, there's a lot of overlap. So I am one of 3 professional staff for OWRC. So more than likely, I'm going to be involved in all the conversations you guys have talked about today. And as you've heard, there are a variety of things came from the legislative session, work groups, and other rulemakings that the department staff are going to have to balance and manage. And that's a lot of stuff going on. And so I really feel that with Division 77 in particular, from a district perspective, and as a reminder, we do represent irrigation districts and ag suppliers all around the state. That does include districts in the Deschutes Basin, the Umatilla Basin, the Willamette Basin, Klamath Basin, Rogue Basin, Hood River, and hopefully, Umpqua, can't leave anybody out. And so I mentioned that from our perspective as representatives of irrigation districts, we do not see any rush for the provisions that relate to districts' use of this program. And there is no request from us or our members to have a rushed process to permanently transfer stored water rights in stream. And that does include in the Deschutes Basin, and you do have comments that were made on the formal RAC process from Central Oregon Irrigation District to that effect. So with that, I really urge the commission to pause the Division 77 rulemaking and allow, also I would admit that it would be helpful to have an overall work plan, as commissioners have asked the department already, that kind of details when these different things are going to happen. I do recognize there's a limit in staff time and resources, as well as a desire to keep momentum going. But this level of complication is likely to lead to greater controversy, opposition, And in highlighting one of the investments that the legislature made for the Water Resources Department in this last session, there was almost $1 million allocated towards paying the DOJ legal bill. It's not going to get any easier if we don't have an opportunity as stakeholders to engage in a manner in which we have the time, which is not during the middle of session, and frankly, not in the middle of a really brutal irrigation season either. So I encourage the commission to pause the Division 77 rulemaking, or at least pull out the stored water issue until further conversations can be had. Again, I thank you all for your time and service. And again, just recognizing that while I represent irrigation districts and similar ag water suppliers, which are considered a water user interests, we are all in effect water users. It is what our body is made of, and we all depend on it. And as you guys heard from earlier panelists today, we all have a different feel and connection to the water, but it is all equally important to us, and we need to find a better way as a state to work through these more difficult issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, April. Do any commissioners have comments, questions? Commissioner Mall?
Thanks, April, as always, very well informed and helpful. I just, two things. One, I just want to make sure I understood what you meant when you used the word disingenuous. I wasn't sure if you perhaps were referring to me questioning folks that have been gathering in their acts, or if you're were concerned about the way things are going with this recommended progression. And then, but related to that, you know, you are deeply involved, and there's in my mind, and we've talked about this previously, there's this catch-22 that those of us that professionally and otherwise are tasked with representing large groups, representing voices. I think we end up with blinders sometimes about public good. And my question to you is, do you see a good trend in the movement towards that longer 3103 stakeholder group to address some of that, so that the realities that we're facing as you've been listening all day long, that these are not simply redistribution questions. We've got some serious limitations to deal with. Do you feel like the trend's good right now, and that and related to that earlier presentation, that we have the ability with this larger facilitated group to bring in other voices to help us take off some of our own blinders a little bit?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mole, thank you for the question. I did not in any way, shape, or form mean my disingenuous comment to refer to you, Commissioner Mole, or any comments therein. Simply that some of the characterization around the stored water issue does not match with my recollection of how this issue has evolved. And that, again, does stem from several years of experience, both on the Division 77 issue and also on the stored water issue. Every single legislative effort, we've had a district involved, all of that aspect that I think maybe makes it seem a little bit simpler than it is. And that was my reference there. I will say, as far as a trend, well, that's a difficult one. I will say, in relation to stored water, House Bill 3103, while during the legislative session, there were several legislative vehicles around stored water, and ultimately 3103 was the only one that passed. And we may have some difference of opinion on some aspects of it, but I'm hopeful that now that we have legislation that addresses the character of use issue, which was extremely important to some of our municipal colleagues in the Willamette, but I will also mention is also an issue of concern to some of my members in the Willamette that rely on some of that same stored water that they're seeking to get a slice of. But having the resources and not an insubstantial amount for a professional facilitator, I'm very hopeful that we will be able to make progress, because I feel that in the different iterations, which have been both legislative as well as informal groups getting together, we've come really close to having something that I would say people could live with. And that's the often the key aspect with those. You know, it's going to be difficult to find anything that anybody's going to love, but can we live with it? Can we come up with a process that's going to work both from a district and an ag perspective, as well as from a conservation perspective? And having an outside party with a facilitator and perhaps some new voices at the table, I think will greatly add to the value of that conversation. Now, on the flip side, I do think that the world that we're living in, which makes water seem so much simpler, i.e. the pandemic and having to do things virtually, it makes it really difficult. Commissioner Moll, you made comments at the beginning about how alone some of us feel, and you know, the fractured lives that we're all living. And I think given what we're seeing, that we're going to be doing things virtually perhaps for a while longer, and that is an aspect which I think makes everything more difficult. And honestly, I think that also plays into my request around Division 77. If we were meeting in a room and could do so safely and hash out some conversations, but doing it in this format where some of it's recorded and all of that really makes some of those conversations difficult. So I would say I'm cautiously optimistic. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like no other questions. Thank you, April. So, excuse me. We have a recommendation on the table from the department to continue to restart the RAC for the Division 77 rulemaking. I think that would be this, that is the specific thing we're being asked to, I mean, or at least that is the issue. The timeline for this rulemaking is the issue that we're being asked to address right now. We certainly had comments from people that made it clear that separate from that, they are anxious to get a rulemaking going on the change in character of use authority that now exists for the department. That would be, at least into the department's recommendation, a separate rulemaking. Maybe with the same RAC, but a separate rulemaking. And then separately from that, the facilitated conversation will happen on a schedule at some point. So do we have any more, do commissioners have any other thoughts on, I guess, the specific question in front of us, which is about what do we want to do with this Division 77 rulemaking timeline?
Chair Reeves, this is Bob. Can I just make a quick reflection?
Mm-hmm. Please.
Thank you. Oh, you're so kind. I didn't really have much of a question. I do want to thank April for the picture up in the Tualatin Basin. I appreciate that. Feels close to home. But more the questions or points raised by April and by Mr. Souza are very difficult questions that we are not going to be able to really respond to them in this setting or in a meeting. And it would seem to me that that is the need and the intention of the facilitated discussions. And I just want to make sure in our own mind as we talk about going forward that the department fully expects that these issues can be brought up and will be brought up and vetted through the facilitated discussions that are being planned. And if something comes out of that, that can feed back into whatever rulemaking process is underway so we can continue to work on parallel tracks. Is that a reasonable presumption of what we are talking about?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Baumgartner, yeah, I believe the table that will be set by the 3103 to have the discussion around transfer of storage, I think is not limited in terms of the issues, and that if the process is run well, which is our goal, we'll let people put all issues on the table. But at the same time, we're wrestling with these other issues that are in play, and the timing is not perfect, I think, and certainly we're hearing from some folks. But the 3103 process, the work group process, excuse me, would allow for folks to voice their concerns on the wide range of issues associated with the transfer of storage.
So Tom, the effect of that would be to say, I think, that the absence of authority is not the only thing that would be on the table, but potential changes to existing authorities would also be on the table in that work group.
Chair Reeves, I think that's, I mean, it's certainly possible.
Okay.
You know, we don't know where it will go and exactly what shape or form it will take. You know, it doesn't, you know, we still have the authorization under 3103 around the change of use, and that's real and that exists, and we have some responsibility around that. But it's possible that the work group could lead to some more wholesale recommendations around how to deal with the transfer of storage issue.
Yeah, see, in my brain, the responsibilities that we have under 537, 348 are precisely the same as the ones we have under the new authority in 3103, except that it's been on the books longer. And that's my hesitation with just kind of putting everything off, I guess, on the theory that maybe we'll change the statutory authority again in connection with the 3103 work group, which I know is always possible, whether there are rules on the books or not. But it's the idea of just not moving forward because that could happen that is causing me concern. So let me just say too that we're not saying to the department, go out and get these rules ready for adoption. We're saying restart the RAC. There's still a lot of, I mean, at least that's what your recommendation is. Restart the RAC and have further conversation about this, because it's clear that there is not unanimity among the RAC members about how this is supposed to work.
Chair Reeves, I think one of the big distinctions in our recommendation compared to in the staff report is that we're not recommending that we delay action just right out of the chute and pending the completion of the 3103 work group. But I think that we need to allow the conversation to continue in the reconvened Rules Advisory Committee meeting, and my agency will go into those conversations with an open mind. And we will keep you posted on how that moves forward. But I think that we want to reserve the possibility that we'll move those Division 77 rules forward. You know, while the 3103 process is ongoing, we don't want to eliminate that possibility. Moreover, I think one of the learning through this process and this discussion around this issue is that we need to be mindful of the desires of some of the water user community, that we address the administrative rules associated with the change of use authorization that's in 3103. And we recognize that as well.
Yeah, that would be, to me at least, it would be particularly odd to put a stop on the Division 77 rules and move forward with the change in nature of use rules. So, yes, Joe.
Reeves, can I ask for further clarification from you based on your history and expertise with this? Part of it goes back to my original question, and I think Mr. Souza, I appreciated the way he characterized behavior change versus policy. So in the next agenda item, I'm gonna argue really hard for maintaining momentum. Mm-hmm. In this case, I'm a little concerned about momentum carrying the day in a way that doesn't really serve behavior change or the larger goal. And so my question for clarification from you is, I perhaps sense some hesitance that, gosh, the legislature has given us clear marching orders. If we don't carry out those marching orders, we're going to be not doing our jobs. Is it that? Is it the clear pathway that I think was described earlier, that, okay, we've got marching orders, we need to carry them out? Or again, to my earlier question, is there a lot of water movement that's going to not, that would otherwise happen in the next 2 years that now can't happen if we were to pause? I'm really confused about that, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not in a position to answer that question. I have no idea if there's been a single attempt to make a permanent transfer in stream of a storage right. I know from some of the comments that we got that there was concern about the decision not just to not move. So if you start with the premise that there is a statute that authorizes this, and the department said in the staff report that they were not going to, they wouldn't process any applications pending adoption of the rules. So this is a kind of a technical point about whether a statute is self-executing or whether you need rules in order to be able to to move forward. But there was a reaction to that, basically. And but whether it's a theoretical matter or whether somebody is actually planning to try to move water permanently in stream out of a storage right, I don't know. It sounds to me like this statute's been on the books for a while. There have been a couple of runs at implementing it correctly. And they have, at least one of them, I think, there was a process and it didn't happen, didn't conclude. And here we are again with a process that's looking like it's not going to conclude. So I just haven't seen a cogent reason why this cannot be separated out into its own process in a rulemaking process. And but with respect to practical on the ground results right now, I don't know whether it's going to affect anything. Yeah.
Is there anyone else on staff, perhaps Breeze or others, who could give us some insight on that? Lisa?
Hi there. Thank you, Commissioner Mall, Chair Reeves. I know that we do have one pending permanent in-stream transfer on file. It's been pending at least a couple of years from Tumalo Irrigation District. And they have, they would like to proceed with that. I think part of that has to do with the habitat conservation plan issues in the Deschutes. I'm probably highly simplifying that, but we do have that one on file.
Thank you.
To clarify, that's for the Division 77 process that
correct
we've been talking about in terms of adding the ability to clarifying our authority around permanent transfers in Division 77. I think the other area that we're hearing interest, but I don't know how imminent it is around the Division 380 change of character of use of a reservoir right to provide that flexibility, a management flexibility that folks are looking for in Central Oregon, Prineville Reservoir, and in the Willamette Basin with the federal reservoirs and elsewhere potentially. And it tends to be the most frequent type of reservoir transfer that we receive.
Tom, is it your impression that anybody is asking us to not move forward with the 380 changes for the change in character of use at this point? I know people are asking us not to move forward with the Division 77 transfer.
I'm not sure that it's Chair Reeves. I'm not sure that question's been asked directly to folks. And so I don't know what their position would be on that.
Because we know some people want to move forward. I didn't know whether there are people who don't want that to move forward either. So.
And Chair Reeves, that could be the type of issue that we could further understand by reconvening the Rules Advisory Committee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, any more thoughts on this? Eric? Yes, Commissioner Quemps.
Thank you. You know, I think one thing that is always representative of a good understanding of the issue and hopefully the input of the stakeholders are, you know, motions that articulate the action, you know, and we had a late introduction of a, you know, basically an alternative 4, and we don't have a clear motion in front of us. And I wonder if we would benefit from a 5 or 10 minute break to try to have 2 articulated motions developed for the commission's consideration. Unless somebody feels comfortable, you know, verbally developing one on the fly, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, I could develop a motion on the fly to represent what Tom articulated. But the second motion would be to put, is also in the recommendations, I think, because I think the second motion would be to pause the rulemaking. Well, I guess that's the question. Maybe we do need a break. I don't know, to pause it for what period of time is the question. Are we waiting until 3103 is finished? And that's probably going to be the beginning of the next legislative session.
And there are stakeholders who are concerned about, you know, practicalities of, you know, their life requirements, irrigation or drought or whatever. And then on the other side, we're going to have staff realities about work schedules and, you know, and so maybe if we can be more clear about, is it a pause or is it, you know, a delay, and for how long? That might be helpful for everybody. I know it would for me.
So I think it's not, I think in my view, it's not necessary for us today to say anything about what the agency is going to do with the 380 rules, the change in character of use authority. I don't think we need to weigh in unless I'm missing something. I do not think we need to weigh in on that today. Nothing's underway. The department can decide whether to do that or not do it. I think the only thing we're being asked about is this Division 77 rulemaking. And there the question would be, do we want to say reconvene the RAC, you know, and try to move this forward? And if you can't, come back and talk to us. And, or just to, I think we'd be saying to pause it for until another time, to pause it until some point down the road, actually.
Chair Reeves, if I could weigh in, if the will of the commission is to posit the Division 77 rulemaking, I would refer you back to recommendation 2, because I think there are some issues that we could move forward on that would be valuable, that don't deal with this issue that is being
right,
controversy.
Okay. Okay, so oh, go ahead. Excuse me.
I'm
Julie.
sorry, just to clarify. So in recommendation, the new recommendation 4, we were not discussing a pause. Is that correct?
No. New recommendation. Can I try to state number 4, Tom? So I think what we would have been moving to do is to direct the department to reconvene the Rules Advisory Committee in the Division 77 rulemaking for the purpose of further discussion, basically, with the idea that at some point, hopefully in the not too distant future, they would be back with a proposal, or if that wasn't working, then they'd be back saying, this isn't working, we have to do something else. I think, I mean, that's not what the motion wouldn't say all that, but that's basically what we were thinking about.
Chair Reeves, in essence, being silent on the question of whether or not to pause the rulemaking on this issue, and instead directing us to re-engage the Rules Advisory Committee to look at the question further.
Yeah. Yeah. So the 2 motions would be to direct the department to re-engage the Rules Advisory Committee to look further at the Division 77 rulemaking, or to this number 2, the number 2 recommendation, which allows the department to move the rulemaking forward with the other details that it was trying to address in Division 77, but doesn't deal with stored water, any stored water, or no, I think it would allow for leasing, but not permanent transfers. Raquel, I see your hand up.
Yes, Chair Reeves, would it be helpful for me to pull up a Word document and type up what and I can share my screen so you all can
oh,
see
yes.
it? And you can, okay, so I'm happy to do that. Sorry, I got off mute. There we go. And I will just need you to, I got the Word document open, but I did not get much farther than that in my type. I'll show that one. Okay, I'll show that one. So you should see a Word document. Are you seeing a Word document
Yes,
that's
we
blank?
are. Yep.
Okay. And just for efficiency purposes, I'm gonna really quickly attempt to pull in the options. Oh, sorry, I think I just messed something up here. So it's telling me that the sharing is stopped. Is the sharing stopped?
The sharing stopped. Yeah.
Okay. I guess that is, I've never done this on Zoom, so it apparently has a little bit of an override for us. Okay. So I will start a new document because I don't know where I went.
Would it be, I don't know if everybody has access. It might not be easier. I was going to say, if it's easier, maybe attach it to an email and send it to us. Does that not work? If you can't get it up on the screen, but.
Well, I can get it up on the screen. Sorry,
Okay.
It's only
that's all
because I wanted to bring over the actions that were already in the staff report to make it
Oh,
easier
yeah.
for all of you, and
Okay.
that inadvertently for some reason, forced me to stop sharing screen. So, I think we should be in business now. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger for you all, and so this is what in case you want to change the second option, there's the second option there. And then what I was hearing for the fourth option, Chair Reeves, if you could repeat, I can quickly try to keep up with you.
Yeah, I think we would, the other option would be reconvene the Rules Advisory Committee for further consideration of the Division 77 rules. Is that sufficient, do you think, I don't think we need a timeline necessarily.
Commissioner Reeves, Tom Byler, do we, just to clarify, when we say consideration of the Division 77 rules, are we talking about all issues?
I was talking about all issues, but yeah. Because I think if we want the rulemaking to go forward without the transfers of storage rights, leases and transfers of storage rights, then I think 2 would cover that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this would be to further consideration. Of
Chair Reeves, I might say you may want to be a little more specific, because some of the public comments have recommended bringing in issues that were not currently being discussed as part of this rulemaking. And so I think saying all issues could mean all the issues that everybody wants addressed versus all issues that were essentially that we commenced the RAC 4 from the beginning, I guess. Or I shouldn't say from the beginning, from this year.
Well, Raquel, I think I
that-
want to be a little bit careful about that if we could, just because if we reconvene the Rules Committee, I do think that we need to allow people to air their opinions and concerns. And so we may decide that they aren't germane to the Division 77 rulemaking ultimately, but we certainly want to, I think in light of the feedback we've been getting on this issue, I think we want to, be open to kind of a broad discussion at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I do think I agree with Tom, if you're going to open this up or reopen it, that I don't think it would be wise to limit rules or issues that can be raised within the RAC.
Okay, I have a question. How is what we have on 4 any different than what's listed under option 1?
I think the only thing that's different is the timeline for rule adoption. Right? I mean, that would be another possibility to use that language or something like it.
Difference there.
And the RAC. Right?
Yes, the RAC. And I think if we reconvene the RAC, we will not be in front of you for action and in November.
Right.
Okay.
It'll be a different timeline.
If I could chime in, this is Breeze. The other difference would be the current scope of the rulemaking, which would not be all issues pertaining to Division 77. So that would be another distinction between option 1 and this option 4 here.
Well, maybe, I think this will be hard for us to do because we haven't seen the notice of rulemaking. I mean, you want to stay with you. I think we want to stay within the notice of rulemaking, but not attempt to limit the scope in this meeting. Am I making sense? I don't know what the scope of the original rulemaking was, whether it was specifically, was it everything about Division 77 or was it more limited?
There were specific items, some of which have been long-standing needs to update the rules. And then this more recent issue where we were receiving requests to clarify our authority to do permanent transfers, which is why we moved on Division 77 recently. So maybe what we need to recognize is that that we'll reform the RAC and to further discuss concerns and maybe and then report back to the commission in terms of where we go next. I think the default would be that we would be keeping our current scope and not changing it. But if we felt based on the conversation that needed to be altered, we could do so. That would delay the process a little bit further. But I think if there are legitimate good issues that we identify through those conversations, then I think that's fine.
Do you think there's any value in tabling this agenda item and taking it up at the next meeting? In other words, not taking it up for rule adoption, but taking up what to do with it at the next meeting?
I think, Chair Reeves, I think that this is a tough issue, and there are strongly held positions around this that we're not going to resolve today, and we're not going to resolve in November.
Okay.
And, so I think that I think the key question in my mind is whether the commission wants us to wait to deal with the permanent transfer issue in Division 77 until the 3103 work group is completed. That would be helpful for us to get some clarity around that. or whether we continue to work with that issue as part of a reconvened RAC.
Can I ask a question, Jerry? This is Joe.
Yes, please.
So it's a little curveball perhaps, but as I read section 3 of 3103, the purpose of finding agreement among stakeholders on a path forward for transfers of stored water and development of related legislative proposals. The reason for it. Is it conceivable that we could task the facilitated work group not only with this sharing, this trust building and sharing, but that it could serve concurrently as the RAC? And so that over the course of the next 2 years, they could tick off some of these particular things in the course of their duties, not waiting to the end, but if there are discrete enough issues that we have the confidence that reconvening a RAC now could take care of them. In good faith, could we say, great, make that a part of the larger work group's task with the expectation that if they determine in consultation with staff that those particular issues can be ticked off one by one, and those that can't be get set aside. Can we do that within the context of this? Because if one of the challenges that we heard, I think from April, is that the RACs didn't have the same level of facilitation that we're going to have here, shit, let's get the most out of our money for it. Is there any legal problem with that?
I'm not sure there's Commissioner Mall, I'm not sure there's a legal problem with that. I suppose it's an approach that one could take. I'm struggling with that from the standpoint that it's going to take some time for us to get that effort up and running. We have to do an RFP to find a facilitator, and then I'm sure they'll be doing a lot of legwork initially just to get up to speed on the issues, the breadth of the issues before we even sit down at the table. And so if that's a path that, if your suggestion is a path that the commission's interested in, I might suggest that we continue with the remaining issues in Division 77, get those taken care of, because it could take a little bit longer for that 3103 process, even if there's an off-ramp, as you're suggesting, for resolving some of these issues earlier before the full body of work is done. I would be concerned that it would take longer.
Can I make a suggestion for some language for one of these two options that we're talking about? What if we were to say, reconvene the RAC for further discussion within the current scope of the rulemaking, including changes related to leases and transfers of storage rights, period. I was thinking about the language in the first option, which is modifying it. So this, I was going to add, including changes related to leases and transfers of storage rights, but not include with an estimated 2021 timeline.
Chair Reeves, I might add just a reflection as we ponder this, that I imagine Commissioners Corn and Baumgartner are hoping that this is their very last meeting.
That's right. Okay, so I reconvene the RAC for further consideration of issues. Well, this is a quibble, but I'd say within the current scope of the rulemaking, including changes related to leases and transfers of storage rights. So that could be one option. And then the other option, I think, is to, the other option that people seem interested in is halt the rule, is number 3, halt the entire rulemaking indefinitely pending the outcome of the stakeholder meetings. Is that accurate for those of you who are interested in letting 3103 task force do its work? That number 3 would be a good description of that. Oh,
Sure.
wait. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So that's why I threw that extra wonder curveball. I don't know that it has to be that long. Why do we have to wait to the end of it? Especially if it's going to be an intersection of many of the same people. Is there not a way for the just get rid of pending the outcome piece? I based on what I'm hearing, I just don't, and you add to it the layer of all of the other planning efforts that are going to be going on concurrently that we talked about this morning. I just feel like, well, let's buy ourselves a little bit more time without completely stopping for 2 years. Do we have to stop for 2 years? Not necessarily. Will pausing for 3 to 6 months help in good faith? Seems like it, maybe. I don't know. So if I were to move for number 3, I wouldn't. It's not because I feel like everything has to stop because that stakeholder thing is going to solve everything. That would be the first time in the history of humanity where one stakeholder process solved everything. But perhaps it would allow us to change the tone of some of these things.
Well, maybe, Joe, that number 2 then gets at what you're interested in, because it allows moving forward with aspects of these rules that I think I have the impression are not controversial, but the last sentence, move forward with an estimated November timeline of the amended draft rules and reserve all changes related to storage rights for a separate rulemaking effort at a future date. That's more vague.
Yeah, maybe the November 22 timeline, that's quick, that's coming up. And I'm just a bear of small brain. I can't wrap my head around all of those things, the staging of them, but yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Cherie,
yes, Bob.
as we work through these alternatives, I want to reflect back on the point we made earlier that there are 3 buckets. And I guess my concerns are, it's a bit of a dilemma, really. I want to make sure that there's a forum and time for people to vet their interests. But I also want to make sure, and I think it's more along the lines of the 380 rules, that if there's a path forward to make some movement, that we can use that path forward and make movement on at least those set of rules that are apparently less controversial. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? Or I want to make sure we don't conflate the two.
Yeah.
If possible.
I mean, certainly, I think the 380 rules, I don't know whether to expect that there are going to be controversial aspects of the changes that relate to the change in the nature of use. That we heard from some people that they want to move forward with those rules. And I don't know whether with a new rulemaking for that, I don't know whether to expect that will be controversial or not. Although it seems like everything related to transfers of stored water is controversial. So, but I think the department, I get the impression that the department intends to try to get that up and running, the change in the nature of the use rulemaking up and running.
Chair Reeves, I think that's correct.
Okay.
At a minimum, we would form a rules advisory committee to at least stimulate that discussion. We haven't heard directly on that point from the folks who are concerned about us moving forward with Division 77. So I'm not sure the same logic path of their concerns that they've expressed in terms of their concerns of us moving on the transfer of storage issue.
Right.
Division 77 applies to 380.
Right, right. Okay, well, I guess what I'm interested in is finding a motion that, I mean, I know what motion I would be in favor of, but I don't have a good sense of the commission as to whether there's more interest in moving forward with Division 77 now with the RAC, or waiting for a later date with the idea that the task force conversations will further illuminate this issue. Okay, well, does anybody have their hands up? I can't see the screen, but or see all of you, but if not, then maybe the thing to do is for me to make a motion and find out whether there's support for it, and then if not, we go from there. Except I'll need anyway. So I'm going to move that that we ask the department to reconvene the RAC for further consideration of issues within the current scope of the Division 77 rulemaking, including issues related to leases and transfers of storage rights. And is there a second for that?
I'll second that, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Well, let's see. Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
Commissioner Quimps?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
I don't have you. Commissioner Mall?
Sorry, no.
Okay. Commissioner Corn?
Yes.
And Reeves votes yes. So the motion carries. Phew.
I will also vote yes.
Oh, you missed one, Commissioner.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't have the screen in front of me. So I missed, I should never have attempted that without the screen visible.
I knew it's okay.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you, Julie. I'm really sorry.
Can
I get the
Here.
screen back?
Can we clarify for the audio record that was Commissioner Smitherman?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, that's the last time I'm ever going to attempt that without the screen up. Sorry, Julie.
Not a problem. Don't worry.
All right. Thank you. So,
And so to go rogue a little bit, I just want to make sure, since this wasn't a rule per se, it was more guidance. I want to make sure that my understanding of what we voted on is correct, at least to the point that we are not precluding, and it's not our intent to preclude the facilitated meetings could inform ultimately what Division 77 rules contain, that there will be some interaction with, or we are not precluding that interaction. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Yeah. Commissioner Baumgartner, Chair Reeves, I believe that is correct. And I think you're putting back in our hands, go back to the group and talk more about these issues. We've heard complaints about the rushed process. This will give us a chance to have some conversation around it. And you're also giving us a little bit of discretion in terms of the pace and the issues that we might elect to move forward on. And so I think we've got some work to do at the staff level ahead of us around this. And I expect we'll be reporting back to you on this in the coming months.
Madam Chairman, we could
Yeah.
put a target of 6 or 9 months on this if that's a concern that this is going to be too open-ended. But I don't know if that's necessary or if that hampers the work of those that are trying to do.
Yeah.
A target, would that help to have a target time to be done, to put people on notice that there always is a limited amount of time?
But I'll just say what I'm thinking, Bruce, that I think in this situation, a target might be counterproductive.
Okay.
But Tom and Raquel, you and Breeze, you have a better sense of this, because there are so many moving parts. And if the department gets back into this and discovers that they are inseparable moving parts, then we don't want to have a timeline hanging over their head. Now, recognizing that they could always come back if that happens, but I think for now, maybe no target would be more productive.
I guess the only reason I brought that up, it seemed like that maybe there was a concern that some groups were just stalling for the sake of stalling rather than the sake of that there needed to be more information and more discussion, and a timeline, a target timeline possibly would help to facilitate that wasn't going to be the case. But that was just a suggestion. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Corn, if we put a timeline on it, would you stay for those 9 months?
Right. If that's the case, then let's do a timeline.
And Chair Reeves, can I suggest that when the RFP gets distributed or when the finalists get selected for the facilitation, we give them the recording of the last hour and say, how would you deal with this?
Right. We can give it to them and say, good luck.
Oh, no, it's a test. I want to know how they're going to deal with
Yeah,
it.
that's true. I'm sure they would have dealt with it more expeditiously somehow, but oh well.
Okay.
We did what we did. So, okay. So where are we in our agenda? Oh, it's time for a break. Let's keep it short. How about, can we come back at 3:00, which is only like 7 minutes?
Chair Reeves?
Yes.
Nirvana. Did we have any more public comment on this?
We did not have any more public comment?
Making sure we don't have anybody else. Is that correct?
I don't have anybody on my list besides, okay, we're good? Okay, great. Okay, then. We'll be back at 3:00. Thanks, everybody. 3:01. Let's see. Okay, I think we should go ahead and get started. Sure I'm in the right agenda item. Are you guys hearing me okay? Yeah.
Yep.
So this agenda item is state recognition of place-based integrated water resources plans, and we have Steve Parrott and Harmony Burright and Kim Fritz-Ogren.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. Harmony is not with us today, so it'll be Kim and myself.
Okay.
We want to give a presentation here and then open it up for discussion of the commission. Just for a little bit of background, what we're talking about today is state recognition of place-based integrated water resource plans that the department has been supporting for about 5 years. This planning effort was specifically authorized by Senate Bill 266 in 2015, and the legislature awarded the department some funding to support 4 places around the state to conduct this planning. In the past, we've given quite a bit of background information about place-based planning, and I think we've covered that quite well. So for audience members that are new to this, I'd just say we have covered it in previous commission meetings, and if people need more background information, they're welcome to reach out to me and I'll provide that. On the next slide, we wanted to pose these 4 central questions, really, which is the meat of the conversation today. And as I said, the planning process is a 5-step planning process, and the tail end of the planning process is really where a planning group would bring a adopted final plan to the commission for state recognition. And we have discussed this at previous commission meetings, most recently in February and in June. And the commission felt that they would like to have more discussion around this topic of the meaning of state recognition. And so we're really going to focus in on that today. But the central questions here are: what is the value of a state recognition of a place-based plan? What does recognition mean? What does state recognition get a group that has completed the planning process? And what can the department do to make that recognition valuable to the planning groups and to the department? In working on this, we saw 2 emergent areas that we thought we should talk about with the commission today. One is a commission resolution, which would really be a way for the commission to officially document that the places have followed the guidelines and that they have completed the planning process to a certain standard. And it memorializes really the work that has been done in the past. Staff has drafted a resolution for the commission to consider in the future, and we'll provide that. But really, it addresses several things. Recognizes the hard work of the planning groups. They've all been planning now for 5 years and put in a lot of metaphorically blood, sweat, and tears into this. As I said, it recognizes that the planning was done per the planning guidelines and in accordance with the IWRS principles, and that the plan will have significant value to the state, and that the plan information will inform IWRS updates. So those are some of the things that are in that draft resolution that we will provide. The other aspect of this is what sort of support can the state provide to these planning groups to help them with their implementation of the plans, of the state recognized plans. And how will we continue that partnership between the state folks and the local folks that have been doing the planning to meet both in-stream and out-of-stream needs. I should mention that place-based plans really are a local implementation of the IWRS. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you look at the recommended actions in the IWRS, many of those actions cannot be implemented by the state alone. It really needs to be a partnership between the state and the local groups. on the next slide. Why do we need clarity about plan implementation support? I think this is just so important. Clarity will help the planning groups understand it'll help them set expectations about what they can expect from the state in terms of support and support for implementation. If they have that clarity, that will help them understand what support can come. They can adjust to that. They can find ways to fill in gaps, in what support they need. So it really helps them prepare their work plans and move forward with plan implementation. On the other hand, if we have ambiguity about what support from the state could look like, that could create misunderstanding or mistrust, and we want to avoid that. What can support for plan implementation achieve? Well, it can do a lot of things. It can help us and the local folks fill data gaps. It can help improve confidence in the department and help achieve IWRS goals that are important to the department and to the state, and help the department achieve its mission, honestly. So there's a lot of good things that can come out of the department and the state supporting plan implementation. If you think about a lot of the planning that has been done, not just water planning, but planning in all realms, what are the likely outcomes of planning that is not supported well? And I think if folks think to various plans that have been completed over time, many of them have just gone to the shelf. And why is that? Well, one reason is they were not supported. The implementation of those plans was not supported. That's a common theme we've heard from a variety of folks, is plans that the implementation is not well supported, they tend to just go to a shelf. And we have heard from our planning groups that is one of their biggest concerns, is that all of their effort and all over the years could end up sitting on a shelf if they don't have a good way to get started and get plan implementation going. When we thought about implementation support, this seems quite simple, really. But what would we want that to look like? Well, we want it to have high value to the planning groups, things that they want and need, practical, meaningful things to them, but also things that the department has the authority and the resources to help with. So that's sort of the intersection we're looking for, is where there's overlap between high value to the planning groups and where the department actually has the authority and capacity to provide support. Staff has sort of broken down the various types of support into these 7 categories: leadership, communication and coordination, policy assistance, financial assistance, partnership, technical assistance, and then we have just sort of a general category there. And I'll just give a quick example of one example for each of these. Leadership, public acknowledgement of the plans is one way that the department can show leadership, and that the commission can show leadership by giving those plans, that recognition. It helps them with, it helps the folks pursue funding. It helps those plans have a certain, show that they've met a certain standard and a quality to them. Around communication and coordination, for instance, we might help the planning groups put together an annual or biannual report to the legislature on their progress. So that's a way we could help with communication and coordination. Financial assistance, as I said, we have been providing financial assistance, but if you look at implementation support, we might seek additional support, financial support from the legislature, or we might host a group of private foundation funders, for instance, that have an interest in helping these groups support implementation. So that's a role that the department could play. Technical assistance, we have been providing technical assistance. We might in the future provide additional technical tools that would assist the groups with implementation support. And we also might align our, as the department tries to fill its data gaps, we might try to align that with the data gaps that the places have identified. So whether that be groundwater or surface water, whatnot. And then the category called partnership. This is really all about just being at the table, continuing to be at the table and attending meetings regularly and being a partner at the table with the groups as they move forward with implementation. Under policy assistance, we might help the groups update to the legislature or help them find their way through some of the difficult policy or regulatory hurdles that they might face with implementing their plan. And then in the general category, we might just develop additional guidance or tools or training that would help them with implementation. So these are the categories of implementation support identified by staff. What challenges do we face, does the department face in terms of providing implementation support? Well, we have these two-year funding cycles, but the plans are, 50-year plans. So, how do we line up our support in these two-year cycles with the longer-term needs of the planning groups? That's a challenge. We have limited resources dedicated to planning. Even after this successful legislative session, we still have somewhat limited resources, so that's a challenge for the department. And we want to move forward with other planning around the state, and that will, that will stretch our staff. For instance, myself and our other planning coordinator, that will stretch us a little bit thin while we try to support the existing group and then start to build toward a future of supporting new groups. So those are some of the challenges we face. And I will turn it over to Kim here, and she will take us further.
Good afternoon. For the record, Kim Fritz Ogren, manager of the Water Resources Development Program with the Oregon Water Resources Department. Some of what Steve has mentioned probably sounds familiar because we have talked about this a number of times in the department, with the commission, with the planning groups, really trying to understand after a plan is adopted, how can the state continue to support implementation? And so here's a long list. We're not going to go through all of this, but I just wanted to give credit and call out that we have been trying to figure this out for a long time and have identified some good potential ways that the state can support implementation. And I'm going to just highlight a few of these past discussions to help inform what we hope will be a robust discussion of the commission in a little bit. So we go back to 2014. A few staff talked with folks across the state to gather information and to begin to develop this idea of place-based integrated water resources planning. And in that, they identified a number of potential incentives for doing this planning. And that includes some commitment from the state to help coordinate and implement these plans, getting recognition from other agencies. There's always been, from the very beginning, a desire to shift to implementation, to continue that partnership post-plan development and plan adoption. We look at the 2015 planning guidelines, which are the guide for the 4 places as they do this work. The language on what implementation support could look like is not there, but what I think is important is a consistent theme throughout the document for partnership and the need for there to be partnership between the state and local places in order to make meaningful progress in implementing the IWRS and implementing these local plans to achieve a secure water future across the state. In Senate Bill 266, that authorizing language that Steve mentioned, I'll call out and note that the purpose of this is to facilitate implementation of local plans. So we must always, or local solutions, we must always keep that in mind, that the end goal is not just a document that sits on a shelf, as Steve mentioned, but really is what can we do to propel and move to implementation of these solutions that have been vetted by a balanced representation of interests and seek to address both in-stream and out-of-stream needs. We talk about it a little bit in the Step 5 guidance as well, which we've presented to the commission a number of times, just that seeing that if a plan is recognized, it does indicate and demonstrate that implementation of that plan has value to the state in implementing the statewide integrated water resources strategy. And so it would behoove the department to continue to be involved in supporting implementation of those efforts. Earlier in 2021, department staff asked the current conveners of the planning groups sort of informally, what implementation support would be helpful for you, right? Let's ask the groups themselves because they have a lot of wisdom in that. And they noted things like incentives to keep folks working together, keep their groups cohesive so they can implement their plan. Some vision and leadership from the state, dedicated staff, funding, ongoing technical support, connection and coordination and partnership. So you'll see a lot of similarities and correlations to those categories that Steve discussed. You might also recall that we're in the midst of doing a planning assessment to understand how we might shape the future of state-supported planning. And so we look to see what other states are doing in terms of state support for implementation. And I'll note that a number of them do have funding as something that is a pot of gold at the end of the planning rainbow, where if you go through the process, your plan is approved, you have access to funding, and at times some staff as well. So that's something other states have done. And so the commission has wrestled with this for the past 2 commission meetings, really trying to figure out what is state recognition. And I'll note that 4th question that Steve called out earlier is from Commissioner Baumgartner. What can we do to make sure that recognition is valuable? I love that reframing of the question. I think it is really helpful. And we heard a desire from this group of folks to talk about this more. And so that's why we're here today. But to help move the conversation forward and just have some more time to dig in, because there's limited time at commission meetings, we had the joy of having individual conversations with 3 commissioners, Baumgartner, Mull, and Kemps, who were identified as a subcommittee to dig into this a little bit further, and really appreciate that opportunity. I just wanted to highlight a few of the themes that we heard in those conversations, as well as some quotes, and then would love to hear from the commissioners as well on their thoughts of those conversations. But I'll note in terms of themes, what we heard is a need and desire to solidify what mutual accountability. I think that sort of underscores that partnership, that idea of we cannot address Oregon's water issues just at the state level or just at the local level. And then we need to work together, and that there has to be some way for us to hold each other accountable to continuing to make progress on those critical issues identified in these local plans. It was expressed that resolution and high-level statements of support are nice, but there is a need to be really practical in communicating what the department is willing to do and what it can do. The 3 types of support that we heard most frequently come up as what they saw as valuable: support in the field to implement actions, support from technical staff to fill information and data gaps, and then ongoing financial assistance, both for coordination of the groups, that's helping keep the collaborative together, keep that table for people to come to and work through issues, as well as funding to actually implement projects and other strategies identified in the plan. There is an acknowledgement that we do have short-term 2-year budget cycles, but still there is that need for long-term commitments wherever possible, because that provides that assurance to the local group for them to keep going. And there was also an interest in seeing a specific recommendation from staff, perhaps maybe a resolution that the commission could make. And I'll note personally, I'm still not quite sure what specifically the commission would be looking for in terms of that recommendation, but we are open to it, and perhaps in this conversation might identify what that could look like. some quotes that we heard and loved, and so I want to share with the group because I think it was heartening for me to hear, and I'm guessing it'll be heartening for our partners to hear, a number of whom are listening in to the commission meeting today and maybe interested in providing public comment. So I think it's important to verbalize them. There have to be people and resources committed to this work. I want the commission recognition process to convey as much practical meaning as possible. What I'd like to see is how the information the planning groups developed can be used to influence how we approach our responsibilities. How will the department use the information produced by those local groups to inform our work? I'd really like to see these plans operationalized within the basin. So once again, really hearing that desire for these plans to translate to action, and action that is done in partnership between the state and local basins. And so that is the end of our presentation. We would love to hear what the commissioners thought of our interim conversations and hear from other commissioners. We have a couple of items that we can suggest as a path forward, but I think what might be best if you guys are up for it is just a discussion of state recognition and what you would like to see it mean. And we're also
all
happy to
right.
take questions.
Any questions, comments for Kim or Steve? Wow.
I found a way to go before that.
I guess you covered everything.
If it would be helpful, I have a question that I could pose to spur some thought amongst the commission, or if you guys are understandably tired, we can pivot as well.
Oh, I don't think it's fatigue. I think we're fine. I should speak for myself, I guess. I'm still upright.
Madam Chairman.
Yes. Oh, is that Bruce? Oh, yeah. Commissioner Corn, please.
Well, I was just thinking that it seems like that this could be some opportunities with 5 years of planning that all these groups have done. Now we find ourselves in a situation with federal funding, with state funding, that there's some opportunities so many times without planning. When opportunities come like what we see ourselves with now, you are able to access the resources that are maybe available. Is there not specific things that these plans, as advanced as they are, that the term shovel ready was a few years ago, and the joke was, well, maybe nobody had anything shovel ready at that time, so there was missed opportunities. Now here we are, that they've went through this process, or still in the process of going through the planning. Is there not now the next step for them to start to seek after these grants and programs that are available to implement some of these things and start to see some success in the communities?
Chair Reeves, if I may, I think the groups have already been seeking funding from both the Water Resources Department and others, and have been successful in that, often scoring at the top because they have really well vetted concepts and proposals with a lot of support. And I think one of the questions that we have wrestled with in the department is, in what ways do the planning groups just access existing services from different state agencies? Like they apply for competitive funding opportunities. And in what instances do they get something special or different because they have gone through this process and they have been recognized as doing these things? And so, for example, on the funding side, we have statute and rules which dictate how we evaluate say water project grants and loans are implementation funds. And so the planning groups are set up really well to be competitive in that, but there isn't really space to give them special extra points for just being a planning group. There are collaborative points and they will do very well on that, but that sort of accessing services that exist versus we do have $1 million in ARPA funds, as you mentioned, that federal funding that we could decide. And I think what we're contemplating right now as we develop a spend plan is using some of that funding to support implementation of these local plans, because the legislation calls out that they go to place-based planning, and it could be a really good fit for continuing these groups and supporting these groups as they move forward.
Well, you know, it's not only the state programs, but also with the new infrastructure bill that it still hasn't passed Congress yet, but it's passed the Senate. You know, it looks like it's going to pass the House, having these projects ready. And it appears that groups like this that have done this future planning maybe will have some access to some of those kind of things too, and need to be looking towards those. Perhaps the state, you know, many of these need matching type programs, combining the state and federal programs together. Some of these opportunities, it appears where the stars are aligning that they're going to be able to implement some of their plans and bring them to fruition. And that's really ultimately what the goal was, is to better these communities, to make them more water efficient, to be able to do things that hadn't been done before and wouldn't have ever been able to be done without the various groups and diverse opinions of the community coming together.
So just to make sure I understand correctly, does that mean that we potentially have funds that we could set aside that would go towards projects for these place-based planning projects? We can set aside another fund. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I ended the PowerPoint presentation like one slide, I think, too soon. So we received $200,000 that was specifically allocated to the 4 current planning groups, and we are working on getting that money into their grant agreements. They'll each get $50,000. There was also $1 million of ARPA fund allocated to support place-based planning by the legislature. And we're waiting to hear more from the feds on like what are the rules around that money, but have already asked the planning groups, and they've already provided some information on their financial needs, so we can consider that and use that to inform the spend plan that we will hopefully bring to the commission in the near future, depending on when the feds give us the final rules on what is permissible use of those funds. Okay, thank you.
Kim, just following up on that, I might have misunderstood, but I thought in the presentation earlier on the budget that they, I forget who was presenting.
I believe it was Bryn.
I think it was Bryn, yes. Said that, I thought she said there was 2 million for place-based planning. Maybe she said 1.2.
Therese, I think I heard her say 2.2 million, and I think that was just a mistake. I think it's just.
Oh, okay. It really is 1.2. Okay.
But I'm going to follow up and see if there's another million that I missed, and we'll gladly take it.
There's a million lying around somewhere. Okay, thank you. So how long will it be, do you think, before we know what the parameters are for this money and whether it can be spent on implementation? For the ARPA money?
Yeah, Chair Reeves, I've been hearing that it will be coming soon for a couple of months now, so I'm not sure what to make of that.
Okay. Okay. Can I do one more follow-up? With respect to the feasibility grant, study grants, and the water project grants and loans, am I hearing that there's kind of a obstacle to that? Not an obstacle in terms of these groups being competitive, but an obstacle to prioritizing their projects above other projects, just in terms of how this program is set up?
Yeah, Chair Reeves, I'd say there's some obstacles and then just some equity questions to consider. So there are some obstacles. Water project grants and loans has a very specific funding criteria laid out in statute. Feasibility study grants has more flexibility. And in my section, we're working on figuring out a way to align all three of our opportunities so that, like say, if you go through place-based planning, you are well set up to be successful in feasibility and water project grants and loans, but still respecting the statutory authority and the limitations there. And then also recognizing that not everyone has had the opportunity to do place-based planning in partnership with the state. And so how do we recognize the immense efforts and dedication of these 4 groups and help them be successful, but also make sure that we're creating opportunities around the rest of the state to access our 2 funding opportunities.
Thank you. Commissioner Mall, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Thanks, Kim. So I'd like to call the question a little bit, this assumption that the $30 million that's going into that pot can't be a little bit more flexible. And I would like staff to look into that, because I think that not only out of state, but in state, the model that I think is just begging to be implemented here is the FIP model that the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board has, where that board said, you know, we're quite frankly a little frustrated that we're getting parallel uncoordinated grant applications and we're having to make a call on things when we would like to see collaborative prioritization occurring on the ground. Well, by definition, the place-based planning groups have done that. I think to the question of accountability in the final stage and presenting plans that need to be recognized, there should be a demand and expectation on our part that prioritization is clear and that the groups are holding themselves accountable to each other and that prioritization. But with that, similar to how the focused investment partnerships work, the state essentially provides the funds and says, all right, FIP, you're figuring out, you've done the legwork, you figure out how to use this money best. And I think that in the interest of the momentum that's been developed by the place-based plans, that it's a model we should strongly consider copying ASAP. Because I think that the deflation that will be felt by people on the ground in the place-based planning groups, if they feel like, all right, we did all this and now we still have to go into that queue of a quite limited approach to the grants and loans program that we have, it really is going to deflate what's already a pretty exhausted group of people. And so I encourage and I actually request that staff look into that to see if indeed that $30 million is colored in the same way by the statutory limitations that you're describing, Kim, or if there may be a way to tap into those funds so that, for example, in the upcoming biennium, each of the place-based plans could get, say, a $3 to $4 million pot of money. And it would be precisely for them to implement their highest priority projects with the understanding that per Commissioner Corn's recommendation, you know, they're maximizing the leverage that would provide for federal funds and other things that are going on at the same time. But I think we have a really limited, narrow window of opportunity here to maintain that good momentum. Matching that by, I really want to encourage the department to consider asking the field services staff or empowering field services staff to spend some time to devote some of their FTE to providing that technical assistance more than I think than they have been encouraged in the past, and to streamline the implementation of those projects. I do think, to Commissioner Corn's perspective, there are increasingly shovel-ready projects, so to speak. And the tremendous good fortune that we have with the ARPA money and other things, and just like the overall tax receipts coming in, and the commitment of funds to water at this time would give us all collectively a great start on real concrete steps toward implementing 100-year water vision, I guess. So I really would encourage you to, again, question some of those assumptions and look hard and see if there are ways we couldn't do that.
Thanks, Commissioner. We will look at that and get back to you with that analysis.
Just for clarification, are we talking about looking at the water grants and loans and the feasibility study money, that pot of money, or is that what you're thinking, Joe? Yeah.
Sorry. As an example, am I still muted?
No, you're good.
Okay, sorry. That's the one that from the report today, the way it's described, that seems to me to be unlike OWEB, we don't have that main line of lottery revenue. So another thing we should look at is, can we get some of that? Does it not make sense, especially as the OWEB Water Committee is considering ways to incorporate water more discreetly in its work? Maybe there's a redirection of some of those funds into these place-based plans in collaboration with councils and others on the ground who are involved in them anyway.
Yeah.
Whether it's that source, which seems like the most immediate and obvious to me, or another, I think the point is that we, as a commission, as a department, need to be accountable to the process by saying, yes, there are resources available, and we've got your back. We see the work you've done. We see the prioritization you've done. We've got your back, and here it is.
Okay.
Kathy?
Yeah?
Just, since I've been in the grant world, I know for the big, like, nationwide type federal grants, like Water Smart, et cetera, already having a state plan, already having the collaboration points, already, having all that together does give you a leg up on, when you're competing for that big pot of federal money, but you're also competing with, somebody in San Diego for the same dollars. To have all that lined up is a really big help. And to also have, okay, here's a state-based plan that's been recognized by the state, and you also get letters of support from, the state agencies, also really, really helps put a leg up on, yes, this really works. So we need to be able to pass that information on to these planning groups as they go for implementation, that, yes, just having the plan is going to give you that leg up on the federal, and we will also sign, the support letter that is part of your, grant application package. That's easy technical assistance and help that the state, the department can provide. It's not like we're leaving them out in lurch.
Yeah. Commissioner Quimps, and then Commissioner Baumgartner.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. I always, when we talk about the subject, I always try to think back to what original expectations we might have created, and either, intentionally or unintentionally. Hopefully it was intentionally. And I look at past guidance, from 15 and 19, and those are qualified as draft. in the 2015 guidance, we talked about accepting a plan as a component of an IWRS. And to me, that means it's a link between the IWRS and on the ground, so to implementation. And that it will have gone through an interagency review before we decide to accept it as a component of that plan. In 2019, it talks about commission recognition, not really accepting it as a component of the IWRS. It also says that they don't have to seek our recognition of the plan. But given that and maybe I'm missing something that we've formalized, I hope not, but do we need something that is not qualified as draft or not qualified as preliminary that says what acceptance means? I like that it becomes a component of the IWRS, because then we get beyond, we're always talking about how the IWRS is this high-level document and it's not down to implementation, and we need tools to move from the IWRS to implementation. So do we need to adopt something as not qualified? This is how we accept it. It means it's a component of the IWRS, and then that is what helps them in pursuit of funding for implementation. Because if I were a planner, and well, I am in my day job, but if I had worked on this, I would look at these initial draft guidance and I would have expectations, and it's a little different between 15 and 19, but I wonder if we need to have something that isn't draft for preliminary use or isn't qualified as, draft guidelines, and that we do have a plan for not a process, not for recognizing it, but actually accepting it as a component of the IWRS, because to me, that's a very specific action that's different than recognizing it. Recognizing it sounds vague to me.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Quemps. One of the things that I've been pondering in all of this are the different roles and what roles different groups have to play, and what is the role of the department in this, and what is the role of the commission. And I see, like, when it comes to the IWRS, the department often staffs and brings that along, but it is the commission who officially adopts and recognizes that document. And so if the commission wanted to incorporate these plans as a component of the IWRS, it could. I think the department would have questions on what does that practically mean, but we could engage in those conversations. I think the reason behind the shift was was trying to sort that out. What would it mean to be a component versus to like inform and fold in and have that sort of bottom-up plans inform future updates of the document.
Commissioner Baumgartner, did you have comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Reeves. I'm going to keep my comments pretty short. I do really like the comments that were made about providing as much guidance and support, letters of support that we can provide when people are seeking money. And Kim, I really appreciate your point on the equity that we have to make sure we maintain when we do the funding. However, I was struck with Commissioner Moll's thought about trying to be innovative and, if nothing else, provide money that can act as a catalyst to get some of the maintain the momentum and get some of their projects started on the ground. And I can certainly see us doing that in a way that we see it as a catalyst rather than an entitlement to get those projects started. And then as other programs do the same kind of efforts to try to catalyze their initial efforts. So I guess I'm just wanting to encourage you, as Commissioner Moll did, to be innovative about how we can catalyze some of the good projects that they should be competitive for, and that we can then help them. And I didn't really think about Eric's one. That was new to me. So I don't know how I feel about that, I guess, but thank you.
Thank you, Bob. The idea of a plan as a FIP, not exactly, but the same general idea. That is that it still begs the question of where the money would come from, but it's kind of a more it's recognizing that there is order. There's a kind of, somebody has brought thought and action to this and created a plan that takes into account a lot of different aspects of the basin. And then I really, this all comes down, all of our ideas really come down to funding. I mean, maybe not incorporating it into the IWRS, but even, making staff available, it all comes down to funding. And we would have to make a decision. I'm not saying that, I don't know that this is the commission's decision, but the state would have to make a decision that those funds are appropriately placed with these people who have put all this time and energy into creating these plans for their community that we supported them in doing and asked them to do, basically. Which is not, I don't know. I mean, that doesn't seem like a crazy idea to me. I know there might be equity issues, but it really just depends on what the state is trying to promote in having these processes. For me, the issue is how to get from our thinking to some point where a decision gets made, basically, that this is where it would be an appropriate place to put funding. And I'm not sure how to do that other than to support the idea.
I do understand why an idea would put on the table might not seem too crazy. I appreciate that, Rick.
Well, it was
you're absolutely
what I
right.
mean is you were way outside
Plenty
the
of
box there.
plenty of precedents for
but
it.
not crazy.
But I mean, arguably, that's our charge. Our charge as this commission is to help the state's agency direct state resources to public good. And for the last 5 years, there have been 4 communities of people who have been working hard at defining for their basins what public good is served. And yeah, there's a money issue, of course, there always is. The thing I've observed in the FIPS, and the FIPS got all sorts of warts and carbuncles and expectations that haven't been met, but they've been very adaptable. And what's happened is you've seen the participants there's something different when you're involved in a planning exercise from when you're involved in an implementation exercise. The kind of consensus that you build when you're faced with the reality of a project that goes through and a project that doesn't go through, I just think it ends up being a lot more honest. And therefore, you have people more committed for the long haul and committed to a bigger basin-wide picture instead of their own particular project. And so the other thing that I think that our charge is to encourage that. It ties all the way back, I think, to the rulemaking. When you have people who feel like, okay, we're not just talking and planning, we're getting some of this stuff done, and they've got our backs on it. They're more vested. We become more vested, and I just think it. When you look at the infrastructure package that's out there, I think it's still this way. The Columbia Basin has gotten something like $90 million. The Chesapeake Bay and the Great Lakes area, they're getting something on the order of $2 to $3 billion. And it's because they have been doing those sorts of implementations and can say, we've got it. We can do this. And so again, we have a window of opportunity where I feel like if we can do this now, it's not just for the current ARPA funds. We're talking about the next 10, 50 years of investment that's going to really require a lot of state federal partnerships. So I don't think we should shy away from it.
Bob, do you still have your hand
Crazy,
up?
I know, crazy, crazy.
I mean, crazy. You still have your hand up, or is that okay? Where are you? Any other crazy ideas out there? I couldn't resist. Any other thoughts? Well, I guess we're ready to wrap this.
Chair Reeves, I believe there are a couple of people who wanted to provide
You're right.
comment.
You're right. Thank you. Maybe I am barely still standing. Okay, we have Holly Mondo. Was Holly able to stick around? Oh, Nirvana. Okay.
She wasn't.
Okay.
I'm going to read Holly's comment for her.
Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Nirvana Cook, Oregon Water Resources Department Assistant to Tom Byler and the Commission. I am reading written public comment on behalf of Holly Mondo of the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative on Agenda Item I, State Recognition of Place-Based Integrated Water Resources Plans. Chair Reeves and members of the Commission, for the record, my name is Holly Mondo, and I'm here on behalf of the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this topic. I've been working with the collaborative for almost 2 years and can say that while rewarding, it has been challenging to navigate the place-based planning process. There have been many unknowns, and we'll get back to you, from agencies like OWRD that we have had to deal with while piloting this effort. For example, the Harney Collaborative has been waiting for the groundwater study for several months now. We need the information in that report to finish the groundwater portion of our integrated plan and have had to determine ways to keep moving forward without that critical piece of our puzzle. This has been difficult and has muddied the waters of the process, so to speak. The place-based planning steps are linear, where we are supposed to follow steps 1 through 5. We haven't been able to do that and have had to do the steps out of order, which has led to a lot of confusion within our group that we've had to streamline. At times, it has been interpreted that the place-based planning groups aren't actually priorities because we are constantly in a holding pattern. As each place-based planning group wraps up their plans, it is my hope that the department realizes that a shift in their practices and ways in which they engage with communities needs to occur, and that the state recognition of the plans helps catalyze that shift. We sincerely appreciate the partnership we have with OWRD, and I'm not sharing this issue with ill intent, but more so to illuminate the struggles we've had along the process and to ignite the necessary changes to improve the overall process. We know that place-based planning is new, and there are many wrinkles in the process to iron out. We appreciate the opportunity to weigh in and provide our on-the-ground input for the Commission to consider when figuring out what state recognition actually means. From the experiences I've shared with the Harney Collaborative, I feel that the following suggestions are important in figuring out what a state recognized plan means. Number 1, having state recognition should lead to additional funding for groups to continue their work. This could take form as priority consideration for feasibility grants to test our strategies, OWEB funding, and BOR/other federal funding. Number 2, having state recognition should also mean that the priorities in the locally crafted and adopted plan are trusted and should play a major role in managing the water in that particular basin. This could take form as the plans being sufficient for consideration as a voluntary agreement under ORS 537.745, and that the state supports the solutions that the groups have brought to the table, solutions beyond what is legislatively available to OWRD. 3, state recognition should also bring support for additional staffing to aid in implementation of the plans. And 4, state recognition should also include guidance on how OWRD plans to maintain partnerships with communities. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Nirvana, would you repeat number 3, the number 3 recommendation?
Maybe. Yes, I just closed the document. Let me get it back.
Oh,
Okay, I have it.
okay.
Right where I put it.
And number 4 too, if you would, since you're opening it.
Let's see. Okay, number 3. State recognition should also bring support for additional staffing to aid in the implementation of the plans. And number 4, state recognition should also include guidance on how OWRD plans to maintain partnership with communities.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have another presenter on this item, Donna Beveridge, who is a Union County Commissioner.
Therese, I don't see Donna on the list.
Oh, okay. She wasn't able to make it. Okay, then. Any other discussion on this item? Kim and Steve, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. It was well done as always. And our last item is public comment on other issues. Nirvana, is David Goff here? Can you tell?
I'm looking down the list and I do not see him.
Okay, and Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters?
He is here.
Okay.
I am here. Thank you very much. So I had a really long statement to make, but it is late. And I suspect that all of the work you've been doing, I will make it as short as possible. The first thing I do want to do is recognize both Commissioner Corn and Commissioner Baumgartner. And just in case they don't get to come back. But if they do, that's a blessing for all of us. Oregon is really lucky to have volunteers such as yourselves with the kind of expertise and the varied expertise that you all have. As I attend these meetings, it's like taking a college class, and you all are great teachers. What I really do want to point out today is how important it is to move forward on the money that you received this session. I heard the discussion earlier, and I recognize Commissioner Mall and Commissioner Quemp's concerns about making sure that you do it right, but you also need to do it expeditiously because as you know, it's 2 years at a time, and we cannot wait to show the legislature that the money that they invested is money that was well worth it, and that everybody in Oregon is going to get the reward for the work that is being done. So I'm really, really concerned about that. And I do want to note that Kaylin Barter's comments during the budget are reflective of the League's comments as well. And did I say I'm Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon? I'm not sure I did. I apologize. So I just want you to know that the other thing I did today was listen to the current revenue forecast. It indicates that we shouldn't necessarily see cuts in the next 2023 biennium. So I again want to encourage movement forward and not hold back on the money and the hiring that you received. We have in the rainy day and educational stability funds almost 14% of the current budget for the 2021-23 session. That's a huge pocket of money in back pockets. And it looks as if the 2023 at least is going to have a 9.7% increase. So those are two things that I am really, really concerned about, making sure that happens. The other thing is that we got money for not just WRD, but the other agents, the other natural resource agencies, all of which I am hopeful will continue to work together. As you have just talked about with the place-based planning, it is critical that all the agencies work together. We received monies for sewer projects, for drinking water projects, for small towns all over Oregon. And the last thing I'll leave you with is the IWRS motto was abundant clean water for all. So I hope that that's a part of your work as you move forward. Thanks to all of you for all of your work. And I'm looking forward to seeing progress with all this money that you got. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Do we have anyone have questions, comments? We are looking forward to seeing progress too. And that's good news about the revenue forecast. So thank you. So before we adjourn, we're going to allow commissioners and staff who would like to bid farewell to Commissioners Corn and Baumgartner. And also, Bruce and Bob, if you have any comments you want to make at the close, that's great too. So who would like to start us off? I'm sure people have things they'd like to say.
I'm happy to kick things off if
All
that
right.
helps. One of the favorite aspects of my job is to work with public boards and commissions, and working with folks who are volunteering their time to wrestle with thorny issues. That sounds familiar. We had some today. You know, the relationship that I get to build with you all is really gratifying, and I get to know people from different parts of the state with different backgrounds. And Bob and Bruce come from different corners of the state, but are kind of have a lot of similarities despite their big differences. And I'd say the similarities that I see and the attributes that they bring to the conversations and deliberations of the commission, I'm very grateful for. And some of those attributes that I want to emphasize are they're both very thoughtful. They are both kind and considerate of the public and their fellow commissioners and staff. And that they are deep thinkers, that they both really bring a lot of thought to the issues that are in front of us. And we also get a lot of value out of their different life experiences that they bring to bear. And so I've really, really enjoyed the time that we've had with you both. And am very appreciative of your commitment of the many hours of your lives to the work with the Water Resources Commission and helping the state try to navigate that really difficult path that we're on around water management. And so just really heartfelt thanks. And I know I'm afraid we went over time and we probably lost some of the staff who might have otherwise been able to weigh in. But I do want folks to know that we circulated e-letters to around with staff, and Nirvana, have those gone out to Bruce and Bob yet, or are they still in the works?
Let's send them.
Great. We also have sent, and this is the downside of being virtual on this, Oregon blankets that are embroidered and with pictures of me. Hope you, just so you don't forget no, I'm serious. They will not have a picture of me on it. They will, they're all about you. And and again, a token of our gratitude, as well as letters from Governor Brown expressing her appreciation for your years of service. So I'm sorry we're not doing this in person. It's much more fun and gratifying for all of us to do that in person. But I will note for other commissioners that I did talk to Bruce and Bob about the possibility of having them join us in the future when we are live and in person again, perhaps at a commission dinner at some point down the line. And they didn't say heck no. So I see that as an open opportunity.
Well done. Well said, Tom. Would others like to? Eric?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. So I had nearly 8 years on the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, a couple of years on the Athena Weston School Board, 4 years nearly on Oregon Water Resources Commission. And I've reported to boards and commissions for quite some time as a professional. And I can honestly say that Bob and Bruce are two of my model commissioners, and I've enjoyed many of the people I worked with, and there've been some great ones, but Bob and Bruce have been outstanding and some of the finest examples in my view. Politics can be ugly, water politics in particular, but I still hold out hope that governance can be, honorable and civil and, reasonable and productive and community oriented. And both of these gentlemen do that. They bring their perspectives to the issues, but not their self-interest. They listen to people. They respect the issue and the work and the staff and the stakeholders enough to always show up prepared and ask great questions and to be thoughtful in deliberations. And I think they've set a great example, and one that I keep in mind for my own conduct. Also, I want to point out that, we always used to tease Bob a little bit about ties, and I noticed Joe and I both wore ties today, but there was a time when people, things like that were a show of respect for the audience. You were thinking about the audience. And I think that's true of these two gentlemen. They showed up prepared and they were respectful of the audience. And I always appreciated that. And I will miss working with them. I wish them the best in their professional lives, their personal lives. And I hope we get together in person someday and get to thank them in person. So thank you both.
Well, I will jump in. Those are two sets of comments that are so true and hard to follow. Bob and Bruce, you really have just been just a pleasure to work with, and to see carrying out your service to the state has been a thing of beauty, really. I concur with everything that Tom and Eric just said, and especially comments about kindness and deep thinking, because I think you guys really have brought both of those in big quantities to this enterprise. And those are two qualities I really appreciate in everybody in my life, but in this context in particular, I think it's really important. One thing that I have really appreciated from both of you is your comments. Your commissioner comments have been, Joe mentioned this morning about how commissioner comments kind of set the stage, and each of you has brought this, your aspects of your life in your respective communities that have to do with water. And it's everything about it: using it, managing it, conserving it, planning for it, appreciating it, worrying about it. And I remember Bruce talking about educating local students about using it wisely. And that just is an inspired way to open a meeting. It kind of reminds us all of what we're doing here. And I feel like you and Bruce and Bob, you each opened meetings with that kind of grounded perspective that I really appreciated. And I'm really gonna miss just working with you here, the personal interactions with you, even virtually. But I still have hope that maybe we're going to get to see each other in person again somewhere, and we can say goodbye to you properly. And so for now, be well. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Do we have other comments to make? Any, ooh. I see, a musical instrument.
I thought he was going to get tissues.
That comes next. May I go next?
Yes, please go next.
Madam Chair.
We're recording.
Ditto all that's been said. You know, I think the term mentor is something that I wrote, I think, on both of your cards, and I certainly feel that way about both of you and everyone on the commission, quite frankly. So thank you for that. Thank you for the honesty. You know, it's interesting to feel, to take pleasure in seeing somebody squirm, because I've seen you both just consistently squirm with public issues that you take deeply personally, and that's just really inspiring. A little perverse for me to get pleasure out of it, but you take it seriously. You're not just in the chair, and I learn a lot from that. So Director Byler told me that if I played a song, he would. What was it? Was it a cash amount, or was it some beverage of choice, or something?
Oh,
ARPA dollars.
30 million to face-based planning.
All depends on the federal guidance.
So I'm stealing just a couple verses from I think it's a Dylan tune, Fare Thee Well. So it's fare thee well, my brothers too. You'll be leaving when Nirvana shuts the room. I hope we'd have time to share a meal somehow. I'm sad to see we've only got this Zoom. So it's fare thee well to both of you. We'll meet another day, another time. It ain't your leaving that's grieving me. It's the pile of work you've left behind. Sure wish you could have solved all these things before you left.
Well done.
Thank you both.
Well, I just want to say thank you to all of you. This is a unique experience. I've served on a lot of boards and different things over the years, but such a diverse group. We bring so many different life experiences and different perspectives and different, I guess, agendas even, and to some extent. But that it's just been amazing to me that with all these differences, we come out with consensus. Sometimes we vote no, sometimes we vote yes. It's not always unanimous, but it's never any animosity when it's all said and done. And that is just not the case in the world we live in. And I've learned so much, had the opportunity to grow and develop and take what I thought I knew and learn whole different perspectives and come to different conclusions. Occasionally there's been extremely hard votes. There was one a couple of years ago that was extremely difficult for me and took some repercussions afterwards. But I know I'd done the right thing under the circumstance because I'd worked with all of you and I had confidence. And the state has so many issues, but you can go to any one of you that have expertise in those issues and have confidence that you're not pushing your agenda, but rather you're pushing what in your heart you know is right for the good of the whole. And that is so rare in the world we live in, where contention is becoming more and more common in all that we see and all that we do. This group has just been personally a pleasure, a privilege to work with, as well as the staff who are competent and smart and well-versed in what they do, and I know they work really hard to bring us the information to the best of their abilities to help us to make right decisions and good decisions. All great people to work with, I've always told my kids, anytime you can listen to a smart person, no matter if it's basket weaving, that's their expertise, you listen to them, because you'll be a better person for listening to someone that has insights and understanding that you don't have. And that those are life-changing things, to ultimately what makes life worth living. You know, these 8 years went really fast. It just seems like yesterday that Bob and I was sitting there in the Senate the first time we'd met each other and being interviewed by the senators, and, you know, Brenda Bateman was with us, and it was a good experience. I appreciate my wife supporting me through all this, and the family taking care of the farm and keeping things going while we're gone, because you can't do these things if you haven't got support behind you. So I want to thank all of you, you know, and those commissioners that went before that mentored me, you know, Ray Williams and John and Jeannie Lejeune, and on and on. I mean, there were several that went before, and all them, I consider them good friends too, and mentors. This commission has got really something special to be able to work together. I mean, like today, it wasn't easy situations we worked through, and it's just to be continued, and it goes on and on and on. So I wish each of you the best, and the friendships that we've made and the opportunities that we've had to associate and work together has been a privilege. It's been an opportunity for me, and what little I've contributed, I've gained tenfold from all of you. And so I think that's what you do in life. You give the best you can and realize you gain tenfold back from those that crossed your paths. So thank you again, and hopefully we can get together for a dinner at some point in the future when meeting other than virtual again. I look forward to that opportunity. So thanks for the comments you made today. I feel less than worthy of all those, but I thank you for that. And so God bless all of you.
Thank you, Bruce.
And I would like to also thank everybody for their kind words. I want to reflect just a little bit when I started with the commission with Bruce 8 years ago. And I agree with him how quickly this has gone by. And I remember my first meeting, how overwhelming it was to begin to understand the number, kinds, and complexity of issues that the Water Resources Department had to deal with. And over the 8 years, what I have found is I still have a whole lot to learn. And the issues keep coming. They keep getting more complex. But I think one of the things that was most remarkable, and Tom, you touched on this with Bruce and I, that we come from such different backgrounds and diversity, that the commission gets along so very well working through the difficult issues. I have come to think of everybody on the commission as a friend. I really appreciate the comfortable and safe space that the commission has created for us to have these difficult conversations, and I hope then helped us get to some very good resolution through these difficult decisions. Like Bruce, I have had hard votes to make that have really made me have to think through those, but in the end of it, I've always felt comfortable that my voice was heard, and I felt comfortable with my votes. Julie, probably the one thing I did want to note is I'm very sad that we didn't get to know each other quite a little bit more. I would have really appreciated that. As the commission goes forward, I just want to encourage you to keep up the very collaborative relationship that the commission has. Much of what we talked about today was the benefits of that collaboration. And I'd like to see the commission continue to model that behavior. And Tom, I want to commend you. I want to commend your staff on the excellent work they have done. I'm really humbled by the quality of work they do. I am humbled by the eloquence and quality of work that the commission does. And I'm humbled to have been part of all of this, and very humbled by the kind words that you have all said. And I do appreciate that, and wish you good luck going forward. And Nirvana, I will miss you.
Thank you, Bob. Well, whoops, darn. I think this means that we have to adjourn. So, Eric, did I see I thought you,
Well, if 8 years went quick, 4 years will go by like that. 4 more years will go like that.
right.
And the department has a lot of resources now, so stick around.
Yeah, right.
Thank you
All right.
Jules, for the song. That was great.
Yeah.
I was unexpected. You hid those talents. You should have been singing at every meeting.
Yeah, I know. How about that?
Don't encourage.
We might have to change that going forward.
Yeah, right.
A song before every meeting.
Before
right.
the meeting. That's right. That's talking, setting the tone. That's a really good idea.
I want public
right.
comment after.
Right.
Yeah, you want crazy? I'll give you crazy.
Oh gosh, Joe, I hope you weren't offended by my referring to you as being not crazy. I thought I was, just speaking loosely.
That's a great reflection of Bob's recognition of the safe space that's
Well,
created.
that's true.
Yes.
All right, well, off you go. And Bob, Bruce, I hope we'll see you down the road. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Adios.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Rain fall on you soon.
Right.
Yeah.
No kidding.
So get to the meeting.